Government on the charges of 40% commission. Today, they have kick-started a campaign against the BJP government and Karnataka Chief Minister. They have put out the posters with a QR code which says pay CM and 40% accepted here. And this kind of posters have been put out across the city, especially in main junctions. We are at Jaimal Extension, which connects Vidhan Soudha. On the other side of the road, you have all ministers' bungalow, and ministers and officials have to cross this particular road, and they have put out posters. Now the BBMP officials have reached, and now we can see they are tearing up this particular protest posters which have been put out in many parts of the city. And this comes after Congress had moved for an adjournment motion inside the assembly session on today. Remember, this particular QR code will take you to the website of Congress, which has launched of corruption charges against Bommai government. And once you scan this particular QR code, you will be reaching to the website, and they have put out the list of corruption charges against a BJP government in the state of Karnataka. With a video journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿರಬೇಕು. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಿಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ನೈತಿಕವಾದಂಥ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಚರ್ಚೆನೇ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವೆ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅವೇ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಗದಿತ ಸಮಯ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಗದಿತ 69 ಎದರಲ್ಲೋ ತಾವು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮದೇನು ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
It is completely, see, I'm telling you, it is not when what happened. We people of the Bangalore or the taxpayers and the citizens of India and citizens of Bangalore, we want proper quality infrastructure. When the quality infrastructure will come only if there is no corruption. Corruption should not be there.
Now, civic apathy continues to plague the common man across the country. From Mumbai to Kerala and Bengaluru, pothole nuisance remains a recurring civic issue in Mumbai, the country's financial capital. This pothole nuisance has not only affected daily lives but also led to an increasing number of road accidents and 154 deaths in this year alone. Remember, these are being caused by potholes. Bangalore city has been reeling under heavy rainfall and flooding as well. This was the collapse of the Summanhalli flyover that was constructed for rupees 35 crores in the year 2010. In Kerala, a bridge has taken the internet by storm after the video of a photo shoot at a pothole-filled road went viral.
A gaping hole has appeared right in the middle of a flyover. This is a Summanhalli flyover which connects Gorguntepalya and Nandanahalli, which in turn connects the Mysore road. Concrete structure has crumbled and the road underneath the flyover is also visible. Now, the flyover was constructed in 2010 at a cost of 35 crore by the Bangalore Development Authority. Now, a gaping hole has appeared right in the middle of the flyover. As you can see, the road underneath this flyover can also be seen, and there are concrete structures which has crumbled right here. Now, in order to make sure that there is no untoward incident, the traffic police here have barricaded the area, and they're also putting up reflectors so that there are no untoward incidents in the area.
To make things clear, I am not on Mars. This is one of Mumbai's roads under the Eastern Freeway, and you can see the condition of these roads where even the heavy vehicles or the small two-wheelers are forced to go over these potholes. Most of these potholes have resulted in instantaneous deaths where the two-wheelers have not been able to tell in terms of how deep these potholes are that are most of the times filled with water. Once they go over this, their vehicles overturn and a heavy vehicle coming behind them crushes them or goes over them almost instantly, killing them like I mentioned earlier. Look at this pothole for instance, and look at the kind of gravel that really comes out year after year after the rains come into this city. The BMC, which is the richest civic corporation in India, spends crores of rupees every year, and despite that we are forced to get poor quality of infrastructure through the form of badly designed and shaped roads. The doctors have said that spine, neck and back related problems have also increased, and as you can see, immense damage is caused to the vehicles, be it a heavy motor vehicle or the two-wheelers. Will the BMC learn a lesson, or will it be the same like it has been for several years? This is something only time will tell. With cameraman Raju Revankar, Dev Kotak for India Today.
Almost it's from long day, 10 days it's like this only. Getting delayed due to that traffic happens because of this, all the heavy vehicles go on one side. Road is broad, but because of that issue, all vehicles in coming in one side, it's taking time for us to reach office.
When did that was tender? When was work order given? See that. So all such things again turns toward Congress. But this is really bad. If a bridge has been damaged within 2 years, really things has to be seen. I request the PWD minister or the urban minister to look into the matter.
The Paytm and all this are part of the campaign. So nothing wrong.
What are you trying to convey to the people?
To convey to the people that Karnataka image is so dented, it is 40% commission here, and there is no governance, there is no law and order issues, and this has got a very bad name. Karnataka always should be number one, number two in the country.
Well, after Delhi government's flip-flop over liquor policy, the national capital is grappling with the shortage of liquor, and some of the major brands are missing from shop shelves. It isn't just whiskey, vodka, tequila that is off the shelves. Wines and beer also are in short supply. The liquor shortage has affected consumers who are finding it difficult to buy their favorite brand of alcohol. Apart from dissatisfied customers, the alcohol shortage is leading to losses for restaurants and pubs as well. There has also been a 40% decline in footfall for restaurants as many major liquor brands vanished from shelves. Recently, private liquor shops were replaced by Delhi government vans from the 1st of September as the city reverted to its old liquor policy.
इम्पोर्टेड ब्रांड्स हैं बिल्कुल अभी तक अवेलेबल नहीं है। पिछली पॉलिसी में भी हमारे को कुछ प्रॉब्लम थी उसमें, इस पॉलिसी में तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं है। अब कईयों ने अप्रूव ही नहीं किए हैं अपने ब्रांड्स अभी तक, और वाइन की भी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है हमारे को। जो अच्छे ब्रांड्स हैं वाइन के वो भी अवेलेबल नहीं हैं। हमारी इंडियन बियर्स भी लिमिटेड हैं, किंगफिशर अवेलेबल है बट अल्ट्रा अवेलेबल नहीं है, कुछ हाइनेकन अवेलेबल नहीं है, कोरोना अवेलेबल नहीं है। ये सब ऑल मेड इन इंडिया ब्रांड्स हैं, ये भी अवेलेबल नहीं है।
In the whole industry we say there is a shortage, so that's like customer we also like if we want to make something special for them, and most of the brands are like not available in the market, so we can't like we are facing the issues for that.
People are coming like for their premium brands, and that is like not available in the restaurant, so like it's very awkward situation for us, and they are like going back. Like earlier we were doing something like 60, 65. This is like example, but now we are doing like very less as compared to like previous months.
When you were going out, we sat down to have a drink. They did not have beer available. They did not have. I don't think they have tequila available. So instead of asking what do you have, we ask, okay, you tell us what you have, and then you serve.
It's time for a break. Here on the other side, UP government cracked down on Waqf land grab after Madrasa's Yogi government to survey Waqf properties. Sikh survey report in 1 month. AIMM claims a bigger NRC is being prepared.
You are watching India Today.
can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
they
realizing,
actually want
he's
to call
always
me Buddha, but
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Well, amid the controversy over the survey of madrasas in UP, Yogi government has taken another big decision. Now the properties of the Waqf board will also be investigated in Uttar Pradesh. Yogi Adityanath has ordered the officers to scrutinize and demarcate Waqf properties. District administration have been directed to submit the report by the end of this month. Several properties have reportedly been occupied illegally by Waqf board. Massive political battle has erupted over the issue. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav questioned the survey and slammed the Yogi government over this matter, accusing the BJP government of dividing people on Hindu-Muslim issue, while AIMIM called the survey mini NRC to harass Muslims. The party said that government is troubling Muslims in the name of investigation. Muslim cleric Kalbe Javed has also hit out to the survey, accusing the government of illegally occupying board's land. Also said that only one community is being targeted and surveyed. Remember, this comes after UP government decided to demolish illegal madrasas in Kanpur, in Shamli and Deoband.
आपका इंटेंशन ये है वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीन लेना, और अगर कोई वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एंक्रोच करा है, कोई खाबिज है, तो भाई सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, सरकार उनकी मदद क्यों नहीं कर रही है? और सर्वे आप करा रहे हैं तो हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड का भी सर्वे कराइए ना, मठों का कराइए। ये एक सिलेक्टिव टारगेटिंग है एक समुदाय की कि इनको बस तंग करते रहो, इनको सुकून से रहने मत दो। ये पूरी चीजें जो हो रही है, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक तो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को यूपी सरकार टारगेट कर रही है, और दूसरा ये कि आप वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे, तीसरा ये है कि आपका सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड है, अगर वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एनक्रोच करा है तो आप उनसे बुलाकर पूछिए, वो आपको दे देंगे। क्या वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर सरकार का कब्जा नहीं है तो आप खाली करिए उसको। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है और हम इसकी मुखालिफत करते हैं। तो ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का। नहीं, सुनिए, ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का और यूपी सरकार ये काम कर रही है।
गरीब मुसलमान को जो वक्फ की संपत्ति है उसमें उनको जो अधिकार मिलना चाहिए वो नहीं मिल करके बल्कि उसको कुछ विशेष प्रकार के माफिया लोग प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वक्फ की संपत्ति खाली होती है और उसको गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है। लेकिन जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, चाहे वो श्री अखिलेश जी या अन्य कोई नेता हो, वो इसका विरोध करेंगे।
समझते हैं इस बात को कि जितने भी मदरसे के संचालक हैं और जो बड़े बड़े धर्मगुरु हैं, सबने इसको सराहना की है कि इसको होने से हम लोग रेगुलराइज होंगे और बच्चों को पढ़ाई करने के और अवसर मिलेंगे, सुविधाएं मिलेंगी और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ सभी विभागों को रेगुलराइज कर रही है। यदि कहीं कोई किसी को दिक्कत है वो कहे, हम बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष न्याय कराएंगे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
इस सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी? जो लोग $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, क्या मदरसों में सर्वे से $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी उत्तर प्रदेश की हो जाएगी?
Okay, let's take a look at the top stories across the country in our national wrap. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat has held a closed-door meeting with prominent Muslim intellectuals in Delhi. A meeting was sought by these intellectuals after Nupur Sharma's hate speech controversy. A group of 30 former IPS officers have written a letter to President Draupadi Murmu against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal for ill-treating Gujarat police. Officers referred to Arvind Kejriwal's recent trip to Gujarat, where he boarded an auto rickshaw and told the police personnel that he did not want their security.
आपने ऐसे कैद करके रखा हुआ है, आपने हमें कैद।
4 people have been killed and 2 are injured after an unidentified truck rammed into the divider where these people were sleeping at Simapuri in New Delhi. Bulldozers in Bokaro, Jharkhand raise up illegal encroachments of accused Arzu Malik, who had allegedly married a Hindu woman by hiding his name. He's also accused of gang rape and blackmailing. A woman fell into the lift pit of a private hospital in Khammam city and sustained serious injuries. She was talking on the phone when she pressed the lift button and fell down as the door opened. The woman was unconscious due to the severe injuries she received. The Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet in the 103 crore Bengal job scam has taken note of India Today's special investigation in this case. India Today was the first channel to unmask the web of shell companies linked to the scandal that had Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita as the main accused. Take a look.
We dug deeper into West Bengal's recruitment scam. We unearthed shell firms linked to the cash-laden scandal. We traced the home of a mystery man, Kalyan Dhar, listed as a director in one of the companies of Arpita Mukherjee. We laid bare that the director in fact was her driver.
ये क्या करते थे वैसे?
गाड़ी का ड्राइवर।
गाड़ी का ड्राइवर है। तो ये क्या काम करता था?
टैक्सी चलाता।
अच्छा, टैक्सी चलाता था। अच्छा।
अभी तो सुनता है जो ऑर्बिटर गाड़ियों चालक चला।
What we showed you early August in West Bengal's school recruitment scam, allegedly involving a sitting minister and his actor friend, is now part of official evidence collected by the ED. The Enforcement Directorate has now taken Kalyan Dhar's statement on record. In its charge sheet, Dhar has admitted that Arpita Mukherjee had hired him as her driver. He admitted that he knew nothing about his role as a director in her companies. And Arpita Mukherjee's companies we tracked more than a month ago are now named in the ED charge sheet over suspicions that they were used for laundering of money. AK Entertainment Private Limited, Symbiosis Merchants and Century Engineering, we probed, now figure in the list of accused entities. And when we reached out to their so-called directors, they corroborated their statement to the Enforcement Directorate that they were just dummies in Mukherjee's companies. This is Mrinmoy Malakar. He told India Today's investigative reporter he was just an employee of a separate company, but was made to sign off as a director in Mukherjee's Ananta Text Fab.
ये जो कंपनी है
उसके बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं।
अनंता टैक्स फैब
उसका कंपनी के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं मेरे को।
लेकिन आप तो इसके डायरेक्टर है, आपके सिग्नेचर, आप मेन फर्स्ट डायरेक्टर है।
सिग्नेचर मेरा है।
हैं?
सिग्नेचर मेरा है। कंपनी में काम करता हूँ तो साइन कराया।
अच्छा, आप उसके कंपनी में काम करते थे?
उसका कंपनी है, हम तो दूसरे कंपनी में काम करते हैं।
कुछ ऐसा चीज है कि आप
Kamal Singh Bhutoria is director of Godavari Commodities Limited, a coal and coke trading company, an actual employer of Mrinmoy Malakar. In his statement to the ED, Bhutoria insisted he just followed the then Minister Partha Chatterjee's instructions to have his staff sign off as a director in Mukherjee's company. He corroborated the same to us.
सर, पावर लॉबी में है, कोई कुछ बोलेगा तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना सर। अच्छा, हम लोगों को क्या पता था कि स्टोरी इतनी दूर तक जाएगी, हम लोग लेना देना था नहीं। और ये पार्था से कब से टच में आया आप लोग? पार्था से वही इलेक्शन की बात पहली बार आई, मतलब तभी से है। मंत्री है, मना नहीं कर सकते। मंत्री है, मना नहीं कर सकते। अब बताइए, कोई बोल लेगा तो कैसे करेंगे? थोड़ा हम लोग का भी रहता है कि वो बुलाई रहेंगे साहब तो मदद मिल जाएगा।
An ordinary low-ranking employee, Besurup Das, explained he too was made to sign off as a director in Arpita Mukherjee's companies.
आप इतने बड़े कंपनी के डायरेक्टर थे?
हाँ, मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं था।
मेरे तो आपके तो हर पेज पे आपका सिग्नेचर।
हाँ, मेरे को जाना जहाँ सिग्नेचर, अगर मैं सिग्नेचर क्यों करता था? अगर नौकरी खा लेगा, हमारा घर आप देख ही रहे हैं। हाँ। अगर डायरेक्टर हो तो मेरा ऐसा घर नहीं होगा ना।
वो तो मुझे भी दिख रहा है। हाँ।
तो मैं जहाँ बोलता था, क्योंकि मेरा अगर नहीं करता तो नौकरी खा लेता। ज़्यादा सैलरी भी नहीं देता था।
Systematic, in-depth and critical. Investigative journalism that stands out and raises the bar for reporting. A report by special investigative teams Mohammad Hizbullah and Munish Pandey for India Today.
King of comedy Raju Srivastava has passed away. The comedian was admitted to AIIMS, Delhi on the 10th of August after he suffered a heart attack. Raju Srivastava was on ventilator support for 15 days, after which he regained consciousness. However, on the 1st of September, after he ran fever as high as 100 degrees, he was back on ventilator support again. He passed away after battling for life for 41 days. He was also part of several Bollywood films, including hits like Bazigar and Maine Pyar Kiya. Netas, celebrities have mourned the demise of Raju Srivastava. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hailed his contribution as an artist, while Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav expressed condolences on the passing away of the comedian. Veteran artists like Anupam Kher, Ravi Kishan, Ehsan Qureshi and Kumar Vishwas also expressed grief.
ईश्वर की क्या मंशा कुछ पता नहीं है। जो एक खबर जो आई है इतनी शॉकिंग रही कि मैं बता नहीं सकता हूँ। एक ऐसे व्यक्ति को खो दिया जिन्होंने स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन को एक सम्मान दिलवाया, उनकी कमाई का जरिया बने। इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड थे राजू श्रीवास्तव जी। आज उनका जाना सबसे बड़ी क्षति उनके परिवार को, उनकी पत्नी को, उनकी बिटिया, उनके बच्चों को है। बिकॉज एक अच्छे पिता थे, एक अच्छे पति थे, एक अच्छे भाई थे, एक अच्छे पुत्र थे, अच्छे मित्र थे।
प्रिय राजू भाई, आपकी ये दुखद खबर पता चली, विश्वास करना तो मुश्किल है, बहुत मुश्किल है। काश आज का दिन नहीं आता। 40 दिन से आप जो जंग लड़ रहे थे, हम रोज़ प्रार्थना कर रहे थे कि कोई चमत्कार होगा, कोई चमत्कार होगा। लेकिन हम कॉमेडियंस के लिए और कॉमेडी की दुनिया के और कॉमेडी के चाहने वालों के लिए आपने ये जो आपकी जो खबर आई है, कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि ऐसी खबर हमें देखने और सुनने मिलेगी।
राजू जी का चले जाना कॉमेडी की दुनिया का एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं उनकी सलामी को इसलिए याद करता हूँ कि आने वाली पीढ़ी उनके कैसेट देखेगी, उनके वीडियो देखेगी, उनकी नकल करेगी। अभी भी करते हैं, आने वाले कॉमेडियंस पैदा होंगे। उनको एक रास्ता दिया उन्होंने, आय का साधन बनाया, कॉमर्शियल किया, इसको व्यावसायिक किया। कॉमेडी को बहुत संघर्ष करके आए थे, वो स्ट्रगल करके आए थे। और ये समझो कि कॉइन चलते थे ना, सिक्के पहले, वो लेके बैठते थे। हेलो, मैं राजू श्रीवास्तव जी, काम हो तो ज़रूर बताइएगा, मैं इस जगह हूँ। तो वो उस दौर का संघर्ष, उनका रेंट पे रहना, एक कमरे में 4-4 लोग मिल के रहना, वहाँ से सफ़र शुरू किया था राजू भाई ने। लेकिन इस वक्त उनकी याद बिल्कुल आएगी। हम लोग सब टूट से गए, ऐसा लग रहा हमारा परिवार बिखर गया, हमारे परिवार का एक सदस्य चला गया। और बड़े भाई जैसे थे, आगे पीछे दुख में, सुख में, हंसी में साथ देते थे, पूछते थे। उनकी मुस्कुराहट बता देती कि हमारे लिए कितना प्यार है उनके दिल में। उनकी जो पीढ़ी है, उनके जो बच्चे, उनको शक्ति देना, उनको ताकत देना, और जो भलाई के काम वो कर गए हैं उसका फल उनके बच्चों को मिले, उनके परिवार को मिले।
अनेक अनुष्ठान और यज्ञों के बाद भी राजू श्रीवास्तव, हमारे पारिवारिक मित्र और बड़े भाई, अब इस दुनिया में नहीं रहे। हमारे परिवार पर जो ये एक विपदा आई है, इसके लिए भी आप सबसे अनुग्रह है कि हे मेरे ईश्वर, इस परिवार को शक्ति दे, ये संबल दे, ये दुख सहन करने की, और हमारे राजू भैया की आत्मा को सद्गति मिले, यही मेरे ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है। हरिओम, नमो शांति।
उन डॉक्टर्स का, एम्स का और तमाम प्रशंसकों के भी बहुत आभारी हैं जिन्होंने इस संघर्ष के समय में उस परिवार को और राजू भाई को हिम्मत दी। बाकी होनी को कौन टाल सकता है। मैं तो यही आशा करता हूं कि स्वर्ग में अगर जरा सा भी उदासी का कोई बादल होगा तो उसके खिलाफ मुस्कुराहट की रोशनी जगाने वाला एक मसीहा ऊपर पहुंच चुका है। हमारी क्षति हुई है, लेकिन भगवान के लोग को ये ठहाका, ये लाफ्टर मुबारक हो।
Yeah, it's a very sad news. I would say that. I mean, I would give credit to this man. He had I mean, he was one of the most senior, most comedian on the stage, and so natural, so contagious कि उनके सिर्फ बोलने से, मुंह खोलने से हमको ऐसी आ जाती। But I would even give one more credit that he became one of the warriors who fought for, I think, one day he fought the जिंदगी और मौत की लड़ाई इन्होंने 41 days लड़ी. That is itself was is a creditable to him, and I was expecting that this man will definitely come out.
It's extremely really sad. I've woken up with this news and it really breaks my heart because for the past so many days, since the time he was admitted, we have been praying. We have been praying in our home for him. Literally, this was a part of our routine. Past couple of days, every night we were praying for him and fighting for his life. And my father has been very close to. For me, he's Raju uncle. He was not Raju Srivastava, he was Raju uncle. So I have seen him growing up all my life, and it was like a family relation. And they're so tight, even as a community of comedians, they're so tight. So it's really heartbreaking to hear this news this morning, and I am really upset by this news. And I feel for his family, I feel for his children, and really I just hope that they have the strength to deal with this loss, because it's a great loss to them and us, of course, as a community of comedians.
बिना किसी भेदभाव के सबका मनोरंजन करते रहे, आज वे हमारे बीच में नहीं हैं। मैं प्रदेशवासियों की ओर से दिवंगत आत्मा की शांति की कामना करता हूं, शोक संतप्त परिजनों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। ईश्वर उन्हें सद्गति प्रदान करे, यही प्रार्थना करता हूं।
बहुत अफसोस है, राजू श्रीवास्तव जी आज हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे हैं। राजू श्रीवास्तव जी बहुत गरीब परिवार से निकल करके अपनी मेहनत से, अपने संघर्ष से और अपने टैलेंट से ही कई स्टेज से लेकर के देश और दुनिया में उन्होंने अपनी पहचान बनाई। हमें दुख है ऐसे व्यक्ति को जिसने अपना नाम रोशन किया, यश भारती से सम्मानित रहे। ऐसे लोग कभी कभी हमारे बीच में आते हैं।
पूरे देश में ही नहीं, दुनिया में उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश का नाम हास्य जगत में, हास्य कविता में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। मेरी पूरी संवेदना उनके परिवार की।
बहुत ही दुखद समाचार आज हम सबको सुबह सुबह मिला है। दुनिया को हंसाने वाला राजू श्रीवास्तव अपना भाई नहीं रहा। मैं प्रार्थना करता हूँ प्रभु से कि राजू भाई को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दें और उनके जितने चहेते हैं उन सभी लोगों को ये दुख बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दें।
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, over 200 people protest outside a Hindu temple in England's Smethwick. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incident comes close on the heels of clashes that erupted in Leicester after India-Pakistan cricket match.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. The communal strife in UK when local Islamists had faced off with Hindu groups. Hundreds of Islamists marched on and protested outside a Hindu temple in Smethwick, UK on Tuesday, in worrying signs that the unrest may only be spreading. Protesters were heard raising chants of Allahu Akbar, even as the police tried to restore order. This incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups were accused of burning a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident had seen dozens of arrests by UK police and had also led to joint appeal by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters. Our two faiths have lived harmoniously in this wonderful city for over half a century. We arrived in this city together. We faced the same challenges together. We fought off racist haters together. That is why today we are saddened and heartbroken to see the eruption of tension and violence, physical attacks on innocent individuals, and unwarranted damage to property are not part of a decent society, and indeed not part of our faiths.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has issued a chilling nuclear threat against the West. Putin says Moscow will respond with all the means at our disposal, quote-unquote, if Russia's territorial integrity is threatened. Putin said Russia has more modern nukes than the West and is not bluffing on its use. The Russian president, in a massive dare, said that its nuclear arsenal will be used against the West. Russia also announced partial military mobilization, calling up 3 lakh reservist forces. Now, Russia claimed that 70 military and 200 plus civilian satellites, entire NATO alliance, are working in the interest of Kiev. He also claimed that West has crossed the line by calling to weaken, divide and destroy Russia.
В ход пошел и ядерный шантаж. Речь идет не только о поощряемых Западом обстрелах Запорожской атомной электростанции, что грозит атомной катастрофой, но и о высказываниях некоторых высокопоставленных представителей ведущих государств НАТО о возможности и допустимости применения против России оружия массового поражения, ядерного оружия. Тем, кто позволяет себе такие заявления в отношении России, хочу напомнить, что наша страна также располагает различными средствами поражения, а по отдельным компонентам и более современными, чем у стран НАТО. И при угрозе территориальной целостности нашей страны для защиты России и нашего народа мы, безусловно, используем все имеющиеся в нашем распоряжении средства. Это не блеф. А те, кто пытаются шантажировать нас ядерным оружием, должны знать, что роза ветров может развернуться и в их сторону.
In more international news, Iran is erupting in protests against strict hijab rules. Iranian protesters were seen getting into a brawl with security officials. Some of the protesters even threw tear gas at the officials. 3 were killed in Iran protests over the death of Mahsa Amini, who defied the strict hijab directive and was battered to death by the morality police. Demonstrations led mostly by women have erupted in more than a dozen cities and on university campuses in Tehran. String of stirs prompted by the death of Mahsa Amini, who was arrested 3 days earlier for allegedly violating Iran's hijab law. Brave Iranian women are taking to the streets chanting death to the dictator. With that, it's time for a quick break in. News for the hearing impaired on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The stage is set for Congress chief polls, and Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot is in Delhi city meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Gehlot had said he's ready to handle his current post aside from the Congress chief as well. Sachin Pilot has moved in, stating that he is ready to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan too. BJP has mocked the polls, calling Rahul Gandhi an arrogant brat. Another big decision by the Yogi government. After madrasas, now Waqf properties will also be surveyed. The Chief Minister has said there should be scrutinization and demarcation of Waqf properties. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has claimed attempt by the BJP to divide residents on the basis of religion. Comedy king Raju Srivastava has passed away at the age of 58 after a lengthy battle for his life for a span of 41 days. The comedian was admitted to Delhi's AIIMS hospital after a heart attack on the 10th of August.
एसोसिएशन विद LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
Decaying potholed roads. Apathy hit bumpy rides. Lives lost to gaping road voids. From Bengaluru to Mumbai to Chennai. Pothole pandemonium in India's mega cities. When will government act?
You're watching 5 Live. I'm Nabila Jamal. Pothole menace that's plagued several metropolitan cities, including Mumbai, Bangalore, and many other parts of Kerala. I'm going to take you through snippets of that. The headlines first. UP government crackdown on Waqf land grab after madrasas. Yogi government now to survey Waqf properties, seeks survey report in 1 month's time. AIMIM claims a bigger NRC being prepared. Gehlot breaks his silence over Congress presidential poll, says ready for twin posts, that of Congress chief and chief minister. Sachin Pilot says he's ready to be the Rajasthan chief minister if the party decides. And mega India Today impact accused investigated by India Today in Bengal cash for job scam named in the ED charge sheet. Comedian Raju Srivastava passes away at 58. The comedy king was admitted to AIIMS on August 10th after suffering a massive heart attack while gymming on August 10th. Over 200 people protest outside Hindu temple in England's Smethwick. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incidents come to light close on the heels of clashes that erupted in Leicester after India-Pak cricket match. Right now, the pothole menace continues to plague mega cities all the way from Bengaluru, Chennai, Mumbai to cities in Kerala. Bumpy roads have really become a recurring nuisance which continues to claim lives. In fact, in just the recent past, hundreds of deaths reported in these few cities alone. We're looking at this becoming a growing nuisance, a bout of rains and all the city's infrastructure completely exposed. Let's take a quick look at this detailed report.
Potholes that kill and maim. From Tamil Nadu to Karnataka to Jharkhand, civic apathy is a common curse suffered by cities across India. In the latest incident of negligence, a motorcyclist in Chennai fell into a deep pit dug for stormwater drainage. 33-year-old Vasudevan was reversing his bike but couldn't gauge the unevenly dug pit. The software engineer, a resident of Adambakkam, would consider himself lucky to escape with minor bruises. In Mumbai, the country's financial capital, potholes are not just a nuisance for commuters. This year, 154 people have died in road accidents, some of which were caused by potholes.
Most of these potholes have resulted in instantaneous deaths where the two-wheelers have not been able to tell in terms of how deep these potholes are that are most of the times filled with water. Once they go over this, their vehicles overturn and a heavy vehicle coming behind them crushes them or goes over them almost instantly, killing them like I mentioned earlier.
The BMC, the richest civic body of India, recently slapped a fine of 3,66,000 rupees on the Lal Bagh Cha Raja committee for creating 183 potholes during Ganeshotsav. Bengaluru, recently hit by heavy rain waterlogging, is also plagued by apathy. Angry citizens are blaming BBMP officials for the mess.
गाड़ी जाने के टाइम में बहुत मुश्किल है, बारिश आने के लिए पूरा टूट जाता है। तो उस दिन एक आदमी उधर गिर के पूरा उसको एक्सीडेंट होके लेफ्ट हैंड ऑफ पे टूट लिया।
13 people died in Bengaluru over the last 5 years due to potholes. Fed up by the neglect, citizens are taking up creative methods to register their protests. In Jharkhand, Congress MLA Deepika Pandey Singh sat down on a muddy road and bathed in its water, demanding the repair of National Highway 133.
और इस रोड का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी अखबारों के माध्यम से हम लोगों को ये जानकारी हुई कि किसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को दिया है। इसका काम जल्द क्यों नहीं शुरू हो रहा? मैं इस गंगा जल में से आज सुबह स्नान किए हैं और जब तक यहाँ पर काम शुरू नहीं होता हम यहाँ से नहीं उठ करके जाने वाले।
In Kerala, a bride has taken the internet by storm after a video of her photo shoot at a pothole-filled road went viral. The woman was clad in a beautiful red sari and walked across the road with several potholes. Be it Jharkhand or Chennai, pothole menace is proving deadly for citizens. With Priyanka Rudrappa and Dave Kotak, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, these pothole pothole menace, in fact, has really taken lives of a number of people across these metro cities, and that's why we're here to bring you a quick highlight, taking you through the number of deaths and accidents that have taken place in just the recent past. The last few years, the situation has become a lot more dire, and one can only imagine how angry citizens are, considering that we're all taxpayers. Just until June this year, 2022, just until June, we're looking at least 15,433 road accidents that have been reported in India, out of which 154 people have lost their lives. And then back in 2021, at least 2,230 road accidents reported, with a whopping 376 deaths owing to potholes. And then rewind back to 2020, 1,812 road accidents reported, with 337 deaths that have been reported. And then going back to 2019, 2,872 road accidents and 470 deaths. So in terms of the road accidents, we're seeing a steady increase over the last few years. Absolutely shameful, considering we were hoping that there would be more international infrastructure when it comes to metro cities as the years go by. But clearly here we are seeing a decline in terms of infrastructure, at least good, healthy infrastructure for people to comply on the streets. Let me cut across to Mustafa Sheikh as well as Shibi Mor. Mustafa joining us from Mumbai, Shibi from Kerala. Mustafa, over to you first. Today we hear that the BMC has cracked down on the Ganesh committee, the Lal Bakcha Raja Ganesh Utsav committee, for carrying out these pompous celebrations, because of whom they believe that at least 180 potholes have been created. So 3.6 lakhs, they fined the Lal Bakcha Raja Ganesh Utsav committee. But otherwise, we see rampantly potholes in Mumbai, which have not been attended to over the years, and that's claimed many lives. And today when we see the statistics, we are shocked and appalled to see that many lives have been taken away because of mere laxities by the civic body. Tell us, what action is the BMC really taking at this point?
Clearly, Nabila, fining Ganesh Utsav Mandals is just one part of the problem, because during the festival they dig up pits which lead to potholes. But other than that, the civic infrastructure has been apathetic in and around Mumbai. Not only potholes, if you see the surfacing of roads, for example, we are in Ballard Pier, and if this is a utility duct, you can see here the tar road, and it's an uneven road, and this are the dangerous patches for a biker, and if you lose balance on this edge, it leads to your fall. And these are such, be it potholes, be it engineering faults like one of these, which are leading to deaths among people who ride bikes especially, and also the four-wheeler accidents which are taking place. So all over Mumbai, because it has rained in the last 4 months, all over Mumbai you will find potholes, you will find uneven roads, you will find the problems in the designing of the roads, leading to bottlenecks, leading to accident spots. So these are problems which have been there in Mumbai for years, but even now, after spending crores of rupees, if you look at Mumbai Municipal Corporation's yearly budget for road repairs, it's about 3,000 crores. So 3,000 crores yearly budget, 5,000 crores special project lodged by Eknath Shinde, who's saying that in the next 2 years there will be no such problem of potholes on roads in Mumbai. We'll have to wait and see what happens to that claim. But clearly, year after year, there have been complaints. There are accidents, especially on highways during monsoon. Bikers lose life, but no, there is no action which has been taken by the civic agencies. The pothole persists. There is only what we can say patchwork done. But even once again, if it rains heavily, that too, turns into a muddy area, which again leads to accidents. So these have been claims over the years, but as of now, it is very dangerous for the bikers, especially in Mumbai, to ride a bike during monsoon. Back to you.
And the irony here is that Mumbai rains almost through the year. And that's a similarity even with coastal Kerala as well, Shibi. Kerala, round the year almost, we're seeing rains there. And despite knowing very well that this is a zone that sees heavy monsoons, the Kerala government, successive governments for that matter, have failed to really act on potholes in their city. And the visual that we saw today of that bride getting onto the streets and doing a photo shoot on pothole-riddled roads came as a huge mockery to the government indeed.
Well, Nabila, yes. In fact, in the last 2 months, we've seen a variety of protests, unique protests taken by the citizens citizens of the state to question the government, like, what are you doing? There are a lot of potholes here and it's very risky, because in the last 2 months, 2 people lost their lives. And in fact, like you mentioned, after Kerala received heavy rainfall in the beginning of August, this issue came to limelight, and right after, once the rainfall came a little down, a person actually lost his life. And then even in fact, last week on Friday, another person, after battling for his life for a month, he also lost his life. And in fact, the government has been continuously saying that the problem is with the contractors as well as the National Highway authorities, because it comes under their control. But the Kerala High Court recently came really heavily on both the government and National Highway authorities, asking them, what are you doing? People, you're playing with the lives of people. You need to take this issue very seriously and look into the matter. And they also directed the National Highway authority to take control, to look into all the roads under their control and take immediate measures. In fact, last month we saw protest by a man, he was taking bath in a porthole in front of his MLA in his constituency, saying that what is this? This is, there's water. We can actually grow fish here and all of that. And after that, a poster also sparked controversy when it said that come to theatres even if there are potholes to watch the film. And the latest is the bride taking out. When we spoke to the bride, she said that it was not planned. It was completely unplanned. But when we saw the condition of the road, we were like, let's do this, because we have to use this technique of name and shame here. And
absolutely. And I thought, Shivi, that they did a fabulous job in bringing focus and highlighting the civic apathy there in Kerala. Possibly that it needed some humor for the authorities to act. And we're really hoping that this has led to the authorities to finally wake up at least. I'm hoping that road, at least that specific road that she was on, is going to be fixed ASAP. Now, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to a small, graphical representation here that I want to give you, our viewers here, on Karnataka and the situation in the city of Bengaluru and how dire the civic apathy there is. Looking at Karnataka and the deaths reported owing to potholes, in just the last year, 2 people have lost their lives owing to potholes. And this is a recurring problem. In 2021, 31 deaths reported owing to potholes. That's one, I can't even imagine what family members are going through. 2020, a year before that, at least 18 deaths were reported. 2019, 49 deaths were reported. And this report comes as per the NCRB. One can only imagine how families and people, tax-paying citizens, are receiving this piece of news. A whopping number of deaths owing to potholes. Healthy people, young students, many of them in Bengaluru, who have lost their lives, and this comes as a story to us almost on a daily basis, which is why it leaves us upset that why isn't the civic body really waking up? Priyanka Rudrappa, at least election time in Karnataka, is there a real sincere attempt by the BBMP now to act on? No white topping anymore. We've got to see a real solution to this.
Nabila, Bengaluru's crumbling infrastructure has come into focus yet again. We saw this amid the incessant rains over the past few weeks, and the menace of potholes has also resurfaced. This is something the citizens of Bangalore have been grappling with over the years. They have raised the issue multiple times with the authorities. Now, even though they have raised this issue multiple times, and this has made headlines several times in the past, the BBMP, which is the city's civic body, has said that it has filled up over 2,000 potholes across the city so far. And it has said that there are only about 221 potholes in the city. Now, this is what the BBMP has informed the Karnataka High Court. Now, the High Court has pulled up the civic body multiple times over the bad infrastructure of roads in the city. It has also given the civic body 10 days time to fill up all the potholes in the city. The BBMP has time and again sought time and said that it will act on this issue. But however, it remains to be seen what the civic body will do. We've seen multiple instances of accidents and deaths in the city due to these potholes. Just yesterday on the Sumnarli flyover, there was an incident was reported where a gaping hole came up on the flyover, right in the middle of a flyover, due to which metal rods could also be seen, and the road underneath could be seen because of that gaping hole right on the middle of a flyover. Now, several areas in Bengaluru have reported these potholes, but the civic body is yet to take stern action against those responsible for this and needs to pull its socks up and act on this. Now, as Shibi said, citizens are coming up with innovative protests where a bride made a...
that in Kerala, but Priyanka, can you tell us what's happening in Bengaluru? Turn around your cameras, show us what exactly is the situation on the streets there behind you.
This is quite a busy road. This is the Richmond town, and we also see that there are a lot of potholes here. There's heavy traffic movement in the area, but there are multiple potholes. There is waterlogging. There's overflowing of water from the drains as well, which has affected the movement of traffic. Now, this is not the only road where potholes are seen.
Yeah.
Several other major roads and arterial roads have reported
and what, Priyanka, we see the situation in Bengaluru, and the death toll owing to potholes in Bengaluru city has really left us upset. In fact, you're standing on Richmond town. That's the area where I stay as well, where I have a home. And I know this, despite it being an area right in the heart of the city, close proximity, barely a kilometer or two to where the BBMP office is. Despite that, we see potholes on a regular basis. You have two-wheelers there skidding off, losing their lives. This should come as a massive shame to the BBMP. We're really hoping, Priyanka, that ahead of elections, that's at least motivating them to act this time. Priyanka, thank you very much for joining us on that. All right, cutting across to some more news coming in from Karnataka. As the election showdown begins in the state, we're seeing this corruption charges there against the BJP put up by the Congress speaking. The Congress now upping the ante over the BJP, accusing them of being a 40% commission sarkar. Posters now have cropped up in Bengaluru with taking a jibe there. Congress has put out posters and those posters show the Congress taking a jibe at Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai. The posters there titled Pay Chief Minister. It says literally Pay Chief Minister along with a QR code that's placed on that poster. So if Bengalurians scan the QR code on their phones, then they are directed to the 40% Commission Sarkara website that was launched by the Congress recently for complaints. So people who want to complain about their the apathy in the state, then they can log on, they can get onto that QR code and and that will direct them to a website which the Congress has created. And people can lodge their complaints, so the Congress will help them fix this. This is the campaign launched by the Congress party under DK Shivkumar in Karnataka. So these posters were quickly taken down, though, by authorities after it went viral on social media. It's caused huge embarrassment for the Basuraj Bommai government. The Congress now has stepped up their attack on the BJP ahead of elections, calling the BJP 40% Sarkara. This is their campaign name. Now, ready to counter this 40% Sarkar jibe by the Congress, the Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai claims that he is prepared to debate the issue in the Assembly.
Karnataka Congress, which had protested in the floor of House against BJP government on the charges of 40% commission, today they have kick-started a campaign against the BJP government and Karnataka Chief Minister. They have put out the posters with a QR code which says Pay CM and 40% accepted here. And this kind of posters have been put out across the city, especially in main junctions. We are at Jaimal Extension, which connects Vidhan Saudha. On the other side of the road, you have all ministers' bungalow, and ministers and officials have to cross this particular road, and they have put out posters. Now the BBMP officials have reached, and now we can see they are tearing up this particular protest posters which has been put out in many parts of the city. And this comes after Congress had moved for an adjournment motion inside the assembly session on today. Remember, this particular QR code will take you to the website of Congress, which has launched of corruption charges against Bommai government. And once you scan this particular QR code, you will be reaching to the website, and they have put out the list of corruption charges against a BJP government in the state of Karnataka. With a video journalist Shivu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿರಬೇಕು. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಿಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ನೈತಿಕವಾದಂಥ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಚರ್ಚೆನೇ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವರು ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅವೇ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಗದಿತ ಸಮಯ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಗದಿತ 69 ಎದರಲ್ಲೋ ತಾವು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮದೇನು ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಅವ್ರು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Known fact that today Karnataka government run by BJP is the most corrupt government in the state, in the country. And it is known fact that 40% commission is being taken for every small or big project the government is taking over. It is a known fact that substantive work is happening, and your roads which are laid as recently as 15-20 days, it washes out in the water.
Today, if you read it properly, the Pay CM campaign, it says that it is time to make the CM pay for their misgovernance. So it leads to all the scams that they have been involved in. Have they denied any of the scams? Isn't all of that under investigation? Are they ready to debate this in the House? They're not even ready to talk about it.
Their internal survey is also saying that they will not come to the power. Because of such things, they are doing such things. It is really bad for a Congress party which ruled the state and the nation for more than 50 years, stooping to such a level, bringing the democratic positions which has been respected by the people to this level.
All right, let me quickly come across to Sagai Raj, joining us live from Bengaluru. Sagai, this is certainly an innovative campaign come up by the Congress party in Karnataka. It seems like they're really stepping up their attack on the BJP, the incumbent government in the state. So tell us about this QR code campaign that they have carried out. It says Pay CM. Who's come up with this idea, and has it really clicked among the people of the state?
I don't know whether it has clicked among the people, but it has clicked among the media, where media has shown the kind of innovative idea the Congress have come up with. So if you try to go ahead and scan this particular QR code, immediately it goes to 40% Karnataka Sarkara. And in there, you can find Basavaraj Bommai's pictures and the website and the kind of corruption charges which has been alleged against Karnataka government. So this is a campaign which is being started by Karnataka government, by Karnataka Congress in the state of government against the BJP. And today, even the opposition party leader Siddaramaiah have moved an adjournment motion against 40% commission and have asked time to discuss about this. Speaker has said that there is no provision to discuss about this in any of the clauses, and that's when Chief Minister interfered and said that we are ready to discuss about this, and if we are not ready, definitely we are trying to run away from this particular topic. So we are not doing that, and he has requested Speaker to go ahead and give time for this, where they can go ahead and discuss on this particular allegation. But the question is how far the Congress will cash in the situation, because they are trying to come up with innovative campaign. They are trying to come up with various kinds of attack and several campaigns which has been floated by Congress party. But how far they can cash in the situation and get votes and convert it into votes ahead of 2023 election is a big question.
You know, but what we hear, as much as you say it may not have worked, whether or not it's clicked with the people, it certainly irked the BJP government, because we saw officials there swinging into action and tearing those posters down. So they have been quite bothered with this whole campaign, and Basavaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister, says, I'm ready to answer questions on this 40% Sarkar allegations in the Assembly. He did address the matter as well. Tell us what he said.
He went on to say that this particular campaign, which is being done by the Congress, is to malign his image as well as Karnataka government. So he has not spoken about it, but there is a press release which has been released by the Chief Minister's office about this Pay CM campaign, which has been started by Congress. And talking about the discussion inside the assembly, yesterday, remember that the entire BJP leader came on the well and protested with the placards of 40% commission with the Chief Minister's photo and several other placards in the well. And later on, even the BJP tried to retaliate, and they also shouted slogans against the Congress and Rahul Gandhi, saying that it is the Congress which was corrupt and it is Rahul Gandhi who is a corrupt leader. So these kind of drama continues in the state of Karnataka, but we need to wait and watch when this particular discussion will happen. Will BJP come up with a counter scam or counter plan to attack the Congress is a big question, because what we get to learn is that BJP is also all set to table the report of Anwar Manipadi, the former Waqf Board chairman, who have alleged that several Congress leaders have been involved in the particular Waqf Board scam.
The Waqf issues, of course, rocked India. In fact, UP as well now wanting to do a Waqf Board survey, a Waqf property survey. We're going to shift our focus on that on the other side of a short break. Sagai, thank you for now. But coming up next, massive political face-off there that's erupted over Yogi government's crackdown on Waqf properties. AIMIM has called the survey as mini NRC, only to harass Muslims. More details up next. Stay with us.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Right, another big decision by the Yogi government now. After madrasas, Waqf properties will also be surveyed. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has directed scrutinization and demarcation of Waqf properties across the state of Uttar Pradesh. This has, of course, led to a political slugfest, with the opposition now calling it the BJP's deliberate attempt to harass Muslims and divide the country. Here's a look.
Another furious UP face-off. After survey of madrasas, the Yogi Adityanath government in Uttar Pradesh is scanning the Waqf board amid allegations of massive land grab and irregularities. A massive political war has erupted over the survey. The opposition calling it a divisive move.
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वक्त की संपत्ति खाली होती है और उसको गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है। लेकिन जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, चाहे वो श्री अखिलेश जी या अन्य कोई नेता हो,
ये सर्वे वो कोई भी कराए, सरकार का अधिकार होता है। और जहाँ तक मैंने कुछ बयान पढ़े हैं, बहुत सारे जो मुस्लिम लीडर्स उन्होंने इसको कहा भी है कि सर्वे होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, पर किसी भी द्वेष की भावना से नहीं होना चाहिए।
और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ सभी विभागों को रेगुलराइज कर रही है। यदि कहीं कोई किसी को दिक्कत है, वो कहे, हम बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष न्याय कराएंगे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
Asaduddin Owaisi's MIM termed the Waqf survey one-sided and branded it mini NRC aimed to harass Muslims.
इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है और हम इसकी मुखालिफत करते हैं। तो ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का। नहीं, सुनिए, ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का और यूपी सरकार ये काम कर रही है।
ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की। सच्चाई ये है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं।
Yogi government has alleged that the board violated Waqf Act and violated property registration norms, striking down a 1989 order transferring barren non-agricultural land used for shrine, qabristan and Eidgah to Waqf board. The Yogi government has vowed to correct what it calls an over 3-decade-old wrong, allowing Waqf to lay claim to vast amount of land, asking officials to submit report within a month. But the move has paved way for another high-voltage political confrontation. With Ashish Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now the Waqf board properties spanning across India has come under huge scandal. UP government, it appears, Yogi Adityanath now has taken the lead to survey Waqf properties in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So, post the madrasa survey, Waqf board properties now being surveyed has led to a huge political flashpoint as expected. I have with me, joining us, Atikur Rahman, who's an Islamic scholar, will give us an understanding on what Waqf board really means, what's the purpose of Waqf board, and how is it really the richest board, a trust in the country today. Charu Pragya also joining us, BJP spokesperson. Atikur Rahman, I'll start with you. Give us the relevance of the Waqf board today. As much as you cry foul, we also know at the same time that there's large-scale irregularities and scandals that have rocked the Waqf board, ranging from states all the way from the south, Karnataka, to the north, Uttar Pradesh.
Well, Nabila, the Waqf board and the entirely endowment under the Waqf Act by community, when
and the property, entirely belongs to the Almighty Allah.
Now, we seem to be having a problem with your audio. Atikur Rahman, if I can ask my producers to please fix that. I'm going to cut across to Charu Pragya for the moment. Charu, a quick word from you. The allegation by Muslim bodies, the Waqf board, even the AIMIM stepping in, saying that this is constant target against one community. You're trying to defame, marginalize and target one community. First the madrasa survey and now the Waqf board survey. Why only this? Why only the Waqf board? There are several other trusts belonging to other religions that also should be probed. Scams have rocked them as well.
So, Nabila, let me just give a little bit of context about what the Waqf board actually is. Starting from the very beginning, India is a secular country, and that means that all religions need to have equal access, equal rights and the law has to be the same for everyone. There cannot be a Waqf board which is above the law of the land. What has in fact happened is that the Muslims who migrated to Pakistan at the time of partition and their properties that were left behind was put together, and it was said this will belong to the board now. That is the history of how the board was formed. But so many years afterwards, and let me also remind everyone that no other Islamic country in the world has a board like this. India not just has a board but also has an act to protect the rights of the board. And when the board will claim any property, they don't have to present any documents, any papers. Rather, the onus lies on the landowner to prove why the property does not belong to him. Today, if we are saying that let's take into account every single property which falls on the account of the board, what is wrong? The revenue department needs to be updated. As far as I am aware, after the 1960s, this updating was not done. The records were not updated. We also know about the very recent case in Tamil Nadu when the Waqf board just suddenly said that they own entire villages. How did they claim their rights?
Yeah, of course, that left us shocked as well. But Charu, you know, less to do with Pakistan, more to do with minority upliftment, which is why other Islamic countries may not have a Waqf board. The reason to why India has a Waqf board, because Muslims in India are considered a minority. Just like other minorities have their own trusts, that's how the Waqf board has been formed. But there are protocols, certainly strict protocols when it comes to selling and owning, or at least claiming ownership of land by the Waqf board, which we believe has been defied time and again, and that needs to come into check. So Yogi Adityanath carrying a survey on Waqf board properties, is this not legitimate? Atikur Rahman, please do come in.
Yeah, Nabila, am I audible, Nabila?
Yes, sir, please go on.
Am I audible, Nabila?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, Nabila, see, this is another shroud and a tool in the hands of the Sangh elements to demoralize the Muslim community. I will tell you why. First of all, under Article 26D, it is the right of the religious minorities and the religious temples and the Waqf boards, the dargahs and the mosques, to run their affairs. Under Article 26D, they can administer their own institutions, religious institutions, under which the Waqf Act is, and the very important aspect of this Waqf Act is, since 1800 to 2017, Nabila, more than two dozen times the Waqf Act has been gone under enactments, and all the enactments are empowering and increasing the empowerment of the government, not the religious trust. And yesterday, Nabila, when the case went to the Supreme Court, Justice Joseph reminded Ashwini Upadhyay that how can you say that the Waqf Act is discriminatory when the Hindu Temple Endowment Act is similar? No temple, no trust, no dargah under the religious affairs is having any government control, and if they are having any government control, it is for the time being if it is maladministered.
All right.
And after
your point taken, Atikur Rahman, your point taken, but would you agree
to return it?
Would you agree that there's been grave violations when it comes to Waqf board protocols itself of selling property, or basically you can't even sell? You have that many layers of protocols that need to be followed, but we know of Waqf board members selling away property which they don't even own. It's basically a trust. They've sold property to private players and taken kickbacks in huge sums. And this is a rampant scam that's happened in Karnataka all the way to Uttar Pradesh. So Waqf board cannot claim wholly here.
Two important points, Nabila. The Waqf chairman is appointed by the state government. The chief executive officers are appointed by the state government. The central and the state government at any point of time acquire the Waqf land. I will also agree that there is rampant corruption. They are neck deep. All Waqf boards are neck deep into corruption. But who appoints the chairman and the chief executive officer? That is the state and the central governments completely having power over the boards. Why to blame the
Charu, Atikur Rahman here very well agrees that Waqf Board is neck deep in corruption. Yes, maybe a survey should be done. They should be checked and verified. If they're carrying out irregularities in the name of minority upliftment, then they should be cracked down and taken to task. But why only the Waqf Board? You have trusts ranging, Atikur Rahman just listed out from several other communities. The Hindus, the Christians have their own trusts. Many of them have indulged in corruptions of similar nature. Selling off land to private properties, taking kickbacks. This is almost a standard modus operandi. Why not have the similar survey done even across those trusts?
So, first of all, Nabila, for any Hindu temple, essentially it belongs to the government. We actually have an act in place, the Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowments Act, which makes it impossible for the temples to actually control their own wealth. Why is it that in a country which is modern and secular like India, a minority which is no longer a minority, mind you, has access to all its money, all its properties, they can buy and sell as they please, under the guise of minority upliftment, actually scams are going on, and the majority religion of Hindus don't even have access to their own temples' wealth, which are created with donations from devotees only. There has been a lot of questioning about the arbitrary way in which suddenly this act can take any temple and bring it under the government's purview. The same is applied to educational institutions. I believe that if India has to progress the way we want it to progress, all religions need to be made equal. That means that whether it is the Waqf Board or it is Hindu temples, either everything belongs to the government or nothing does. You leave it to the devotees to control. We cannot allow a Waqf Board to actually claim villages in the state of Tamil Nadu and call it its own, and the onus lies on the poor villagers to prove that the land belongs to them. Actually, what kind of a reverse law is this? In our country, Waqf Board is actually the largest urban landowner after the Indian Army and Indian Railways. How is that even possible? If you're saying that there is no underhandedness,
land permanently belonging to Allah, villages in Tamil Nadu that the Waqf Board claims is part of the trust. How is that possible? How has Waqf Board property expanded over the years? If you were given a certain amount of land, it was for minority upliftment, but somehow it's managed to expand over the years, and there's property coming out that we never even knew existed, that belonged to the Waqf Board. Go on.
Charu, with due regards, I would only appeal to you not to peddle any lies. Nabila, there is no discrimination as far as the Waqf Boards are concerned and the Hindu endowment temples are concerned. Both enjoy equal powers. Charu, I didn't interrupt it. I am very humbly telling you not to peddle lies, because your lies was exposed yesterday in the Supreme Court, day before yesterday. Justice Joseph pointed out that the Waqf properties, the Waqf Boards are having equal powers as the Hindu.
Nabila, I request you to intervene. You cannot compare the shackles of the Hindu Act to that of the Waqf Board Act. You cannot.
At the end of it, Waqf Board as far
she would argue the point.
Selective survey or selective checks by the UP government could certainly be a criticism that that Yogi Adityanath will have to firefight. But at the end of it, we've got to agree here, and that's the end point, that the Waqf Board is neck deep in corruption. They've got to be investigated. A survey is necessary. It's mandatory almost. So for us to resist that is futile. But thank you very much, Atikur Rahman. Appreciate your time. Charu Pragya for joining us. Now cutting across to some more international news coming in. After Leicester, now communal strife is broken out between Hindus and Muslims that's erupted in Smethwick, United Kingdom. Large groups were seen outside the Hindu temple there chanting Islamist slogans, and now multiple arrests have also been made with that regard. Let's take a look at this report.
The communal strife in UK is spreading. What started as a small tiff over India-Pakistan Asia Cup match is now threatening to overrun the delicate communal fabric of the country. The fire in Leicester spread to Smethwick. In In the latest provocation, a mob of alleged Islamists were caught on camera menacingly marching near a Hindu temple in the Smethwick area, raising Allahu Akbar chants. The 200-strong mob also raised other Islamist slogans. While cops tried to restore order, a bottle was reportedly thrown at the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Many locals saw it as an intimidation tactic.
We're on Nelson Road right now, stand off with the Hindu mobs, as you can see.
The incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups had burnt a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident led to dozens of arrests by UK police.
This is a statement of unity.
Joint appeals were made by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters.
Are the incidents of communal strife irreparably damaging the British cultural fabric? With Lavina Tandon, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break on 6 Prime, it's roaring R revolt against Gujarati film Chalo Shaw becomes, as the Gujarati film now becoming the official entry to the Oscars 2023. We're seeing fans of the film R now demanding that their movie be nominated. In fact, they're upset that they have been sidelined. Stay tuned on the other side.
Загалом, за минулу добу силам оборони вдалося витіснити ворога з понад 20 населених пунктів. Проводяться взяття їх під повний контроль та стабілізаційні заходи.
we tell you a story. And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by Galaxy Z Fold 4. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Fierce showdown over Oscars 2023. Chelo Show, India's entry for the Oscars. Gujarati film Chelo Show beats RRR. RRR fans angry at Oscar snub. Social media storm over RRR rejection.
All right, and that's our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Nabila Jamal. RRR movie fans now very upset with the fact that their film has not been nominated in the 95th Academy Awards, the Oscars. They're quite upset that a Gujarati film instead, Chelo Show, is now India's official representation at the Oscars. I'm going to take you through snippets of that. The headlines first. Pothole menace now in sharp focus across India. 35 crore Bengaluru flyover comes to crumble. Mumbai records over 150 pothole-related deaths this year. UP government crackdown on Waqf land grab after madrasas. Yogi government now to survey Waqf properties, seeks survey report in 1 month's time. AIMIM claims a bigger NRC being prepared. Gehlot breaks silence over Congress presidential polls, says ready for twin posts. That of Congress chief as well as Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Sachin Pilot says he's ready to become Rajasthan CM if the party decides. And mega India Today impact accused investigated by India Today in Bengal cash for job scam named in the ED charge sheet. Comedian Raju Srivastava passes away at 58. The comedy king was admitted to AIIMS, Delhi on 10th of August after he suffered a heart attack while working out at the gym. Over 200 people protest outside Hindu temple in England's Smethwick. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incident comes to light just to the close heels of the clashes that erupted in Leicester after India-Pak cricket match. All right, now after S.S. Rajmouli's period action drama RRR was not picked as India's official entry to the Oscars 2023 and instead a Gujarati film, Chelo Show, and translated to English, it's titled Last Film Show, was chosen instead. Film fans now, especially those RRR fans now, very angry, expressed their anger all out on social media. The film RRR, starring Junior NTR and Ramcharan Teja, their fans now have in fact emerged on social media condemning this Oscar choice. But the Film Federation of India in fact picked the Gujarati film, which speaks of a boy, a 9-year-old boy and his love for cinema, and condemned that choice, saying RRR was a far better movie and that should have been enrolled in the Oscars. Now, we see that fans there are quite upset extensively, slamming the Film Federation of India and the government's choice on this. Let's quickly take a look at this report.
கருந்தோலு கும்பலோட பொட்டி காட்டு கூத்த காட்டு போடு நம்ம தாளம் ஒண்ணு போட்டு நாட்டு கூத்த காட்டு சிலம்பாட்ட சுத்தி காட்டி காத்த ரெண்ட வெட்டி காட்டி ஜல்லி கட்டு காலையாட்டு கூறு கொம்பில்
A film like no other, a viewing experience like no other.
ஏ பாட்டங்கூத்து ஏ பாட்டங்கூத்து ஏ பாட்டங்கூத்து நாட்டு 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 கூத்த காட்டு.
It was a blockbuster not just in India but globally, as audiences were floored yet again by S.S. Rajamouli's grandeur, color and his unbeatable storytelling skills. Rajamouli's RRR was touted as the favorite for India's Oscars entry, but a lesser-known Gujarati film has trumped this crowd favorite to be named as India's official entry for the Oscars. And the move hasn't gone down well with RRR and Tollywood fans who have swarmed to social media with angry posts. Fans questioned why Cello Show, a Gujarati film, was chosen when international film critics has also named RRR as India's best chance of winning an Oscar. Many on social media even suggested that Cello Show was chosen for political reasons, timed to the elections in Gujarat.
There is an apex body called as the Film Federation of India, which comprises of important distributors, producers and exhibitors who look at films that have released in the calendar year. They are then shortlisted and there is consensus on one single title that will be sent to the Academy Awards.
बेटा तराए ते भागी केम जाऊं से
Cello Show is a film that's yet to release in India's theatres but has received rave reviews so far in its previews.
जब काम कर रहे थे बतौर एक्टर तब हमें पता चल रहा था कि भाई हम ये कुछ ऑर्डिनरी हमारी जो कॉमर्शियल फिल्म है उस हिसाब से हम काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, जहाँ डायलॉग्स बहुत कम है, हमारा फील्स है, हमारी जो स्टोरी है, हमारी जो स्क्रीन है वही बोलने वाली है. उस वक्त हमें भी पता था, ऐसा कुछ पता था, पर ये ऑस्कार बहुत 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 खुशी का माहौल है हमारे लिए.
But there's still hope for RRR fans. The film could be nominated in other categories. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so we saw snippets of RRR, and we do know that people across the world have really endorsed and had a great time, a great cinema experience watching the movie RRR. And if I could take you through a quick glimpse into what RRR's box office collection has been. India collection alone for RRR has been 902 crores, a whopping amount that they raked in the last few months of its release itself. Post its release, in fact, even till date, people would go to theatres one more time or repeatedly to get that viewing experience. Worldwide collection of RRR has been a whopping 1,111 crore rupees. This is RRR's success that possibly has shattered box office collections of several Bollywood, Hollywood films in the last few years. And this has really come as a path-breaking cinema. When it comes to box office collections particularly, this has come as a path-breaking movement for this Telugu film, which was dubbed in multiple other languages. Let me cut across to Tushar Joshi, who is our India Today correspondent, giving us an understanding. Our entertainment editor, Tushar, give us an understanding on RRR and its fans very upset over not being nominated in the Oscars as India's official representation. They feel that RRR has earned so much. It's really touched the hearts of many. It's a worldwide success, never seen before success of any other film in India in the past, globally. So RRR should have been ideally the official nomination for Oscars. Instead, Gujarati's Cello Show is now the official entry into the Oscars.
Absolutely, Nabila. And I have been reading a few Western reports. In fact, Hollywood has been tracking this news very, very closely. But what people need to understand is that who are these people who have selected this Indian film? Who are these people who have selected this Gujarati film as India's nomination? So the Film Federation of India is an apex body which comprises of producers, distributors, and a few theatre owners who decides what will be India's nominee. They shortlist this list, and every year they decide that this will be the film that will be officially sent from India. Now, RRR and the Kashmir Files were supposed to be these two frontrunners in the category this year. Also, they have been bona fide box office hits. But what is interesting, Nabila, is that all of Western media, in fact, all the Western publications are saying that since RRR has not made it as India's official entry to the Oscars, the chances of it making to the big nominations, which is Best Film, Best Actor, Best Director, are only getting better. And you have to understand that this is a process where lobbies are involved. It's not easy to send a nomination to the Oscars because you and me think so. There's a lot of lobbying.
What's the process of nomination? A quick word, Tushar, how has Cello Show been nominated? On what basis?
It's a very simple process. Like I said, the Film Federation of India every year draws out certain films which are released in the calendar year from the industry across multiple languages, irrespective of their box office performances. Then there is further demarcation, there is further cutting down of these titles, and they come down to around 10 to 12 titles. In the last few weeks of this month, as the date draws closer to sending the official entry to the Oscars, there's a meeting that is held and there's a voting process through which this film, through which the consensus is taken on one single title.
So was RRR even on that list at all? Would you know?
I have been told by sources that the group of people who are involved in this were very closely watching all the noise and banter on social media. And in fact, somebody told me that the fact that RRR was so vociferously being pushed on social media could have actually worked against its favor.
All right. So you're saying that because the fans of RRR went gung-ho on social media, that may have worked against RRR. Well, that's weird. If that's the reasoning why RRR was cut out from this Oscar nomination or selection or even consideration by the Film Federation, then that's tragic. Thank you very much, Tushar, for joining us. We have some big breaking news coming in. Madhavan, the South superstar who's waded into Bollywood and has had a great successful career, has now commented on this Oscar pick. R. Madhavan, a quick take on Oscars, whether or not India needs its own Oscars. Madhavan says that, well, all this hype around Oscars is well and good, but isn't it time that India gets its own Oscars? He also wishes that Rocketry, his own film, should get nominated.
ప్రతి తూట మీద చచ్చేవాడి పేరు రాసుంటుంది, ప్రతి తుపాకీ మీద పేల్చేవాడి పేరు ఉంటుంది.
You have the Oscar nomination, a Gujarati film now that's been sent to Oscar, Cello Show. How would you look at that? There's also this campaign that, maybe we should push RRR for the Oscars. Anyone wants to?
I want to.
I think they should send Rocketry also.
Yeah, definitely. Number one, Rocketry.
Kashmir Files.
Kashmir Rocketry.
You were hoping for?
Yeah. He's starting a campaign for Kashmir Files. Yeah. I'm starting a campaign for Rocketry. No, all the best. I hope that they go.
All the best to them.
They go and win and make us proud, because it's about time that we, we do as well in the film industry as we are doing outside the, as a country.
The amazing part is, we have a discussion today about there are so many films that can go. That in itself is such an amazing thing.
It's an achievement,
Earlier we used to say कि कौन सा भेजें, आज कौन सा भेजें. It's a very different. It's such an amazing thing. I've got goosebumps. I mean, just thinking about it. That I remember like 15-20 years back, कुछ भेजने को नहीं था.
Today you have that kind of
We have so much content and so many filmmakers and actors and who are making such amazing stuff that you have a fight, kaun si jayegi, ye jayegi, wo jayegi. I mean, that in itself has now become a big deal. That what's going from India. So obviously, whatever represents, India to the Oscars, we all hope they win. I mean, we need that encouragement.
I also hope that we have an Oscar equivalent or better in India now.
Absolutely. I think
I'm not trying to prove something over there.
We need a legend award show. One of them has come up, so it's called
Critics' Choice something awards. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I think Rajiv and Anupama Chopra
We're so enamored by the West. The Oscars has always been this whole, the pedestal that you want to get
not
at.
that guy. No.
You're not?
No, I'll tell you why.
Not vying for the Oscars?
No. I mean, hey, it'll be a good statue to have in the mantle.
Of
That's
course.
different thing. But I don't. The only difference with Oscar is that anybody who gets it in the West, there's a huge difference in their stature, in their income, in their salary, in the way they are perceived in the industry, right? We should have one in India where the moment we get the award, suddenly there's a legitimate reason for your valuation to go up.
All right, that's Madhavan saying that India, about time, should get its own Oscars. Let's hope. We're looking forward to that. But as much as we are anticipating the Oscars and hoping that the Gujarati film Cello Show wins, here's a quick look into what the movie is all about. It's known as the Last Film Show. Cello Show, translated to English, is titled as Last Film Show. And it's now made India's official entry to the Oscars. The 95th Academy Awards will be in the category of Best International Feature Film category. Let's take a quick look at what this movie is about.
It's official, the Gujarati drama Cello Show, which is titled as Last Film Show in English, will be India's entry in Best International Feature Film category at the 95th Academy Awards. Director Nalin took to social media to react to the news. He wrote, and we quote, "Oh my God, what a night this is going to be. Gratitude to Film Federation of India and thank you, FFI jury members. Thank you for believing in Cello Show. Now I can breathe again and believe in cinema that entertains, inspires and enlightens."
बाहर की जो इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस है वो इसको बहुत अप्रिशिएट कर रही है. इसने जहाँ भी काफ़ी सारे फेस्टिवल्स में ये फिल्म गई और सभी जगह पे उसने ऑडियंस चॉइस अवार्ड को जीता हुआ है. सेमेंची अवार्ड से उसमें गोल्डन स्पाइक अवार्ड लिया हुआ है. सो बहुत सारा कॉन्फिडेंस इसलिए है कि चारों ओर से ऑडियंस ने उसे एक्सेप्ट किया है.
Cello Show is a coming-of-age drama which revolves around a 9-year-old boy who resides in a remote village in India and his love affair with cinema.
તમે લોકો રોજ આવું હરું ખાવાનું ખાઓ ઘરે રોજ મને ફિલ્મ જોવા તો દેશો ને ફિલ્મ वो देखेंगे. Hi.
The film shows how the little boy spends the summer watching films from the projection booth. The film will release in theatres on October 14th in India.
समय બધું ખતમ થઈ ગયું. છેલ્લો શો હતો. છેલ્લો શો.
This is the second Gujarati film in the past 10 years after Gyan Korea's The Good Road in 2013 to be selected for the honour.
Adi! Adi!
Cello Show had its world premiere at Tribeca Film Festival and has won multiple awards across various international film festivals, where it also enjoyed commercial success during its theatrical run. The final nominations will be announced on January 24th and the main ceremony will take place on March 12th at the Dolby Theatre in LA. Meanwhile, internet was abuzz that RRR and Kashmir Files could be India's official entry at the Oscars, but the Film Federation of India opted for the Gujarati drama.
बेटा तेरा रे भागी केम जाऊं से
The SS Rajamouli epic, ever since its release, found a wider audience base with international media, filmmakers and fans taking note of the filmmakers' wildly imaginative storytelling. In fact, the filmmaker even attended multiple screenings in US as part of his efforts to boost the chances of RRR at the Oscars. While The Kashmir Files was a domestic box office success, raking in over 252 crores.
पंडितों को किसी ने नहीं भगाया, वो खुद भागे गवर्नर से मिल गए।
जहाँ शिव सरस्वती ऋषि कश्यप हुए वो कश्मीर हमारा था, जहाँ पंचतंत्र लिखा गया वो कश्मीर हमारा था। तू जानता ही क्या है कश्मीर के बारे में?
The Vivek Agnihotri directorial was based on the lives of Kashmiri Pandits and inspired by true events. The film retold Kashmir's dark history. The filmmaker took to social media and congratulated the team of Cello Show on their nomination. So far, no Indian film has ever won an Oscar. Will Cello Show break the jinx? Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, now a quick glimpse into what Cello Show is really all about. It's a Gujarati film that's now been officially nominated as India's entry into the Oscars, the Best International Film category. That's where the movie will be nominated and will be competing with cinema across the globe. Now, a quick word on what the movie is about. It's a coming-of-age drama. It revolves around a 9-year-old boy, a little boy, and his undying love for cinema. His complete immersive experience in cinema. He, in fact, hails from a remote village. And the movie predominantly shows how he spends his entire summer months watching films through a proper projection booth. Now, the boy, of course, and his journey with films and his love for films is really what the movie is all about, which has now been picked as the official representation for India at the Oscars. Now, just a quick glimpse into how many films, or rather what are those films that have really made the cut for the Oscars from India in the past. So, the Film Federation of India in 2017 had nominated the movie Newton for the Oscars. And then in 2018, it was the movie Village Rockstars that was nominated for the Oscars. 2019, it was Gully Boy, a proper commercial Bollywood film that was nominated for the Oscars. And then 2020, it was the movie Jallikattu, which was nominated. 2021, it was the movie Pebbles that went for the Oscars as India's official nomination. And 2022, as we've shown you, Cello Show has now been officially nominated. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. This time at least, let's hope India does make the cut. Now, coming up on the other side of a short break, very tragic news that woke us up right in the morning of comedian Raju Srivastava, who unfortunately passed away at a young age of 58. The comedy king was rushed to hospital on the 10th of August. He had suffered a heart attack while working out at the gym, and 10th of August to date, he has suffered for life and really fought for life for nearly 41 days and finally succumbed.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
they
realizing,
actually want
he's
to call me Buddha, but
I'm not against any of them personally. I'm against the idea that people can be born to rule. That people, because of the family they're born into, should be able to be the head of state of our country. I think that's disgraceful.
This is Liz Truss from 1994, where she's seen saying that the idea of monarchy is disgraceful. Today she is the Prime Minister and had met the Queen for her appointment. Well, she isn't the only one with this sentiment. Not My King banners and anti-monarchy protests have come to light in the United Kingdom. Even on social media, Not My King was trending as Prince Charles acceded to the British throne.
If they're symbolic, then there's no point having them. If they have political power, then they shouldn't be there. So you can't kind of have it both ways. I mean, they get paid enormous amounts of money, millions and millions and millions. It costs hundreds of millions of pounds to run the royal family, and I just don't see why the people of this country should pay for that, particularly at the moment.
What was seen as a sign of worry was police arresting people protesting against the monarchy. A 22-year-old was violently pushed to the ground by some members of the crowd for allegedly heckling Prince Andrew before being dragged away by the police. But can the police arrest anti-monarchy protesters? According to the police, arrests can be made in accordance with the United Kingdom's toughened laws on protests. Under the new law, police officials are able to intervene in cases which they believe are unjustifiably noisy protests that may have a significant impact on others. UK's anti-monarchy sentiment isn't new. It dates back to the 18th century when British radical Thomas Paine called for dismantling the Church of England. Since then, few have shown resistance to the monarchy. Another issue against the monarchy is the royal family's finances. Sovereign grant, which funds the Queen and her household's official expenses, released in June of 2022, shows that the monarchy cost the taxpayer £102 million during 2021 to 22.
We don't know what he does with it. He gets a £24 million a year salary. That's more than 1,000 times the average British wage. And for what? Waving and shaking hands and his hidden power to change laws. Let's not forget that he can change laws behind the scenes before they're passed by the Parliament to his own financial and personal advantage.
Calls for the abolition of the monarchy have also been amplified in countries outside the United Kingdom that are under its Commonwealth rule. In countries like Jamaica, New Zealand and Canada, there has been a growing resistance toward royal authority.
China's debt trap has pushed the island into one of the tragic financial crises. Now the IMF has agreed to restore macroeconomic stability within the country. Sri Lanka reached an agreement with the IMF where it said that it will provide a loan worth $2.9 million to Sri Lanka. The extended funds will help Sri Lanka to restore their sustainability. The 48-month program is yet to be approved by the IMF management. IMF Senior Mission Chief Peter Brewer reinforced the need for urgent short-term support for Sri Lanka to avert a humanitarian crisis in the country. To get IMF's assistance, Sri Lanka must adhere to their conditions. The island country has to implement major tax reforms. This includes making personal income tax more progressive while broadening the tax base for corporate income tax and VAT to meet a primary surplus of 2.3% of GDP by 2024. They have to introduce cost recovery-based pricing for fuel and electricity to minimize fiscal risks arising from the state-owned enterprises. Mitigate the impact of current crisis on the poor by raising social spending and rebuild foreign reserves through restoring a market-determined and flexible exchange rate. Restore price stability through data-driven monetary policy action, fiscal consolidation, phasing out of monetary financing as well. Finally, Sri Lanka must reduce corruption vulnerabilities by improving fiscal transparency and public financial management. India helped Sri Lanka by offering financial packages worth $500 million credit facility, gasoline imports and credit for critical imports from India. India has sent also $2.4 billion through currency swaps, loan deferrals. But it's not helped Sri Lanka enough. Apart from India, Japan might send financial aid. In fact, if approved, IMF support comes at a time when China is taking advantage of the country's condition. Sri Lanka has fallen apart due to its poor governance, corruption and lack of transparency. China has refused to help the country. China has leased Sri Lanka's Hambantota port for 100 years. China's move to set up its ship has also alarmed India's security. The Hambantota port gives Sri Lanka a direct access to link the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. However, Sri Lanka's president has said China does not have permission to use the port for military purposes. Sri Lanka's GDP to debt ratio has been continuously increasing since 2010. The island nation has been facing a down spiral since then. And the pandemic in the last 2 years has worsened their economic conditions. If IMF approval comes through, Sri Lanka will be able to stabilize their economy over the period of 4 years. The IMF package will indeed help raise the government's revenue to support fiscal consolidation. It will raise new prices for fuel, electricity, social spending, and rebuild depleted foreign reserves.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Laughter King Raju Srivastav no more. Fans mourn Comedy King's death. Gajodhar leaves the stage.
Right, Raju Srivastava was one of the most celebrated comedians in India. Let's take a quick moment here to remember the king of comedy and his journey.
अभी खुल के नहीं हंस रही हैं। अच्छा डायरेक्ट ब्यूटी पार्लर से आई हैं। ब्यूटी पार्लर वाली ने बोला होगा हमने अपनी तरफ से डेकोरेट कर दिया है। ज्यादा हंसी तो हमारी गारंटी नहीं। गर्मी गर्मी में पसीना पसीना।
Laughter is the best medicine, they say.
पहली बूंद धीरे धीरे नीचे जाती है। आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपके दोनों हाथ ऐसे हैं। सिर्फ बूंद जहां जहां गुजरती उधर उधर ठंडा लगता है।
And Raju Srivastav gave us huge doses of that.
इतनी सी थी जब पैदा हुई थी, इतनी सी थी तो हम लोग क्या इतने इतने थे?
Making us all laugh at his jokes, Raju Srivastav's own screen character, Gajodhar Bhaiya, is etched in our hearts.
सबसे पहले जो लोग अपनी अपनी गाड़ी से आए हैं उनका नमस्कार, जो लोग दूसरे गाड़ी में घुस के आए हैं उनको विशेष नमस्कार, क्योंकि वो बिल्कुल सम्मान के हकदार हैं, क्योंकि जब तक गाड़ी वाला घर नहीं जाएगा बीच में से जा नहीं सकते। ट्रेन में इतना रश, एक एक आदमी ऐसा ऐसा, इतने रश में अगर आपको खुजली लगे तो ढूंढना पड़ेगा बॉडी किधर है। आपके दोनों हाथ ऐसे हैं, ढूंढना पड़ता है बॉडी किधर। जब आप खुजाते हैं तो बाजू वाला सोते सोते बोलता है अपना अपना खुजाओ।
One of the most favorite comedians of our times collapsed while running on the treadmill in a gym, leaving his fans and colleagues in shock.
देवियों सज्जनों बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। लेट्स प्ले करोड़पति और आपके लिए पहला सवाल ये रहा।
Raju first got attention as an Amitabh Bachchan lookalike.
अबे कौन खुश तो क्या समझते हैं आप? आज मेरे पास बंगला है, गाड़ी है, बैंक बैलेंस है, प्रॉपर्टी है और मां भी है। क्या करूं?
Starting his career with small roles in Bollywood films, Raju made us laugh in Maine Pyar Kiya, Bazigar, and Amdani Athanni Kharcha Rupaiya.
मेरा नाम चिन चिन चू, बाबा चिन चिन चू कर डालूंगा तेरे को। हाउ डू यू डू?
कई बार ऐसा होता है, आप शादी में जाते हैं और खाना प्लेट में लेते हैं और कोना पकड़ के अच्छे से खा रहे होते हैं।
Raju made a mark with the Great Indian Laughter Challenge champions by winning the King of Comedy title.
आप खा ही रहते हो, एंजॉय कर ही रहे होते हैं कि वीडियो वाले को पता चलता है आप घर के कोई इंपॉर्टेंट आदमी हैं। वो सबको छोड़ता हुआ आपको कवर करने के लिए वीडियो कैमरा लेके आपकी प्लेट में घुस जाता है। कई बार पता ही नहीं चलता है कि वीडियो शूटिंग कर रहा है कि डरा रहा है।
Later seen in Big Boss Season 3, comedy का महामुकाबला
जकवा और जिलवा गए ऊपर हिलवा, पनिया भरन के वास्ते, पनिया भरन के वास्ते, जकवा गिर गवा।
तमाम हिंदुस्तान को हंसाने आ गया है राजू श्रीवास्तव।
नच बलिए Season 6,
मैड्रास का नाम चेन्नई क्यों रखा? अरे हुआ सब लोग लुंगी पहनते हैं, चेन नहीं।
and comedy nights with Kapil.
आप अपनी कहानी नहीं।
Raju managed to delight us with his satire every time.
गाय माता के समान है, पता है? अच्छा, अम्मा उठ जाओ। एक गाय उठ गई, अम्मा उठ जाओ, दूसरी गाय उठ गई, तीसरी उठी नहीं रही। पीछे वाला बोला ध्यान से देख, माता जी नहीं पिताजी।
Known for his keen observation of various aspects of life and comical timing, Raju Srivastav is loved across borders.
Now, India's top comedian Raju Srivastava brightened everyone's life with humor and positivity and made generations laugh all the way from the 1980s. Let's take a quick look at all the top iconic comedy acts.
इसमें किसी को संदेह नहीं कि लालू जी देश के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता हैं। चाहे पार्लियामेंट हो, चाहे कोई जलसा हो या कोई पब्लिक गैदरिंग हो, हमेशा लोग उनको सुनना चाहते हैं और उनकी ओर एक आकर्षण है। यही वजह है कि जितने भी हास्य कलाकार हैं, इंक्लूडिंग शेखर सुमन, जॉनी लीवर, मैं या तमाम लोग, इनकी बातें कर कर के सबकी अच्छी इनकम हो रही है। बिल्कुल। लेकिन फिर लालू जी हम ये भी कहेंगे कि आप देश से ज्यादा हमारे काम आते हैं। थैंक यू। कोई कार्टूनिस्ट, कोई कवि या कोई स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लालू जी को टारगेट ज़रूर करता है, क्योंकि इनकी बात आसानी तक से लोगों तक पहुंच जाती है और कैरेक्टर वही उठाते हैं जो बहुत मशहूर हों। एक बार ओबामा जी ने लालू जी से पूछा, ओबामा ने लालू से पूछा, मिस्टर लालू, कैन यू स्विम? तुम्हें स्विमिंग आता है? नहीं, हमें तो नहीं आता है। इट्स वेरी शेम, स्विमिंग तो कुत्ता भी कर लेता है, आपको आता है? यस ऑफ कोर्स। तो आप में कुत्ते में क्या फर्क है? सारे नेताओं में जो मेरी जानकारी है, सबसे ज़्यादा मेहनती लालू जी हैं हर तरह से, और 120 करोड़ हैं हम लोग, तो ये भी तारीफ की बात है। हर एक को ये नसीब नहीं है। एक बार इनसे कहा गया कि देश के सब नेताओं में सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चे आपके हैं, तो लालू जी बोले, इसका जिम्मेदार कांग्रेस है।
इसके पीछे कांग्रेस का हाथ है। फैमिली प्लानिंग की प्लानिंग कांग्रेस लेके आई थी और उस जमाने में हम विपक्ष में थे, तो उनकी हर योजना का विरोध करना हमारा धर्म था।
एयर इंडिया की खासियत है, लोग उसका मजाक उड़ाते थे, प्राइवेट एयरलाइंस में जाते थे, लेकिन प्राइवेट एयरलाइंस तो बंद होने लगी। विजय माल्या भाग गए। किसी ने बताया विजय माल्या भागा हो भले ही, लेकिन कैलेंडर तो उसका इस बार भी छपेगा 2017 में, लेकिन इस बार उसमें मॉडल्स नहीं होंगे, इस बार उसमें होंगे बैंक के चेयरमैन। जनवरी का पेज खोलेंगे, जनवरी का पेज खोलेंगे तो आईसीआईसी के चेयरमैन, फरवरी एचडीएफसी, मार्च आईसीआईसी। वो होगा, जरूर होगा, अब भी होगा। लेकिन एयर इंडिया दुनिया की पहली एयरलाइंस है जिसके अंदर आपको माँ का प्यार मिलता है। जितनी डांट मैंने एयर इंडिया में खाई है, मेरे माँ बाप ने इतना कभी नहीं डांटा। जरा सा लेट हो जाते थे, एयर हॉस्टेस अब आने का टाइम झपड़ चीज के, कहाँ रह गया था पायलट, तुमको ढूंढ रहा है। लेकिन एयर इंडिया जैसा अनाउंसमेंट कर सकती, दूसरी एयरलाइंस को 100 साल लगेगा। ऐसी प्रैक्टिस कराइए, पता नहीं छाती से बोलती हैं, एकदम हंस की आवाज में, एंड विमान, एंड विमान, AI 101 not 85। हाँ, जो लोग मुझे छोड़ने गए तो वो भी घुस गए, बोले नहीं कोई चीज है अंदर, नहीं मुझे देखना है। मैं जब यहाँ मेट्रो में, दिल्ली के मेट्रो में बैठा नहीं, इत्तेफाक नहीं पड़ा, मुंबई में रहता हूँ और मुंबई में मेट्रो भी आई है, एक पट्टी चली है वहाँ पे, तो दुबई में मेट्रो में बैठने को मिल गया। अब मैंने तो यहाँ की ट्रेनों की आवाज़ सुन रखी थी, इंडिया की या लोकल ट्रेन मुंबई, ओंग धपड़ धुपुड़ 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 धपाड़ धपाड़, ओंग धपड़ धुपुड़ धपाड़ धुपुड़ धपड़। मैंने कहा दुबई वाली में एक्सपीरियंस लूँ मेट्रो का। किसी दोस्त के साथ गए, प्लेटफॉर्म पे ऐसे खड़े थे टिकट लेके, हमने कहा देखो अभी इनकी मेट्रो आएगी, तब तक एक आवाज़ आई, हमने आई नहीं, सांसें आ रही हैं। बोले यही मेट्रो आई है, ये उसी की आवाज़ है। हमने ऐसी आवाज़, मेट्रो आ गई। और जब गई तो हमने कहा इतनी शांति की हमें आदत नहीं है, सांसों में आ जा रही है।
Now, from political leaders to celebrities, everyone across the country have expressed their grief over the death of the renowned comedian Raju Srivastava. Let's take a quick look at this report.
Popular comedian Raju Srivastava passed away at the age of 58. The comedian took his last breath at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Raju was admitted to AIIMS on August 10th after he had a heart attack while working out at a gym. He had been put on ventilator ever since. And after over a month-long battle, the comedian succumbed to his ailment. His family confirmed the news of his passing. The entire country is currently mourning the loss of a comedian who made everyone laugh. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh took to social media to express his grief. Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal also extended his condolences. Politician and actress Jaya Prada too mourned the demise of Raju Srivastava. Ajay Devgan took a moment to remember Raju Srivastava. He wrote, and we quote, "In your lifetime, you gifted us laughs and more laughs on and off screen. Your untimely demise makes me very sad. Rest in peace, Raju. Om Shanti. May the Almighty give your family strength in this hour of bereavement. Shekhar Suman also reacted to this devastating news. Rajpal Yadav was also among the many celebrities who called this loss as personal. Tushar Kapoor, Nimrat Kaur, Sanjay Gupta and Manish Sisodia also took to social media to pay their respects. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, now the demise of Raju Srivastava has left the entire nation shocked even till date. India's top comedian fought a long battle. He was in fact rushed to the AIIMS hospital on the 10th of August when he had a heart attack. He had a cardiac arrest where he fell at his gym. While he was working out, he collapsed and they rushed him to the hospital. And then 41 days later, he passed away. Died at a very young age, at 58. But this isn't the first time that a celebrity has lost his or her life due to concerns like this at a much early age. Here's a quick look on the recent list of celebrities who've succumbed at quite a young age.
Young, talented, immensely popular, and a promising career ahead. But their young lives tragically cut short. Celebrities who died way too young, leaving behind an eternal vacuum. The demise of Raju Srivastava has left the entire country in utter shock. The comedian fought a long battle with his ailment before he breathed his last at the age of 58. The reason? He experienced chest pain and collapsed while working out at a gym. However, this isn't the only time when a young celebrity had lost their life under similar circumstances. In fact, this has become a more frequent phenomenon over the past year. Like Raju Srivastava, death of Krishna Kumar Kunnad, popularly known as KK, at the age of 53, also came as a shocker. KK had died moments after a live concert, where he complained of excessive heat and discomfort, causing a cardiac arrest leading to his demise. Puneet Rajkumar is also one of the celebs whose death left a huge void in the film industry. The actor was only 46 years old when he left for his heavenly abode. Puneet had complained of uneasiness to his wife Ashwini, after which he was rushed to hospital. He passed away on his way to the hospital. Puneet was known for being a teetotaler and someone who was extremely health conscious. And to lose him surely was a blow to the film fraternity. Actor Siddharth Shukla too died at the age of 40 in September 2021 after suffering from a massive cardiac arrest. Shukla, who was fit and regularly worked out, had taken some medicines before retiring for the night, only to never wake up again. He was declared brought dead by Mumbai's Cooper Hospital. Known for his performance in Balika Vadhu, Humpty Sharma Ki Dulhania, Shukla had gained popularity after he emerged as the winner of celebrity reality show Big Boss 13. While death never really has a reason, but stress, frequent travel, long working hours have been listed as some key factors that have acted as triggers for rising cases of heart attacks in men above the age of 40. And it's devastating to lose these brilliant stars way too early. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, you could catch that special on indiatoday.in. You can also download our app for more on that. For now, it's a wrap on 6 Prime. Let me quickly cut across right after a short break. This mega India Today impact, accused investigated by India Today in mega cash for job scam, named in the ED chart sheet. On the other side with Preeti Chaudhary. Stay tuned.
modern tone of the monarchy is quite accepting and open, but not as open as one would imagine, because this is the reigning monarch's funeral that you're talking about. And when it comes to Queen Elizabeth II's funeral, adherence and following royal decorum when it comes to dress code becomes key. The entire dress code was black tie. Subdued, somber, and hats, of course, are a very important part. Black hats, while at it, a part of the funeral attire for the women, especially from the royal household. So when it comes to fascinators too, they're all right. Black fascinators can be worn, but they're considered to be far more celebratory at large, and hence you saw the members of the royal family, especially the women, wear black hats. Now look at the shift that has happened after the funeral of King George VI till today. When King George VI's funeral took place, you saw the Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen Mother, Princess Margaret, all covering their faces with veils. And as the years went by, the full veils started getting replaced by partial veils or no veils at all. For instance, in 2002, when you saw the Queen Mother's funeral. But this time, it was the death of the reigning monarch. And hence, part veils made their way into the dresses of the royal family members. For instance, if you saw Kate Middleton or Camilla Parker too, they both wore black hats, partly covering their faces with veils. Meghan, of course, opted to go with a classic black hat, wearing no veil at all. Let's now begin with Kate Middleton's outfit. She decided to wear a black long dress that covered her, of course, to the knees. She wore black hats, her shoes were even black, and you saw the netted veil partly covering her face. Especially the eyes really go on the choker that she was wearing. Her pearl necklace was a statement piece. It was spotted on Lady Diana many years ago as well. It was 4-layered pearl choker piece, and alongside that she decided to wear subtle pearl earrings. The choker worn by Kate was a 4-row Japanese one with a diamond clasp. She was first spotted in it in the year 2017 at the 70th anniversary celebration of Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip. The Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, went for an understated, subdued, yet a very classy look. If you notice, she was wearing a classy black hat with no facial covering at all. Her long dress was also a black one, which covered her knees. She wore sheer stockings with that, again, black pair of footwear too, something very in line with the royal decorum. She wore the same earrings she wore to the procession of the coffin, which were gifted to her by the late Queen. We've already spoken about what Camilla wore, and here you can see how she was in accordance to the royal dress code. Camilla decided to go for a hat which looked partly like a fascinator, a slightly more contemporary one, but it had a veil that covered her face slightly. She also wore a long coat dress that covered her knees with, of course, black sheer leggings. What stood out as far as Camilla is concerned is that brooch. That was a statement piece in her attire that she wore for Queen Elizabeth II's funeral. It was Queen Victoria's Hesse Diamond Jubilee brooch featuring sapphire pendants and number 16 Slavonic characters. So there you go, this is what the royals wore to Queen Elizabeth II's funeral.
in association with SBI Home Loan.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. Pothole menace in sharp focus across India. 35 crore Bangalore flyovers crumble. Mumbai records over 150 pothole-related deaths this year. UP government crackdown on Waqf land grab after Madrasas. Yogi government to survey Waqf properties. Seeks survey report in 1 month. AIMIM claims a bigger NRC is being prepared. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sonia Gandhi's meet ends. This comes after Gehlot breaks silence over Congress presidential polls, stating he is ready for twin posts, that of Congress Chief Minister and President of the Congress. Mega India Today impact. Accused investigated by India Today in Bengal cash for job scam named in ED charge sheet. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan to stay behind bars for 5 more days in Waqf bond case. He was produced before the courts at the end of his 4-day custodial interrogation of the anti-corruption wing. Over 200 protests outside the Hindu temple in England. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incident comes close on the heels of clashes that erupted in Leicestershire after India-Pakistan cricket match. Comedian Raju Srivastav passes away at 58. The comedy king was admitted to AIIMS on the August 10th after suffering a heart attack. Piers, this is huge. This is an India Today impact. Now the Enforcement Directorate, in the investigations that it has carried out in the job scam involving Partha Chatterjee, the former minister in Bengal. The latest coming in that the Enforcement Directorate has taken note of India Today's investigation.
We dug deeper into West Bengal's recruitment scam. We unearthed shell firms linked to the cash-laden scandal. We traced the home of a mystery man, Kalyan Dhar, listed as a director in one of the companies of Arpita Mukherjee. We laid bare that the director, in fact, was her driver.
ये क्या करते थे वैसे?
गाड़ी का ड्राइवर है।
गाड़ी का ड्राइवर है। तो ये क्या काम करता था?
टैक्सी चलाता था।
अच्छा, टैक्सी चलाता था। अच्छा।
मतलब अभी तो सुनता है जो और भी तरह गाड़ियों चालक।
What we showed you early August in West Bengal's school recruitment scam, allegedly involving a sitting minister and his actor friend, is now part of official evidence collected by the ED. The Enforcement Directorate has now taken Kalyan Dhar's statement on record. In its charge sheet, Dhar has admitted that Arpita Mukherjee had hired him as her driver. He admitted that he knew nothing about his role as a director in her companies. And Arpita Mukherjee's companies we tracked more than a month ago are now named in the ED charge sheet over suspicions that they were used for laundering of money. AK Entertainment Private Limited, Symbiosis Merchants and Century Engineering, we probed, now figure in the list of accused entities. And when we reached out to their so-called directors, they corroborated their statement to the Enforcement Directorate that they were just dummies in Mukherjee's companies. This is Mrinmoy Malakar, He told India Today's investigative reporter he was just an employee of a separate company, but was made to sign off as a director in Mukherjee's Ananta Text Fab.
ये जो कंपनी है
उसके बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं।
अनंता टैक्स फैब
उसका कंपनी के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं मेरे को।
लेकिन आप तो इसके डायरेक्टर है, आपके सिग्नेचर, आप मेन फर्स्ट डायरेक्टर है।
सिग्नेचर मेरा है।
हैं?
सिग्नेचर मेरा है। कंपनी में काम करता हूँ तो साइन कराया।
अच्छा, आप उसके कंपनी में काम करते थे?
उसका कंपनी है, हम तो दूसरे कंपनी में काम करते हैं।
कुछ ऐसा चीज है कि आप
Kamal Singh Bhutoria is director of Godavari Commodities Limited, a coal and coke trading company, an actual employer of Mrinmoy Malakar. In his statement to the ED, Bhutoria insisted he just followed the then minister Partha Chatterjee's instructions to have his staff sign off as a director in Mukherjee's company. He corroborated the same to us.
सर, पावर लॉबी में है, कोई कुछ बोलेगा तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना सर। अच्छा, हम लोग को क्या पता था कि स्टोरी इतनी दूर तक जाएगी, हम लोग लेना देना था नहीं। और ये पार्था से कब से टच में आया आप लोग? पार्था से वही इलेक्शन के बाद पहली बार आई। मतलब तभी से है। मंत्री है, मना नहीं कर सकते। मंत्री है, मना नहीं कर सकते। अब बताइए, कोई बोल लेगा तो कैसे करेंगे? थोड़ा हम लोग का भी रहता है कि वो बुलाई रहेंगे साहब तो मदद मिल जाएगा।
An ordinary low-ranking employee, Besurup Das, explained he too was made to sign off as a director in Arpita Mukherjee's companies.
आप इतने बड़े कंपनी के डायरेक्टर थे?
हाँ, मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं था।
मैंने तो आपके तो हर पेज पे आपका सिग्नेचर
हाँ, मेरे को जाना जहाँ सिग्नेचर, अगर मैं सिग्नेचर क्यों करता था? अगर नौकरी खा लेगा, हमारा घर आप देख ही रहे हैं। हाँ। अगर डायरेक्टर हो तो मेरा ऐसा घर नहीं होगा ना।
वो तो मुझे भी दिख रहा है। हाँ।
तो मैं जहाँ बोलता था, क्योंकि मेरा अगर नहीं करता तो नौकरी खा लेता। ज़्यादा सैलरी भी नहीं देता था।
Systematic, in-depth and critical. Investigative journalism that stands out and raises the bar for reporting. A report by special investigative teams Mohammad Hizbullah and Munish Pandey for India Today.
All right, there's a fresh face-off right now brewing in the state of Punjab. It is the governor versus the Aam Aadmi Party. The governor now stepping in, possibly scuttling all moves, cancelling a session which was called by the Aam Aadmi Party. The session was to prove majority, where Bhagwant Mann was to take to the floor and prove his majority, because this was to prove, as per the Aam Aadmi Party government, that they have full strength in the House in the face of what they allege is Operation Lotus. The BJP on the meanwhile, has rubbished all these claims that there is no such Operation Lotus. But what the governor Beers has done is, and that's the biggest takeaway, he's scuttled the grand standing, possibly, which would have happened on the floor of the State Assembly tomorrow by Bhagwant Mann, where he would have proven his majority. I want to cut across right now to Manjeet Sehgal. Manjeet, a huge face-off now on the anvil, where the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab will now clearly protest what the government has done. What exactly, on what account has the government taken back the order and cancelled the session tomorrow?
Well, Preeti, the Aam Aadmi Party-led Bhagwant Mann government had convened a special session on Thursday to prove, to bring a confidence motion. It was opposed by the leader of opposition, the Congress, and the president BJP, who is also the MLA, Ashwini Sharma. They had requested the governor to withdraw the earlier orders issued on 20th of this month, as there were no legal provisions to convene such a session. So, governor, while acting on the representation given by the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party MLA, has now withdrawn the special session permission given on 20th of this month. So, huge face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and the Congress.
We'll only know what happens tomorrow. In midst of all of this, viewers, the Bharatiya Janata Party had also written to the governor saying, why are you actually allowing this session? The Aam Aadmi Party would want to make political capital at the back of it, but now another front opened where it comes down of the Aam Aadmi Party facing off with a constitutional post. In Delhi, it continues to be the Lieutenant Governor, and now it seems the latest face-off a fight opening up in Punjab where the Aam Aadmi Party versus the Governor. What will the Aam Aadmi Party do now? We'll only know tomorrow. With that, I want to quickly viewership focus to the other big developing story that we are tracking, and that comes down to the big question: who will be the Congress president? Well, at one end, will it be Ashok Gehlot? And if it is Ashok Gehlot, does it open the channels for Sachin Pilot to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan? It doesn't quite seem so, because Ashok Gehlot seems to have made a point to his MLAs that even if he is elected as the Congress president, he will continue to maintain the seat of the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, which, as per the Sachin Pilot camp, is contradictory to what was decided in the Chintan Shivir of the Congress, where one man, one post was something which was signed in on. Well, the latest right now is that another runner for the party chief post on the sidelines is also Shashi Tharoor MP from Kerala, but the move hasn't quite gone down well with the Kerala unit of the party, which is clear that it would support only Rahul for the post. The BJP mocked the polls of the grand old party, taking a jibe at Rahul Gandhi. The party IT chief cell, Amit Malviya, called Rahul arrogant and said he will not settle anything less than the Prime Minister. The process of filing nomination will start now in just the next 2 days from September 24th and will continue till the 30th. The members will cast their votes on October 17th and the results will be announced on the 19th of October.
मैं कोई मना नहीं कर पाऊंगा, जहाँ मुझे कहेंगे अगर मुझे फॉर्म भरना है मैं फॉर्म भरूंगा। तो जहाँ मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी गई है, आज मैं मुख्यमंत्री हूँ, वो जिम्मेदारी मैं निभा रहा हूँ, निभाता रहूँगा मैं। मतलब मेरे ऊपर है कि भाई मुझे कांग्रेस की सेवा करनी है। जहाँ मेरा उपयोग है, राजस्थान में है या दिल्ली में है, जहाँ भी होगा मैं तैयार रहूँगा। अब मेरे लिए पद बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है। अब तो मेरे लिए यह है कि अगर मेरा बस चले तो मैं कोई पद लूँ ही नहीं। मैं राहुल गांधी के साथ में यात्रा में शामिल हूँ।
मेरे ख्याल 8 या 10 राज्यों ने ये सर्वसम्मति से एक भावना प्रकट करी है कि राहुल गांधी चुनाव लड़ें। ये निर्णय उनका रहेगा अंत में कि वे चुनाव लड़ते हैं कि नहीं लड़ते हैं। जो भी हो, लेकिन एक लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया से निकलकर जो नेता बनता है या उसका चुनाव होता है, उसके अंदर एक मॉरल अथॉरिटी आती है। और सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी हमेशा चुनाव जीतकर ही अध्यक्ष बने हैं, तो चुनाव दोबारा हो रहे हैं। ये निर्णय राहुल जी का होगा कि वो लड़े ना लड़े, लेकिन कांग्रेस जन ये अपनी मंशा जाहिर कर चुके हैं कि उनको अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए। लेकिन उन्होंने एक स्टैंड लिया हुआ है। अंत में उनका निर्णय क्या होगा मैं नहीं कह सकता हूँ, लेकिन जो भी चुनाव होगा वो कांग्रेस को मजबूत करेगा और देश में एक उदाहरण पैदा कर रहे हैं।
Moving on to the state of Uttar Pradesh, there's been another big decision by the Yogi government which has caused quite a stir after surveys announced on madarsas. The Uttar Pradesh government is now going to look into Waqf properties.
Another furious UP face-off. After survey of madrasas, the Yogi Adityanath government in Uttar Pradesh is scanning the Waqf board amid allegations of massive land grab and irregularities. A massive political war has erupted over the survey. The opposition calling it a divisive move.
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वक्त की संपत्ति खाली होती है और उसको गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है। लेकिन जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, चाहे वो श्री अखिलेश जी या अन्य कोई नेता हो,
ये सर्वे वो कोई भी कराए, सरकार का अधिकार होता है। और जहाँ तक मैंने कुछ बयान पढ़े हैं, बहुत सारे जो मुस्लिम लीडर्स उन्होंने इसको कहा भी है कि सर्वे होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, पर किसी भी द्वेष की भावना से नहीं होना चाहिए।
और सरकार पूरी तरह से
प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ सभी विभागों को रेगुलराइज कर रही है। यदि कहीं कोई किसी को दिक्कत है वो कहे, हम बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष न्याय कराएंगे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
Asaduddin Owaisi's MIM termed the Waqf survey one-sided and branded it mini NRC aimed to harass Muslims.
इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है और हम इसकी मुखालिफत करते हैं। तो ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का। नहीं, सुनिए, ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का और यूपी सरकार ये काम कर रही है।
ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की। सच्चाई ये है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं।
Yogi government has alleged that the board violated Waqf Act and violated property registration norms, striking down a 1989 order transferring barren non-agricultural land used for shrine, Qabristan and Eidgah to Waqf board. The Yogi government has vowed to correct what it calls an over 3-decade-old wrong, allowing Waqf to lay claim to vast amount of land, asking officials to submit report within a month. But the move has paved way for another high-voltage political confrontation. With Ashish Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Because there's a peculiar fallout of the flip-flop where the Delhi's liquor policy is concerned. There seems to be a problem of supply of liquor in high-end restaurants and even liquor stores. It seems that certain brands have completely run out. The national capital is now grappling with a shortage of liquor and some of the major brands are missing from shop shelves. It isn't just whiskey, vodka, tequila that is off the shelves. Wine or even beer in Delhi is not available, from a complete glut during the new liquor policy which was rolled back now to a complete short supply. The liquor shortage has affected consumers who are finding it difficult to buy their brands. Apart from dissatisfied customers, the alcohol shortage is leading to huge losses for restaurants and pubs. There has also been a 40% decline in footfall for restaurants as many liquor brands have completely vanished from the shelves. Recently, private liquor shops were replaced by Delhi government vends from September 1st as the city reverted to its old liquor policy. But with this going back to the old liquor policy, what really has happened is that the change has taken over and is now resulting in many of the high-end restaurants, bars, or even liquor stores completely running out of major brands.
इम्पोर्टेड ब्रांड्स हैं बिल्कुल अभी तक अवेलेबल नहीं है। पिछली पॉलिसी में भी हमारे को कुछ प्रॉब्लम थी उसमें, इस पॉलिसी में तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं है। अब कईयों ने अप्रूव ही नहीं किए हैं अपने ब्रांड्स अभी तक। और वाइन की भी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है हमारे को, जो अच्छे ब्रांड्स हैं वाइन के वो भी अवेलेबल नहीं है। हमारी इंडियन बियर्स भी लिमिटेड हैं, किंगफिशर अवेलेबल है बट अल्ट्रा अवेलेबल नहीं है, कुछ हाइनेकन अवेलेबल नहीं है, कोरोना अवेलेबल नहीं है। ये सब ऑल मेड इन इंडिया ब्रांड्स हैं, ये भी अवेलेबल नहीं है।
In the whole industry we say there is a shortage, so that's like customer we also like if we want to make something special for them and most of the brands are like not available in the market, so we can't like we are facing the issues for that.
When you were going out and we sat down to have a drink, they did not have beer available, they did not have I don't think they have tequila available. So instead of asking what do you have, we ask, okay, you tell us what you have and then you serve.
Are you one of those people who likes to go out to have that special drink? Do you want to celebrate maybe using a certain bottle of champagne, or on days when you're not feeling that good? Most of us do tend to go out looking for a specific brands. But chances are if you step into Delhi's restaurants, you will not find that particular drink or the brand which you like. Let's do a small demo. I've come to a restaurant, I have the menu in front of me. Let's check what all they have, what all they don't have. आपके पास ये है?
No ma'am, right now is not available because we don't have the gin.
You don't have the gin.
Yeah.
Okay. ये available है?
This is also not available. We don't have the whiskey to make this cocktail actually right now.
You don't have the whiskey. तो तो मतलब ये जो पूरा मेन्यू है इसमें से 50% चीजें तो है नहीं.
Yeah, exactly. Around 50 to 60% cocktails right now is not available. So we are working with only 40%.
You're working with only 40%.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So working with only 40%, the menu is in front of me. Unfortunately, I have very limited options to choose from, which means that one will have to make do with whatever they have. It looks like this is what it will be for Delhi Heights, at least for the next 2 months. The restaurant owners, the managers are now hoping for the government to take a call and to make sure that the supply of alcohol, especially premium brands which are used to make certain drinks, they should be available. Otherwise, you and I will have to make do with whatever we have. This is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today with camera person Premchand Mishra.
Well, not quite dry, but dryish. Well, that has been the effect of the flip-flops in the liquor policy in the national capital. Well, where tipplers are concerned, I'm sure hopeful that this little crisis of alcohol supply, one tides over soon in the national capital. Well, with that, I want to shift focus, viewers, to all the anti-hijab protests that are taking place in Iran, reverberating across the world in support.
Women in different countries unite to voice their protest against hijab and violent moral policing in Iran. They stand by Iranian women who have been out on the street and on social media protesting against the hijab rule. They got into a brawl with security officials, some even threw tear gas. 3 have been killed in these protests so far. It all started after 22-year-old Masha Amin's death in custody. In the second week of September, Masha was detained by the so-called morality police after officers apparently found fault with her hijab. While in detention, she slipped into a coma and died. Police claimed she suffered a heart attack. But her family countered the claim by saying that she had no history of heart diseases. Iran's president has ordered a probe. The United Nations on Tuesday, too, demanded an investigation.
Ms. Amini, a 22-year-old Iranian woman from the Kurdish minority, was with her brother in Tehran when she was arrested on the 13th of September for what was perceived to be improper hijab. She fell into a coma shortly after collapsing at Bozara Detention Center. Ms. Amini, who also goes by the Kurdish name Gina, died 3 days later. There are reports that Ms. Amini was beaten on the head with a baton, and her head was banged against the vehicle by so-called morality police. Authorities have stated that she died of natural causes.
Women in Iran have had to cover themselves with hijab or headscarf since after the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Members of the morality police enforce the strict dress code. This is implemented even for foreign visitors. Brave Iranian women are taking to the streets, chanting death to the dictator. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. You stay with me on the other side. It's a fact check segment.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Artificial intelligence or AI is the science of programming machines or computers to reproduce human processes like learning and decision making. Recent technological advances, for example, intelligent algorithms which decide autonomously what actions to take to achieve their objective, have seen AI take great strides forward, creeping steadily into our daily lives. Smartphones are getting smarter, cyber assistants can find information in the blink of an eye, and autonomous vehicles could soon increase road safety, potentially eliminating the risk of human error. AI offers the promise of a highly efficient world in which robots take care of our sick, stock our fridges, plan our holidays, and do hazardous jobs humans should not or will not do. Game playing is a crucial measure of AI progress, proving that a machine can execute certain intellectual tasks better than humans. Computer mastery of chess and more recently Go, the ultimate board game, have been hailed as moments in humanity's quest to create smart machines. In medicine, software can already diagnose illnesses including some cancers as efficiently as a real doctor. But the issue of how to adapt workforces to cope with this fourth industrial revolution has economists and policymakers scratching their heads. Millions of jobs could be threatened as robots become capable of nearly everything humans do. There are concerns that if left unchecked, the development of superintelligence could pose a threat to humanity, with computers outsmarting and outmanipulating humans.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our Fact Check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that this is a video of child abuse in Indian madrasas. Incorrect, factually fake news. This video is from 2018 and has nothing to do with India. This is a madrasa in Pakistan. With that, viewers, time for me to go into a quick break. You do stay tuned. On the other side is To The Point.
La sobriété et la solidarité européenne nous permettront d'éviter des coupures et des rationnements dans les cas de figure les plus pessimistes, comme un hiver particulièrement froid cumulé à des difficultés d'approvisionnement. Ces scénarios nous incitent à poursuivre notre stratégie, une sobriété choisie plutôt que des coupures subies, une solidarité européenne pour mieux résister à l'hiver.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Multiple cities across the country, citizens collateral to civic apathy. The pothole menace continues to plague mega cities, be it Bengaluru to Chennai, Mumbai, to cities in Kerala where bumpy roads have become a recurring nuisance which continue to claim lives.
Potholes that kill and maim. From Tamil Nadu to Karnataka to Jharkhand, civic apathy is a common curse suffered by cities across India. In the latest incident of negligence, a motorcyclist in Chennai fell into a deep pit dug for stormwater drainage. 33-year-old Vasudevan was reversing his bike but couldn't gauge the unevenly dug pit. The software engineer, a resident of Adambakkam, would consider himself lucky to escape with minor bruises. In Mumbai, the country's financial capital, potholes are not just a nuisance for commuters. This year, 154 people have died in road accidents, some of which were caused by potholes.
Most of these potholes have resulted in instantaneous deaths where the two-wheelers have not been able to tell in terms of how deep these potholes are that are most of the times filled with water. Once they go over this, their vehicles overturn and a heavy vehicle coming behind them crushes them or goes over them almost instantly, killing them like I mentioned earlier.
The BMC, the richest civic body of India, recently slapped a fine of 3,66,000 rupees on the Lal Bagh Cha Raja committee for creating 183 potholes during Ganeshotsav. Bengaluru, recently hit by heavy rain waterlogging, is also plagued by apathy. Angry citizens are blaming BBMP officials for the mess.
बहुत दिन से देख रहे हैं, बहुत एक्सीडेंट भी हुआ था इधर, काउंट भी नहीं रिस्पॉन्स देता है, मेरा सीएम भी अच्छा नहीं है, क्या भी नहीं कर रहा है, सभी ऐसा भी हो रहा है, क्या है पूरा सभी लोग आते हैं गिर जाते हैं इधर, पूरा डेंट है.
13 people died in Bengaluru over the last 5 years due to potholes. Fed up by the neglect, citizens are taking up creative methods to register their protests. In Jharkhand, Congress MLA Deepika Pandey Singh sat down on a muddy road and bathed in its water, demanding the repair of National Highway 133.
और इस रोड का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी अखबारों के माध्यम से हम लोगों को ये जानकारी हुई कि किसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को दिया है. इसका काम जल्द क्यों नहीं शुरू हो रहा? मैं इस गंगा जल में से आज सुबह स्नान किए हैं और जब तक यहाँ पर काम शुरू नहीं होता हम यहाँ से नहीं उठ करके जाने वाले.
In Kerala, a bride has taken the internet by storm after a video of her photo shoot at a pothole-filled road went viral. The woman was clad in a beautiful red sari and walked across the road with several potholes. Be it Jharkhand or Chennai, pothole menace is proving deadly for citizens. With Priyanka Rudrappa and Dave Kotak, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, now let's focus on the tech city Bengaluru. Who's really responsible for the pothole mess in Bengaluru? Because it's always been BJP up against the Congress blaming each other. Well, in the midst of it, where you just talk about the Sumanahalli flyover that you saw in the report that we just played. Well, this was completed by the Bangalore Development Authority in 2010 when the Congress was in power and was handed over to the city's Civic Authority BBMP in 2015. Now in 2019 too, a patch of the flyover had caved in. Siddaramaiah, in fact, was the Chief Minister and Siddiya was one of the BDA commissioners when the flyover was being constructed. When India Today contacted him on the telephone line, he claimed that he did not remember the details of the contractors who made that flyover that you see on your television screen. Mr. Sidhya contested that, in fact, what is interesting to note while we are going to play that phone call with Mr. Sidhya, that after he left office, he contested the 2018 Assembly elections on a Congress ticket from Hassan.
So the Sumnali flyover, which now it is slowly collapsing, and you have seen that reports on media.
Yeah.
And you were the BBMP commissioner at that point of time, sir. So what really went wrong, sir? Why there is this kind of...
I am not a technical person.
Okay.
And, it was already, the work was going on already.
Okay.
And it's a question which the technical people should field.
Okay. And who were the contractors at that point of time, sir?
I have no idea. It's almost 12 years since I left BDA. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. The technical people should have looked into it, yes.
Okay. Sir, how many years of warranty was given by them, sir? Like anything of that sort?
I don't know. You have to check with the engineering chief of the BDA 10.
Okay.
All right, so this was one of the commissioners, the municipal commissioners, the BBMA commissioners, who viewers fought an election from a Congress ticket after the crumbling of, after he, in fact, commissioned the flyover right now, which is in complete disarray in terms of a number of potholes all around it, crumbling. Meanwhile, let's now take you to what is taking place in the city of Bengaluru. Crumbling infrastructure, roads ridden with potholes, and citizens being held ransom to civic apathy. The tech city of Bengaluru reeling in the aftermath of devastating floods, clubbed with the Bommai government facing corruption charges of taking an alleged cut over awarding civic contracts. Posters of the Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai have now been plastered across the city with the caption Pay CM. Posters reading Pay CM with Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai's face on it surfaced in multiple parts of Bengaluru. Congress, with its aggressive campaign to attack the BJP, shared these videos on social media as well. The posters, very cleverly, have now been made on the lines of digital wallet, Paytm. If you get it, Paytm, where Bommai face figures in the middle of a QR code with the message 40% accepted here. Now, the QR code will take people to the 40% Commission government website, which has been launched by none other but the Congress to file complaints against the CM. Well, soon after the matter came to the notice of the authorities, these posters that you see on your television screen were removed.
ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಗದಿತ ಸಮಯ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಗದಿತ 69ಅಲ್ಲೋ ಎದರಲ್ಲೋ ತಾವು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮದೇನು ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸಿದ್ಧರಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Known fact that today Karnataka government run by BJP is the most corrupt government in the state, in the country. And it is known fact that 40% commission is being taken for every small or big project the government is taking over. It is a known fact that substantive work is happening, and your roads which are laid as recently as 15-20 days, it washes out in the water.
By the looks of this videos, it does look like every political party is in bed together when it comes down to corruption. Why do I say that? Well, you just heard on the phone line a former BDA commissioner who was in charge at that point of time to commission a flyover, which today is completely on the verge of collapse. And what is interesting, he leaves that post of the BDA commissioner and then fights from the Congress an election, which of course he goes on to lose, but that's a separate thing. On the other hand, these posters which have come up after charges that have been made of the current incumbent BJP government taking a cut on issuing civic public contracts. I want to take this debate further. Joining me this evening, Giridhar Upadhyay, spokesperson Karnataka, Bharatiya Janata Party, Aishwarya Mahadev, spokesperson Karnataka Congress, Tara Krishnaswamy, citizen activist and author. Aishwarya, I'd like to begin with you because, understandably, the Congress has constantly said that this is now the purview of the BJP government. They've been in power and they had to fix what was wrong till now. But if you actually go back, we just spoke to the former BDA commissioner, who at that point of time commissioned the flyovers that we're talking about today, completely crumbling, and he gives up the post and fights an election from the Congress ticket.
Good evening, Preeti. I think first and foremost, the Congress has never shied away from the fact that if you want to have an investigation, if you want to have a probe into who is accountable, whether it is the officers, whether it's the engineers, whether it's the AWE and whoever else, the Congress will not shy away from it. And if you want to apportion blame across the board, whether it is my party or other political parties, we've already agreed. In this topic of Mr. Siddhaya when he was BDA chairman, which was several years ago, and though lack of maintenance of this flyover was also a huge issue, Mr. Siddhaya says, please ask these relevant engineers, or if the BJP actually had a place of putting the money where its mouth is, if they have an investigation, if they apportion blame.
Aishwarya, may I request you to fix your audio line? We're going to come right back to you. Would you fix your audio line? We're having huge issues with hearing you properly. I'll cut across to Mr. Upadhyay, then we'll get your audio line fixed in the meanwhile, and I'll come right back to you. Mr. Upadhyay, it's all well and good and, blame the Congress for what it did years ago. The BDA now is under you, sir, and it's been under you for many years now. And the situation of Bangalore is not any much better than it was earlier. Many would suggest it's worse.
Good evening, viewers. Yes, I do agree, Preeti, that there are issues in Bangalore. But the issue is not mainly because BJP is in rule, or that is not the only point. From the last 2 months, the unprecedented rain which had occurred in Bangalore has given rise to many issues, and a lot of development work is going on in the peripheral area of Bangalore. If you take, for example, the outer ring road, the metro work is going on, a full-fledged metro work is going on, and because of that, there has been digging of road. And this is going to happen for some time, because you know that a project of such a big estimate will take some time. I do agree it is causing inconvenience, but at the same time, if you talk about the central business district of Bangalore, since the last 3 years, around 32 roads have been redeveloped by under the Smart City project. And out of that, 31 road work has been completed. Only one road, Avenue Road, is left out. It is not that the entire Bangalore, the roads are bad. I do agree on the peripheral part. Bangalore was it had a smaller limit when it was just a municipal corporation. A large chunk of the rural area and the villages came into, and it became Brahat Bangalore Mahanagar Palika. And during that period, because of this large inclusion of the rural areas, the exponential growth of Bangalore has happened in such a way that development work is not going in par with that. But the BJP government, since the last year, since it is in governance, we have been trying all our best to get better roads. And today, the Chief Minister, not even today, 2 days back also, in the floor of the House, he told that all, including the BJP, during the BJP's tenure, whatever work was done or whatever encroachment was done, an investigation will be held. So just by shouting tutu meme, nothing is going to happen.
Okay.
I think there should be a proper investigation, and the engineers and whoever is responsible has to be taken to task.
Well, there are a lot of contractors who've come, on our channel, sir, who've come on air and said very clearly that there is a cut which is involved. When there is corruption well entrenched, and it's not just your government, they said it was there in the previous government, just the cut has risen in your government. That's what they said to us on camera. But I'll come right back to you, and okay, give me a minute. I just want to bring in Tara Krishnaswamy into this conversation as well. She's a citizen activist. Tara, you fought many battles when it comes down to civic apathy in your city. But having said that, do you now actually believe your chief minister, who says that a proper investigation will be carried out on what has exactly gone down, who is corrupt, who is responsible for putting the citizens through the kind of misery that it has?
Preeti, Bangalore has had 13 deaths due to potholes, and 20,000 crores plus has been spent in the past few years, of which 2 years, as you know, during COVID, there is no traffic. It is not like there is even wear and tear on the roads. After 20,000 crores and 4 years, few months into the upcoming Karnataka elections, which have to complete by April, May of next year, if you haven't even audited the status and you don't have a report for what is wrong, when we talk of people, how do we believe that anything is going to change? 23 crores were spent on the roads when the Prime Minister Modi came just to fix the potholes. So urgently, overnight, you throw a large amount of money to fix things which then spoil equally fast, right? On the other hand, you spend 20,000 crores on Bangalore roads, including smart city, and we still have problems with those roads, right? Look at the smart city laid roads and the pavements. You will see how there are holes in those pavements. You will see how they are simply not safe for people to walk. And that is one set of problems. The other set of problems is the parastatals. We have structural issues. It's not just a question of when BJP is in power, they're too busy doing something else and they haven't fixed our civic issues. That is why we elected them. What is the point of them sitting today and saying that, certain things were done during the Congress regime? If they're not going to fix it, why bother to elect them at all? Now, structurally, we have parastatal issues. BDA that you just heard, you just spoke to Mr. Siddhaya, is a parastatal. These parastatals are outside of state accountability and purview as far as citizens are concerned. There is nobody elected that is holding them. And this is what happens. They can dig things up, not close them. That could be the water board in Bangalore, BWSSB, it could be the BESCOM, it could be Smart City themselves. When Smart City took a 500 meter road, 500 meters, very, very short road, and they laid it for more than 1 year. Where will we go and complain? It was dug up for more than 1 year. Where will we go and complain? To Delhi, because Smart City is not a local organization. So we have parastatals that are handling simple things, right? Like road laying of side roads. These are not highways we are talking about. Some roads are owned by corporation, BBMP. Some roads are owned by national highways, state highways, Karnataka Road Development Corporation Limited, PWD. Where do we go? Run pillar to post. And these are parastatals, your BESCOM, BWS, they're all allowed to dig up Smart City. There is nobody to ask them who is going to close the road because there is no single authority responsible for roads. As a citizen, if you fall down from your bike because of a pothole and you rush to your corporation, they will tell you, sorry, this is not small roads, big roads. You go there, they will say PWP. They will send you to KRDCL. They will say NHAI. They will say Smart City. There is nobody who owns roads or is accountable to the citizen of Bengaluru. We have structural issues. Right. So this business of corruption, will go away if I come, if you come, or, any other party saying we are the most non-corrupt party, that is not going to fix the problem.
In this one, right. Tara, just stay with me. If we have Aishwarya back with us. All right, we're going to try and get her back in just about a minute. But Mr. Upadhyay, in all of this, what is deeply embarrassing is you might blame the Congress for this. But the fact is, posters of Pay CM at the back of charges of corruption in civic public projects is deeply embarrassing, sir, for a government which is going into election in the next 1 year.
No, it is not embarrassing when it comes from a party like Congress, and the Congress has a president who was in TR jail, and he's been under investigation from the last 2 days by ED and tax evasion. The Supreme Court has told that further investigation can be done. Siddaramaiah was involved in a teacher recruitment scam. So if a party of which is corrupt to the core is making such allegation, I don't think people will agree on that part. I do agree on one aspect that there has been a little bit of issues with the roads from the last 1 year or 2 years because of the massive development work which is going on in certain areas of Bangalore. And Bangalore Smart City Project Limited CEO, Mr. Cholan, has told that by July 2023, these project work will be completed. And if you're asking me, will this road will be of good quality, 3-year defect liability will be there on the contractors who have laid the road. So that is one thing which has been looked into, and around 200 crore rupees has been earmarked for maintenance of all these roads.
But
so
You know, Mr. Upadhyay, it's all well and good. We're waiting for Aishwarya to come in. It's all well and good to say if posters of PCM have come up because the Congress is running an aggressive campaign against you. It's not just limited to that. Like I said, sir, we carried out an independent, and hear me out, we carried out an independent investigation where we spoke to many contractors who came on air and admitted that if at the Congress it was 10%, during the BJP it goes up to a 40% cut.
All said and done, Chief Minister and almost all our senior leaders have been telling 100 times that if you have evidence, please show the evidence. That is something which has been told again and again. And taking the evidence and going to opposition leader and giving it to him doesn't make the issue move forward. You please show the evidence to the concerned authority so that investigation can be done. This 40% commission is only is something which is being told, but there is no concrete evidence to prove that. Please prove that. That is something which has to be told to the contractor by CM. CM himself has told, if you have the evidence, please come and give the evidence. We'll move forward and we'll investigate on this.
Tara, do you reckon that it's the citizen as usual caught in this political quagmire when you're talking about graft, when you're talking about abject corruption, which clearly is resulting in civic apathy of unprecedented levels?
It's hugely disappointing to hear. It's hugely disappointing to hear the party that is ruling the state not take responsibility and launch ad hominem attacks when they are pointed to actual evidence. These are roads breaking. Forget the opposition. Who cares? Citizens are falling down from bikes, and there have been deaths due to potholes. And to say, okay, XYZ is corrupt, ABC is corrupt in whichever party, that is, who the hell cares? What we care about is, are you fixing our civic infrastructure? We elected you for that. Your term is almost over. Why are you talking about personal attacks? Why haven't you launched an audit? Why haven't you, already fixed it? Why
have to speak about DK Shivkumar because Preeti asked me about the PCM poster.
Sir, if we have to go, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me. But if we have to go back and forth like that, the reason the Nalvat Sarkara or 40% commission is there today is because during the last 2018 elections, the Prime Minister himself campaigned in Karnataka calling Congress.
All right, I have Aishwarya there. I only have a minute left. We've just got her back and fixed her audio. Aishwarya, I want you to come in, and you're today being charged because your government is what the BJP says is responsible for the state of affairs where civic sense or in the kind of civic apathy we see in Bengaluru. You are responsible for it, and on top of it you're running a campaign of maligning the government by plastering the city with posters of PCM.
Preeti, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So perfect. I heard Mr. Girish Upadhyay and the large statements he made about what my party leadership is and whatnot. And honestly, you really have no standing when your chief minister went to jail and you had 3 CMs, then he got displaced now. And there's a lot that we can talk about. Preeti, he talks about, I don't care when the accusations come from the Congress, fine, ignore what the Congress has to say. But the Contractors Association, the private teachers organizations, medical dispensary suppliers, you see people who provide gunny sacks, you see people who provide food to goshalas. All of them are also complaining about the fact that this government is taking a commission. You can try and abdicate responsibility, but Preeti, you have to realize what have they done in these 3 years when they say we're a party with a difference and na khaunga, na khane dunga. This is ridiculous. They are mired in corruption from top to bottom and they would like to take down the Congress irrespective of what it is. If you have that much of political will and that much conviction that you're not corrupt, ask for a probe, ensure an impartial probe, and you'll see where the head roll and skeleton.
Well, that's what the BJP spokesperson is saying.
Floor of the House,
right? Yeah, that's what even the chief minister on the floor of the House has said.
He has told an inquiry will be there. Who has encroached all these stormwater drain? Who has encroached on lake bed? Everything will be done.
After demolishing poor people's houses, you shamelessly
who tried to change the maps of Bangalore to show that there are no lakes.
Unprecedented.
May I, with your permission, bow out of this debate? May I? I appreciate all 3 of you for joining us, and ultimately, viewers, and I'm sorry to say this over and over again, it's getting a bit rhetorical when you come down to it. The citizen is the collateral with all the politics that you see in the fray. We're going to keep a keen eye. Will those potholes be fixed? Well, we really do hope so, and we're going to do what we can to put the spotlight on the civic apathy that the tech city of Bengaluru continues to face. A quick break. Stay with us. On the other side is Rahul Gandhi.
Can Taiwan defend itself against China? China did many military drills around Taiwan. If China decides to launch a full-blown military attack, its armed forces would dwarf Taiwan's. Here's China and Taiwan's military capabilities compared. Total active forces: China 20,35,000, Taiwan 1,69,000. Ground forces: China 9,65,000, Taiwan 94,000. Navy: China 2,60,000, Taiwan 40,000. Air Force: China 3,95,000, Taiwan 35,000. Reserves: China 5,10,000, Taiwan 16,57,000. Tanks: China 5,400, Taiwan 650. Submarines: China 59, Taiwan 4. Naval ships: China 86, Taiwan 26. Artillery: China 9,834 plus, Taiwan 2,093. Aircraft: China 3,227 plus, Taiwan 504 plus.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Gandhi. The big battle to be the next Congress president. Will Ashok Gehlot step down as Rajasthan Chief Minister to make his way to the AICC headquarters? Will Sachin Pilot be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan? Many questions swirl in opposition politics, which will have a big impact on what happens before the 2024 general elections. All that and more coming up on the news track tonight.
banega King Kong. Tharoor throws hat in the ring. Gehlot keeps everyone guessing. Chorus grows for Rahul's return. Suspense and speculation swirl. Gandhi Mukt Congress possible? Big focus on Newstrack.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Big political fight erupts over UP government's survey of Waqf properties. Owaisi calls the exercise Chota NRC. 35 crore Bengaluru flyover crumbles and pothole menace returns to the city. Congress mocks Chief Minister Bomai over 40% cut allegations. Starts a Pay CM campaign. LG versus AAP showdown now in Punjab. Governor withdraws order for special assembly session that was called for a trust vote. Kejriwal says democracy is dead. Over 200 people protest outside Hindu temple in England's Smithwick. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incident comes close on the heels of clashes that erupted in Leicester. Comedian Raju Srivastav passes away at 58. The comedy king was admitted to AIIMS on the 10th of August after suffering a heart attack. Congress ka King Khan? That's the question everyone's asking. The contenders for the top job are Ashok Gehlot and Shashi Tharoor. But at least 10 state Congress units have passed a resolution demanding that Rahul Gandhi be made party president. Is a Gandhi Mukt Congress possible? And how serious is the grand old party about the new poll reforms? Will Ashok Gehlot agree to step away as Rajasthan Chief Minister to come to Delhi? Or will he continue to insist that he be in both jobs, in Jaipur and in the AICC headquarters? Here is our lead story tonight.
No, come on!
The Scion makes a splash. While his party is caught between the rock and a hard place, at the crucial juncture of electing a new president. Almost a dozen state Congress units have rooted for Rahul Gandhi for the top job in the grand old party. All this when the leader has ruled himself out of the fray.
He is not a consensus candidate. He is the only candidate which is acceptable to the people of congressmen in not only in Kerala, throughout the country. Because everybody knows that if he will take up the responsibility, that will be a new, we are going to start a new era in Indian politics. And he has got that courage to fight against Modi and the anti-people policies of the BJP, RSS combined.
Support at the same time seems to be diminishing for the one who seems ready to toss his hat into the ring.
If he is ready to say, I will support always in Nehru family, can he say? The person who are telling, I will openly support Nehru family, I will stand with him and the family. That person, they get 100% votes from the state of Kerala.
Otherwise, no.
Otherwise, no.
If Shashi Tharoor still decides to contest, he will likely face a tough challenge from Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The 71-year-old veteran is believed to enjoy the proverbial blessings of the Gandhi High Command. In Delhi, Gehlot gave it a go.
आज अगर मान लो पार्टी के लोग चाहते हैं कि नहीं मेरी जरूरत है मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं मना नहीं कर सकता.
In an ideal situation that would have settled the election issue within Congress, a smooth contest between an Ashok Gehlot backed by the Gandhis on one side and a Shashi Tharoor on the other.
हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है.
अब मैं अनुरोध
But not too distant memories of rivalry within Rajasthan Congress revived again as the state CM arrived in Delhi to meet interim party president Sonia Gandhi.
Mrs. Gandhi has also said many times in Udaipur, she said that the party is a strong organization if we have a democratic process, which is the only party in India where we have election process. So let's wait and see what happens. No matter what the outcome is, the party will come out stronger. That's what I believe.
And his former deputy joined Rahul in the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kochi, sparking speculations about a potential clash between the two over the CM's post in Rajasthan. In Delhi, however, Gehlot indicated he was in no mood to quit as chief minister in the event of his election as party president.
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष चुनाव ओपन है, इसमें कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है। ये तो जो 9,000 लोग हैं, 9,000 में से कोई भी व्यक्ति खड़ा हो सकता है, चाहे वो MP है, MLA, मंत्री है, मुख्यमंत्री है। कल कोई कहते कि राज्य का मंत्री मैं खड़ा होना चाहता हूँ, तो वो हो सकता है, वो मंत्री भी रह सकता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बन सकता है।
His comments gave the BJP a handle to mock Congress and its Rajasthan leadership. But Congress seemed to be in no rush to enforce its one person, one post rule from its Udaipur declaration in May this year.
कानून क्या कहता है, कांग्रेस का संविधान क्या कहता है?
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ऐसा नहीं है, कोई भी लड़ सकता है, डेलीगेट होना चाहिए।
सिर्फ डेलीगेट होना जरूरी है, किसी भी पद पर रहते हुए
नहीं। Election or handpicking? The exercise to give Congress a new president is a test for the party to prove how serious it is about introducing meaningful reforms to revive its sagging fortunes. Bureau Report, India Today.
The biggest question in political circles at this moment is whether Ashok Gehlot will step down as Rajasthan Chief Minister if he comes to Delhi to become Congress President, whether Sachin Pilot will be made the Rajasthan Chief Minister, will Gehlot insist that not Sachin but someone else of his choice become CM if he is forced to step down, and in the event of a Tharoor versus Gehlot fight, does Shashi Tharoor have a fighting chance? Joining me for perspective on this is Supriya Bhardwaj. She's tracking the Bharat Jodo Yatra for us. She's joining me live from Kochi tonight, has a good sense of what's happening on the ground. Sharad Kumar is our bureau chief in Jaipur. He's tracking all the activity in Jaipur, where Rajasthan Chief Minister Gehlot had a late evening meeting with his MLAs where he made clear that he hopes to stay on as CM and also, if required, become Congress President. So Supriya Bhardwaj, to you first. You're with the Rahul Gandhi Bharat Jodo Yatra. At this moment, does it seem as if a consensus has been arrived at how the Congress will determine who becomes the next president? Has Gehlot agreed to move full-time to Delhi, or do you think he'll continue to insist that he gets both jobs?
Well, Rahul, first and foremost, where we are at the moment, the Bharat Jodo Yatra is still going on. You can see that Rahul Gandhi is all set to address people at the moment. And I've been joined by Pawan Khera also. First and foremost, Ashok Gehlot will be coming tomorrow to Rajasthan, from Jaipur to this very place where we are in Alba, and he will be actually walking along with Rahul Gandhi. I have been joined by Pawan Khera also. Mr. Khera, will the consensus emerge as well as Congress President is concerned?
Wait and watch. We are all waiting and watching. But if there is consensus, there is consensus. If there is election, there is election.
You come from the state of Rajasthan. Your state is the state which is in the the maximum buzz is around the Chief Minister, Mr. Ashok Gehlot. What do you have to say on that one as far as one person, one post is concerned, sir?
Let's wait and watch. Things are evolving. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see what happens the day after tomorrow. So we have time and we have a lot of interesting days ahead.
There is also another gentleman, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, who comes from this very place. I would ask Dalbir to show also what is happening. Rahul, this is what is happening in the Bharat Jodo Yatra as to how the leaders come together. Meanwhile, we'll have a chat with Mr. Khera. Mr. Khera, do you feel that the consensus will emerge as far as Congress President is concerned?
If there is an election, there is an election. If there is consensus, there is consensus. We have systems in place. We have a system of elections in place. If there is an election, there will be an election.
So what do you have to say as far as the issue of the Congress president is concerned? Because more than 10 states, the Pradesh committees have passed the resolution that Rahul Gandhi be made the Congress.
That's what we want. As a member of the Congress party, I want Rahul Gandhi to be my president, and I have every right to express my opinion.
Well, Rahul, this is what is happening at ground zero. The face of the Congress party and Bharat Jodo Yatra remains Rahul Gandhi, but the Congress is also set to see a contest between Ashok Gehlot and Mr. Tharoor. Face of the Yatra is Mr. Gandhi only.
Yes, of course. As I said, I as a Congress member want Rahul Gandhi to lead my party. So
okay.
That's my right, that's my prerogative, and I'll keep repeating it.
What we are getting...
And you've seen the kind of support he has. You've seen the overwhelming support across both sides of this.
So a last-minute effort will be made to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to assume the post of Congress president. Will he have a last-minute change of heart, or will he continue to insist that no Gandhi family member will be president and the Congress must find a new president? Sharath Kumar joins us from Jaipur. He tracks the ins and outs of Rajasthan politics more than anybody else in our team. Sharath, what did you find out about that big meeting that Ashok Gehlot did with Congress MLAs late last evening? You've tracked Gehlot's politics for more than 2 decades. Will he step down as Congress president if Sonia Gandhi asks? Will he step down as Congress chief minister if Sonia Gandhi asks him to? Or will he insist that he have both posts? Or will he insist that someone of his choice become chief minister if it can't be him?
देखिए राहुल, ये करीब करीब तय है कि अशोक गहलोत कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष होंगे। कांटा केवल सचिन पायलट पर अटका हुआ है, क्योंकि सितंबर 2019 में ही मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत ने अपने नेटवर्क पर ये कहा था कि हम राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और मुख्यमंत्री दोनों पद पर रहना चाहते हैं, मगर उस समय स्थिति बन नहीं पाई थी। और 22-23 अगस्त को ये खबर वहीं से आई कि राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और मुख्यमंत्री दोनों पद पर बने रहेंगे। मगर कल विधायकों की अचानक से बैठक बुलाई गई, क्योंकि केसी वेणुगोपाल ने फोन किया अशोक गहलोत को कि आप दिल्ली आइए। विधायकों की बैठक में वो कहते हैं कि मैं राहुल गांधी को कोशिश करूंगा कि अध्यक्ष बनाऊं, लेकिन अगर नहीं माने तो आप सभी विधायक हमारे नामांकन के लिए दिल्ली जाने के लिए तैयार रहिए। बिल्कुल साफ संकेत था। साथ में यह भी कहा कि हम बजट जल्दी पेश करेंगे और अपनी मांग जो है हमें दे दीजिए, यानी कि हम मुख्यमंत्री बने रहेंगे। तो ये जो एक संदेश था उसे लेकर ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि ये जिस तरह की आज की हेडलाइन थी हर जगह कि मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहेंगे, ये कांग्रेस आलाकमान को अच्छा नहीं लगा है। इसलिए आज दिल्ली पहुंचे। दिल्ली पहुंच कर उन्होंने कहा कि मैं किसी पद के लिए नहीं काम कर रहा हूं, बिना पद के लिए मैं काम करना चाहता हूं। वहां पर 11:30 की मीटिंग थी सोनिया गांधी के साथ, वो टलती गई, फिर 2 बजे की हुई। उसके बाद 3:20 पर केसी वेणुगोपाल और सोनिया गांधी बैठे और उसके 20 मिनट बाद प्रियंका गांधी उस मीटिंग को ज्वाइन करती हैं। उसके 20 मिनट बाद अशोक गहलोत को वहाँ बुलाया जाता है। और अब सारा मामला देखिए, जो राहुल गांधी को लेकर हो रहा है वो राहुल गांधी की एक लार्जर देन लाइफ इमेज बनाने की कोशिश हो रही है पूरे देश में, कि कैसे देश में हर कांग्रेसी कह रहा है कि राहुल गांधी को ही राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया जाए, लेकिन वो नहीं बन रहे हैं। ये जो सैक्रिफाइस की एक कहानी है वो एक बिल्डअप करने की कोशिश हो रही है, लेकिन पीछे जो ये जैसा कि आप देख लीजिए कि क्या कोई कांग्रेस का नेता यह कह सकता है राहुल गांधी के बरक्स की आप लोग नॉमिनेशन भराने के लिए चलिएगा? यानी कहीं ना कहीं हिंट दिया गया है, कहीं ना कहीं ये बता दिया गया था सारी बातें। सोनिया गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी और केसी वेणुगोपाल के बीच यही तय होना है कि ये क्या राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के पद पर रहेंगे और मुख्यमंत्री पद के पद दोनों पर रहेंगे। यहाँ पर पेंच फंसा हुआ है। इनका कांटा क्या सचिन पायलट पर अटका हुआ है। बड़े नेता हैं, मगर एक लक्ष्य इनका सचिन पायलट हो गया, जिसकी वजह से ये सब कुछ वहाँ पर गड़बड़ हो रखा है कि इनके बाद राजस्थान कौन संभालेगा। अब यहाँ पर ये तर्क दे रहे हैं, जैसा कि हमारे सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं कि आज भी उन्होंने समझाने की कोशिश की है वहाँ पर कि हमारा रहना राजस्थान में ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि वो बीजेपी जो है सरकार को डिस्टर्ब कर सकती है। इसके अलावा जो है सचिन पायलट को संभाल नहीं सकते हैं। हमारे पास स्टेट प्लेन है, संसाधन है कि हम दूसरे राज्यों में दौरा कर सकते हैं या फिर कुछ वक्त के लिए टाइम मांग लें, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के चुनाव को लेकर अब कोई इसमें सस्पेंस बचा नहीं है। वहां से ये कल जो है जा रहे हैं, केवल आधे घंटे की मुलाकात, पदयात्रा में शामिल होने नहीं जा रहे हैं, केवल आधे घंटे की मुलाकात इनकी राहुल गांधी से है। वहां से एक संदेश देने की कोशिश करेंगे कि मैं राहुल गांधी के पास कहने आया था कि आप बन जाइए और इसकी मजबूरी के बाद मैं नॉमिनेशन भरने जा रहा हूं, ये एक संदेश देने की कोशिश होगी। उसके बाद ये महाराष्ट्र जाएंगे,
ऑपरेटर
में पूजा करने जा रहे हैं। जी,
Sharad explains it really nicely. He's going to Rahul Gandhi to convey to the rank and file of the Congress the impression that he wanted Mr. Gandhi to be president. Because RG declined, he therefore very unwillingly went out because he had no option. He was asked by the Gandhi family, even though Sonia Gandhi has told Shashi Tharoor apparently that she doesn't have a personal choice, and the Gandhis won't back either of the two candidates. Thanks Supriya, and thanks Sharad for that update. I want to go across to Congress MLA from Rajasthan, Pratap Singh Khachariawas, joining us now. This broadcast was part of that meeting that Ashok Gehlot did yesterday. हमने सचिन पायलट से सुना, वो कहते हैं कि एक पद पे एक शख्स होना चाहिए। अशोक गहलोत को लग रहा है कि वो चीफ मिनिस्टर भी हो सकते हैं, कांग्रेस के प्रेसिडेंट भी हो सकते हैं। क्या आपको लग रहा है कि सही रास्ता होगा? क्योंकि लाजमी तौर पे एक शख्स अगर एक पोस्ट पे पूरा अपना ध्यान दे तो वो बेहतर है, क्योंकि पार्टी पे वो फोकस कर पाएंगे और सरकार पे सचिन पायलट फोकस कर पाएंगे। क्या तकलीफ है इसमें प्रताप भाई? प्रताप जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको मेरी? Give me a moment as I fix that connection with the Congress MLA from Rajasthan. प्रताप जी, आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है आपको? मैं पूछ रहा हूं कि क्या लग रहा है आपको होगा? क्या ये तय है कि अशोक गहलोत बनने वाले हैं कांग्रेस के नए अध्यक्ष?
देखिए, एक बात आप मानकर चलिए, जो भी होगा अब तो सब सामने आ जाएगा। आज तो गहलोत साहब खुद प्रेस से मिल चुके हैं, सारी बात प्रेस को बोल चुके हैं, और ये तय बात है कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान, खुद सोनिया जी से उनकी मुलाकात हो गई, सब कुछ आपके चैनल पे आ रहा है। राहुल गांधी जी से वो कल मिलने वाले हैं। अब जो भी नीति होगी वो सामने आ जाएगी। कल एमएलएज की मीटिंग हो गई, पूरी बात वहाँ हो गई, सब बात पिक्चर क्लियर है। अब एक दो दिन में सारे पत्ते भी खुल जाएंगे, कौन कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट होगा, इसमें कोई दौराई नहीं। पूरा देश आज भी राहुल गांधी जी का नाम ले रहा है, राहुल गांधी जी आए, राहुल गांधी जी प्रेसिडेंट बने। तो ये जो जितना सारा डिस्कस हो रहा है, उस डिस्कस से आप ये मानकर चलिए सबकी नज़र कांग्रेस पर है। और राहुल गांधी जी, कल भी अशोक गहलोत जी ने कहा, यहाँ से प्रस्ताव भी पास हुआ प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी से, कल भी राहुल गांधी जी के लिए प्रस्ताव पास किया गया 2 दिन पहले, और जो 2 दिन पहले प्रस्ताव पास किया गया उसमें कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी जी अध्यक्ष पद संभालें।
नहीं, पर क्या तकलीफ है अगर सचिन पायलट कांग्रेस के चीफ मिनिस्टर बनते हैं राजस्थान में, तो क्या बुरी बात है? उन्होंने मेहनत की, अध्यक्ष के तौर पे जाना पहचाना यंग एनर्जेटिक चेहरा है उनका, वो बने राजस्थान के सीएम, और गहलोत जी आए कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बन के दिल्ली में। क्या प्रॉब्लम है इसमें?
ये सारा तय करना तो इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप का काम नहीं है, ये तो विधायक और कांग्रेस आला कमान तय करेंगे। जो कांग्रेस आला कमान तय करता है, गहलोत साहब खुद कह चुके हैं, वो सब मुझे मंजूर होगा। तो ये प्रेस का काम नहीं है, तो विधायकों का, और कांग्रेस आला कमान सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी
आपके हिसाब से विधायक किसको चाहते हैं राजस्थान में?
की बात हो रही है, क्या होगा?
अगर कांग्रेस के एमएलए से पूछा जाए राजस्थान में कि
विधायक अभी इस वक्त
या पायलट, कौन चाहिए आपको?
आप मुझे ये बताइए, जब कांग्रेस चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत जी बने तो विधायकों की राय से ही बने, ऐसे तो ना बनते हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर। तो विधायकों की राय आला कमान को पता होती है, उसके बाद ही चीफ मिनिस्टर बनते हैं। तो वो तो अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर है ही ना, तो विधायकों की राय से ही चीफ मिनिस्टर, बिना विधायकों की राय से कभी चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बनते। आला कमान उसी को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाता है जो इसके पक्ष में विधायक राय देते हैं। तो आज कांग्रेस विधायक दल के नेता अशोक गहलोत है इस वक्त, और पूरे विधायक उनके साथ खड़े हैं, आप इस बात को जानते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी, राजस्थान की कांग्रेस तो वैसे भी बीजेपी के आंख की किरकिरी है, तो अब इस वक्त तो कांग्रेस के सारे विधायक दल के नेता के साथ ही है ना।
Okay, stay with me.
भी कांग्रेस के विधायक है, वो भी अशोक गहलोत के साथ है सारे लोग।
I want to just throw this discussion open. Joining me at this time, representing The Congress party nationally is Nasir Hussain, Member of Parliament, National Spokesperson. Parajita Sarangi joins us from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Member of Parliament from Bhubaneswar. We've got Sanjay Jha, who always has something interesting to say about what's happening inside the Congress. And we've got Rashid Kidwai. Rashid understands the ins and outs of what's going on in all Congress camps. So Rashid, I come to you first. Will the magician Ashok Gehlot agree to step down as Rajasthan Chief Minister to become the Congress President? Will he continue to insist that he wants to stay on as CM? And if he does, what's likely to happen next?
I think, Rahul, this is a posture. Mr. Gehlot is making a kind of honorable exit when there is election next year. And he's been Chief Minister for almost 4 years. So he's being, in a way, elevated as Congress President. And I think he knows he would quit that post of Chief Minister and there will be a new Chief Minister. But Mr. Gehlot wants to bargain and bargain more. His son is the active politician in state politics. What happens to him? Obviously, he would want, the perks of a Rajya Sabha berth when he's a Congress President. Perhaps he would be entitled to ask for that. So all this posturing is there. Don't look at the face value. Politicians say something, they mean something. This is the internal arrangement that we worked out, and everyone knows, Rahul, you and me, that he would not be very happy to see Sachin Pilot. So till the time he resigns, he'll keep lobbying. Remember, Congress is not in power at the center. They do not have agencies to kind of, tame people as it was it was done in the past when Rajiv Gandhi and Indira Gandhi were prime ministers. So Sonia Gandhi only has goodwill. She's just using her kind of model political authority to, get all this, put pieces on the chessboard. That's it.
Okay, so you think Sachin Pilot will be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan?
If you look at from in a dispassionate sense, the problem with Congress is how to win Rajasthan in 2023. And Sachin is seen by Congress's internal assessment as someone who's capable of. He would be much more than a Chennai. He's a very sober person. He's not a Sidhu. So perhaps Congress thinks that he's a safe bet and not to think of the number of Gujar influence seats in Rajasthan. So there is a kind of caste consideration. His age, there is a pan-Indian appeal he has. So in a package, he's a good bet.
Rajdeep Sardesai joins me as well from Mumbai. Rajdeep, is Sachin Pilot finally going to get his due? He's been waiting patiently for his turn, or will the magician be able to pull some kind of a trick and ensure that Sachin gets knocked out?
Rahul, I just spoke to Ashok Gehlot about half an hour ago, asked him what he was up to. And he said that he was on his way to Kochi to meet Rahul Gandhi, to persuade Rahul Gandhi to become the AICC president. But I think he sensed that that's not going to happen, that Rahul Gandhi has made up his mind. And he too, I think, Ashok Gehlot is slowly reconciling himself to the idea that he will be possibly the next Congress president. The big question, of course, that what does that mean to Rajasthan? When I asked him that question, he said, मुझे कुर्सी से कोई मतलब नहीं है. मैंने कहा, आपकी कुर्सी नहीं, क्या आप ही का कोई nominee बनेगा? Will someone who you nominate become Rajasthan CM, or will it be Sachin Pilot? That's when he got very guarded. He said, देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी में जो हमारे लोग चाहते हैं वही होगा. What people want. I said, people equals high command. He smiled and said, I'm not going to discuss that. So clearly, Ashok Gehlot, as I said, seems reconciled, Rahul, to the idea that he is more and more likely to contest for that Congress president's post, if at all there is that contest next week. But that a move from Jaipur to Delhi will leave a vacuum in Jaipur, which he ideally, I think, would like someone close to him, someone who can control, through whom he can continue to control Rajasthan, will be made CM. But I think the Gandhis themselves have reportedly assured Sachin Pilot that he is next in line, that his turn should come now because he's waited patiently for the last couple of years. And therefore, whether they can now convince Mr. Gehlot not to do any kind of bargaining with them is the big question mark. Remember,
will Gehlot make a good Congress president? How is he likely to fare? If the Gandhis are backing him, even if it's not openly, it's highly likely that he'll prevail in a battle with Shashi Tharoor. if and when he becomes Congress president, given the fact that the entire Congress machinery is trying to build up Rahul Gandhi through the Bharat Jodo Yatra, what will poor Gehlot do as Congress president? Will it be in name alone?
You know, very interestingly, he told me that I said, what will you now do? If you become Congress president, मैं राहुल के साथ चलूंगा, मैं यात्रा में जाऊंगा, देश भर घूमूंगा, संगठन को मजबूत करूंगा. I will strengthen the organization. So it almost seems as if what his role will be to do the difficult, some would say dirty task of actually getting the organization back on its feet. Because really that's where the Congress is in ICU. Yes, they have a leadership question mark, but the bigger question mark is the state of the organization. There, Mr. Gehlot, as someone who's seen the party for 50 years, who has friends both within the old guard and the new, as someone who enjoys the trust of the Gandhi family, as someone who's been General Secretary organization, fulfilled many posts, has half a chance at least. But how will he function? Will he report almost on a daily basis to the Congress High Command, the Gandhi family, or will he actually have independence and be empowered to do the task ahead of him is a question mark. I am told that Rahul Gandhi is very clear that whoever becomes Congress president must be given full authority over the organization. Rahul Gandhi himself will be the mascot, going to different parts of the country, trying to, in a way, redefine the image of the Congress, while Gehlot does the organization
building. But that's not really
building.
how politics
that
functions.
Seems to be
Politics
the
is about
the Congress
where
is going
people
with.
draw their power from, Rajdeep. And if power is still drawn from the generator of Rahul Gandhi, then Ashok Gehlot is president in name alone, but that generator doesn't have any fuel coming into it. So it's not really firing up in any way.
You know, look, Rahul, at one level, we are all completely cynical and skeptical of the Congress because we've seen the Congress never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. But, you know, look at what happened in 2017 in Gujarat. Gehlot was the General Secretary in charge of that campaign in Gujarat. He handled that campaign to a large extent as an organizational person.
He had Ahmed Patel helping him. There's no Ahmed Patel now.
No. In that campaign, there was Ashok Gehlot organizationally doing a lot of the work, and Rahul Gandhi campaigned aggressively in Gujarat in 2017, and the Congress almost pulled it off. They brought the BJP into double digits. So look, I am not saying that miracles will happen. I think the Congress is still, has woken up too late to the kind of challenges it faces. It's been a patient in ICU for much too long. But I think Gehlot as the organizational man, Rahul Gandhi, hitting the road as he is, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who also we are told is going to hit the road in a possible bus yatra next year, I think at least gives an element of energy which has been missing so far and enables the party to maybe also effect a generational change in a state like Rajasthan, which is one of the many critical states that the Congress faces in the next 14 to 15 months. So, at the moment, the glass looks half empty. But for the Congress, a Gehlot-Rahul Gandhi combination appears to be what they seem to be increasingly settling upon.
Thanks, Rajdeep. Gehlot-Rahul Gandhi combination did do reasonably well in Gujarat in 2017. Could it be the formula for revival for the Congress nationally? Sanjay Jha, Shashi Tharoor seems to, want to fight, but even the Kerala Congress doesn't seem to be backing him. If the Gandhis even surreptitiously back Gehlot's candidature, which is what it seems like, then Shashi doesn't really have much of a fighting chance. How do you think Gehlot will be as Congress president?
First and foremost, Rahul, I can tell you this with some degree of confidence that I don't think Mr. Gehlot expects to be both the Congress president and the Rajasthan chief minister. Now, who will be the Rajasthan chief minister? As I think everyone said, including Rajdeep said on your program, I think, Sachin Pilot is by far been waiting in the wings for extremely long and deserves to take over the charge 1 year before the elections come into play. But I also feel that Shashi is not throwing his hat in the ring just for a last hurrah or something. I think Shashi actually believes that the Congress needs a new battle of ideas. I mean, there are people who support Shashi, not just people down south, not just the English-speaking elite or the urban middle class. I think Shashi has a very pan-India impact. But most important, Rahul, as you discover, you're a seasoned journalist, that when you have these contests, I mean, it will bring the Congress into the forefront of seizing the narrative of how the party wants to, one, reform itself, take on the BJP, and third, create the next India story. And I do think that all these things add up to giving the party a real solid tailwind. There's a certain momentum that the Congress hasn't had for a long time. And I have been on your show so often.
But one second, Sanjay, the fact is that the Congress currently has this yatra happening in Kerala. The big election is in Gujarat. Arvind Kejriwal is going day after day, week after week to Gujarat, where he's taking on the BJP head-on in their own bastion. Rahul Gandhi is in Kerala. The next immediate election is in Gujarat, and the yatra is not even going there right now.
Rahul, a very pertinent question. In fact, I have mentioned this in my last article, where I've said if the Congress doesn't do well in Gujarat, which means, loses to the BJP again, and Aam Aadmi Party begins to take a significant toehold, it will actually puncture the Bharat Jodo Yatra. So the Congress does not have the luxury today to say that we are doing a Bharat Jodo Yatra and Gujarat and Himachal can wait. Ultimately, your electoral success is the ultimate manifestation of the referendum of the public on your party. And therefore, the Congress needs to dovetail all these things together. They have to be conflated. Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra has to pay dividend in Gujarat, which is why whoever is leading the Gujarat campaign today has a tough job on hand. And I can tell you the Congress in 2017 did well, but if you notice thereafter they simply imploded. You lost all your MLAs, you had, the Hardik Patel, and you had, Alpesh Thakurs and all leaving you. So I think if you can't beard the lions in their own den, you lose another significant opportunity. I have maintained it, and I'll say so on your show again. Beating the BJP in Gujarat would make beating BJP in 2024 much easier.
Yeah, but to beat them, you have to fight them. As of now, the Congress in Gujarat is hardly seen as being in the fight. You've got Kejriwal and AAP fighting much more. Parajita Sarangi, I saw some BJP leaders tweet to say all of this is a big facade. In the end, Rahul Gandhi will say yes and become Congress president again. Is that really how you're seeing the story play out?
Absolutely. Whatever we are seeing in the Congress today is just an eyewash. It's all a facade. The fact remains that Congress is a private limited company, and the Congress party cannot breathe without anybody from the Nehru-Gandhi family at the helm of affairs. Now, in 1919, Motilal Nehru ji had become the Congress president, and now it is 2022. These 103 years, and of these 103 years, for 48 years, one from the Nehru-Gandhi family has been at the helm of affairs. So I think the situation is such that everything is being kind of, manipulated in such a manner that Rahul Gandhi comes up as the choice. Now here, please remember that 7 states have already passed resolutions that they want Rahul Gandhi as the president. Now, do you think that this is just by chance? And this is because of the love of the Congress people for Rahul Gandhi? No, it's a premeditated action of the Congress. And whatever Bharat Jodo Yatra may seem to us like, but it is basically a launch of Rahul Gandhi. They are trying to make Rahul Gandhi.
Let Nasir Hussain respond to your charge that this is the relaunch of Rahul Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi 3.0, and all of this will ultimately amount to very little. Rahul Gandhi will become Congress president. You're pulling off a big facade by making it seem as if you want an election. Nasir Hussain.
Rahul, let me first respond to the BJP spokesperson. I think BJP as a party which has not demonstrated any sort of an internal democracy till date, where only 2 people sit and decide who should be the president, who should be in, who should be out. They shouldn't be talking about the internal democracy of the Congress party. Congress party has a long tradition of having elections at all levels, right from the booth to ward to block to district to state to the national level. We have continuously been having elections. If the workers, if the delegates, if the members, if the leaders of the Congress party want someone from the Gandhi Parivar, nobody can help it. If some states, I am a PRO to the state of West Bengal. I just returned from West Bengal after having conducting the election there for the post of for AICC delegates and also for PCC president. Then they wanted me to sit in the meeting, and they said that we want to pass a resolution to see that Mr. Rahul Gandhi becomes the AICC president. I said I am a member of the election authority of Congress party. I am a PRO. I cannot sit and pass a resolution. There will be an election. Whoever has to become the
but tell me one thing, when the entire Congress machinery at this moment is out trying to make Rahul Gandhi's yatra a success, how does, whether it is Shashi Tharoor or Ashok Gehlot, have a hope in hell of being able to do a good job as Congress president? The machinery is trying to build Rahul Gandhi. The Congress president then is just a nominated president who has to kind of keep the wheels moving, but real power still resides with the Gandhi family.
First of all, let me tell you that this is not a Rahul Gandhi-led yatra. This is not only Congress party Padyatra. This is a Bharat Jodo Yatra where lots of civil society groups, lots of other people, lots of intellectuals,
Nasir Hussain, that's just glib talk. Look at the images on our screen right now. Day after day, in these images, Rahul Gandhi is flexing his muscles. He's front and center of the yatra. You are saying he's not leading the yatra. He is what the yatra is about.
Rahul, you should first allow me to complete, and then you should interrupt in the middle. See this Bharat Jodo Yatra involves everything, whom all I named. And there, if there is an ex-AICC president or a present AICC president, or if there are former union ministers or chief minister of the state, they will steal the show. If they are there as a part of the yatra, he is there in the yatra and people are flocking to him from everywhere. He is no more the AICC president, and people want him to become the AICC president. He has written in his resignation letter, saying that nobody from Gandhi Parivar should become the AICC president, at least now. So even after that, if the members of the Congress party want him to become the AICC president, it is up to him to decide whether he wants to contest the polls or not contest the polls. Because without an election, there cannot be an AICC president. There will be election. Anybody who wants to contest is free to contest. This is an open election, free election, democratic election.
That Nasir Hussain is making, and Rajdeep made earlier. Gehlot as president, Rahul Gandhi as mascot. This combination did give the BJP a run for its money in Gujarat in 2017. Maybe this combination might do a better job than what we've seen over the last several years with Sonia Gandhi in charge and the Congress party fraying in the middle and at the edges.
See, I tell you, psychophancy is eating into the Congress as termites. And these are not my words. These are the words of Shergill, who just left the Congress. In the last 8 years, 35 senior leaders have left the Congress because there is too much of psychophancy. This is the biggest charge against the Congress. And let me remind our friend Mr. Hussain, who's on the panel, that in 1998, Sonia Gandhi had been chosen to be the president of the Congress party. And since then, till 2017, she had been there. And for 2 years, till 2019, Rahul Gandhi was there. So what I'm trying to tell you is that this Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were the Congress in charge till date. But we, Bharatiya Janata Party, had 9 presidents in BJP. Bharatiya Janata Party had 9 presidents in all these years. So please don't say that there is no democracy, you know. And as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, our president actually comes from the below, from the grassroots. Anybody who is capable, who is performing, who is talented, who is delivering is actually given importance in our party. You know, I mean, this has to be remembered by each one of you. And as far as Gehlot ji is concerned, he is in pehle aap mode. Now, it is just a facade. I'm telling you, Rahul Gandhi is again.
He says, my job is to walk with Rahul Gandhi. He's not really Congress president. If he's president, he's in charge. He himself knows he's here basically just to play second fiddle to Rahul Gandhi.
Can I come in,
Nasir Hussain, final words, quickly, please.
Rahul, let me first ask the BJP spokesperson. Who elected Amit Shah as the BJP president? Who elected Nitin Gadkari? Who elected JP Nadda? Where was the election? Were there elections? Who are the delegates to elect the BJP president? Two people sit in a room, they run the government, two people sit in a room,
How do you
and
know
they
what's
choose the
happening
president.
within the
You tell me
Bharatiya
who
Janata
elected
Party?
them? Where are your voters?
How do you know
Where are
what's
your
happening
voters? Who
within
are
the
your delegates?
Bharatiya Janata
We
Party?
have a
We have a
proper,
constitution
let
which
the people of
governs
the country
everything
know.
within the party.
Let the people of the country know how they have been elected.
I am
Please
going
don't
to
interrupt me.
answer
I didn't
you.
interrupt you. Don't
I'm
interrupt
going
me.
to answer
So
you.
now
How
you
do you
tell
know
the
what's
people of
happening
the
within the
country who
Bharatiya Janata
elected
Party?
them. Who elected
I'm
them?
telling you, there is a
Then who
constitution
elected
which
them?
guides and
We have
governs
an
us.
electorate, we have
You
delegates,
are
we
a
have 8cc
democracy
delegates, we have
mukta and
PCC
parivar
delegates.
yukta party.
They are
You have
elected people.
absolutely
They
no
will
right
in
to
turn
say
elect
anything.
the 8cc
As far as
president.
Bharatiya
Who is
Janata
electing
Party
your
I don't want to
president?
turn this
we are
into a
governed
Who
tutu
by
elected
meme.
your
That's not
president?
how I run debates, and that doesn't really serve any purpose. My effort is to try and focus on making sense rather than making noise. I want to go across to Sanjay Jha and Rashid Kidwai for final words. I'll start with Sanjay. Sanjay, what happens next? Sachin as Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Gehlot as Congress President, Shashi Tharoor fighting a good fight. Is that how you see the script play out?
Yeah, I think so. And I also feel that the BJP has reasons to be acutely nervous. Because let me tell you, the Congress's atrophy in the last several years has made it very easy for the BJP to actually get a bigger national footprint and win elections. I can also tell you, if the Congress resurrects itself and it seems to be on the right track, trust me, you never know how things can change. I also am going to tell you something else, Rahul. You see an increasingly bigger political role in, I don't know what organizational post, for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. I think Rahul Gandhi is an ideological crusader of the party who takes on the RSS and the BJP. You can see Rahul's comfort level during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the boat races, etc. He loves that. And running an organization, a political organization.
But right now he's in Kerala. Let him come to Uttar Pradesh. Let him travel through Gujarat. Let him travel through Madhya Pradesh. That's why aata dal chini ka daam pata chalega, boss.
Sure. I agree with that. But I think Rahul is more comfortable when he is with the people who he believes are the ones who require the support of the political ecosystem. So I think when he's with the underprivileged, the poor, the farmers, I think he really finds his mojo there. And I think the Congress is doing what it should have done long time ago. Leverage your political talent. Ashok Gehlot is a veteran in the Congress politics. He knows how to make things work. He will know how to pick up the phone and talk to alliance partners, etc. And Sachin Pilot, I think, deserves a shot in that job. So I think Congress will be able to capture the political narrative, which is so crucial if you have to take on the BJP.
Rashid, will MLAs in Rajasthan back Sachin Pilot if the Gandhis were to tell Ashok Gehlot, let Sachin be Chief Minister? He couldn't break the Congress when he tried, even though he says he didn't, but he was sulking and had moved away with some MLAs. That didn't work well. Gehlot won then. If Gehlot isn't going to want Sachin as Chief Minister, which he won't, will Sachin be able to run the ship in Rajasthan?
I think it looks pretty obvious that Mr. Gehlot will become Congress president and move to 24 Akbar Road, and Sachin Pilot would move too, because this is the kind of assurance that a lot of deliberations have taken place. He will move to 8 Civil Lines, Jaipur, which is the chief district residence. But remember, Rahul, that Congress has the ability to make simple things looks complex. We have seen it in Punjab, we have seen it in Uttarakhand, we have seen it in several other states. So therefore, I think the Congress needs to hold its nerve for a week or fortnight and get this kind of whatever it has, this pieces in place, and then of course it will be a new battle for 2024.
Surely, given the patience that he's shown, Sachin Pilot would deserve a chance to be Chief Minister and see whether he can lead the Congress to re-election. It will be Sachin Pilot versus a resurgent BJP, possibly led yet again by Vasundhara Raje Scindia. She seems to be popular still on the ground, even though there are those within the BJP who would like someone like a Gajendra Singh Shekhawat to take over. But whatever happens there, you've got some new energy. Now, whether Ashok Gehlot will agree to that, how much can he push back? Because if the Gandhis make clear that they'd like Sachin Pilot to be in charge, then does Gehlot really have a chance? There's a lot happening. We'll keep tracking what happens very closely. I want to thank our guests for a very sharp political debate, at least sharp insights. Now, whether something comes out of this, I don't know. It could also be a lot of sound and fury. Ashok Gehlot will be president most likely, but he has Rahul Gandhi who is leading the march and leading the Congress for all practical purposes. But he also is the ideal foil for someone like a Rahul Gandhi. He can work behind the scenes, doesn't really threaten Rahul in any way. So it could potentially be a good match. But then, as we know about the Congress, they can very quickly snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Even when things seem right, they can find some way of complicating the situation immensely, which is why the BJP really likes the way the Congress is playing at this moment. That's the kind of opponent you want. But as Sanjay Jha says, remember, the Congress is a very old, deep idea in India, and it's an idea that if it gets its act together, can bounce back much faster than people would expect. So, interesting situation. We'll track what happens. I want to thank our guests for joining us. When we come back on the other side of a quick break, I'll have more stories for you. The stakes high for the Congress in 2024, which is why this presidential election is being so keenly watched over the next several days. Watch out for the biggest faces and the most detailed analysis on what plagues the Congress coming up on India Today, day after day.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You're on board the news track. The UP government's decision to survey Waqf properties in the state has stirred up a big political storm. While Akhilesh Yadav is accusing the Yogi government of playing divisive politics, Owaisi has called the exercise a chota NRC.
Another furious UP face-off. After survey of madrasas, the Yogi Adityanath government in Uttar Pradesh is scanning the Waqf board amid allegations of massive land grab and irregularities. A massive political war has erupted over the survey. The opposition calling it a divisive move.
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वक्फ की संपत्ति खाली होती है और उसको गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है। लेकिन जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, चाहे वो श्री अखिलेश जी या अन्य कोई नेता हो,
ये सर्वे वो कोई भी कराए, सरकार का अधिकार होता है। और जहाँ तक मैंने कुछ बयान पढ़े हैं, बहुत सारे जो मुस्लिम लीडर्स, उन्होंने इसको कहा भी है कि सर्वे होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, पर किसी भी द्वेष की भावना से नहीं होना चाहिए।
और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ सभी विभागों को रेगुलराइज कर रही है। यदि कहीं कोई किसी को दिक्कत है, वो कहे, हम बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष न्याय कराएंगे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
Asaduddin Owaisi's MIM termed the Waqf survey one-sided and branded it mini NRC aimed to harass Muslims.
इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है और हम इसकी मुखालिफत करते हैं। तो ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का। नहीं, सुनिए, ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का और यूपी सरकार ये काम कर रही है।
ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की। सच्चाई ये है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं।
Yogi government has alleged that the board violated Waqf Act and violated property registration norms, striking down a 1989 order transferring barren non-agricultural land used for shrine, qabristan and Eidgah to Waqf board. The Yogi government has vowed to correct what it calls an over 3-decade-old wrong, allowing Waqf to lay claim to vast amount of land, asking officials to submit report within a month. But the move has paved way for another high-voltage political confrontation. With Ashish Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here in the India Today Mediaplex, goodbye, good night.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
वो cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now. Yes. So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. At a time when Hindu-Muslim relations remain fraught, Muslim public figures have met the RSS Sarsang Chalak. What really transpired? We'll bring you the inside story. Also, the Supreme Court says all constitutional bench proceedings will go live stream from next week. Is Justice UU Lalit transforming the face of the judiciary? And who's winning that battle for the Congress presidency? All that and much more on the News Today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the News Today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking point. The big talking point today is a News Today exclusive because the RSS leadership, the Sarsang Chalak Mohan Bhagwat, has met with top Muslim public figures. A secret meeting was held a few weeks ago. We will now provide you the details with 3 key members of that meeting coming on record for the first time. Also on the show, Supreme Court decides to live stream its proceedings in key constitutional cases from next week. What does it mean? We'll have special guests on that too. But first, as always, It's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. On the show, suspense over who will be the next Congress president continues to simmer. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot meets Sonia Gandhi and hints that he could be ready to take up the post, says he's ready to take up any job the party assigns him. UP government orders a survey of Waqf properties in the state just days after the RSS reaches out to Muslim public figures and holds talks to achieve communal harmony and reconciliation. Supreme Court pulls up the center for remaining a mute spectator to hate speech on TV channels, says role of TV anchors is critical to ensure harmony. The Enforcement Directorate charge sheets former Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee and his associate Arpita Mukherjee in the cash for jobs scam. Partho Chatterjee sent to judicial custody till the 5th of October. SIT files a charge sheet against activist Teesta Settlement, retired DGP Sri Kumar, ex-IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt for allegedly fabricating evidence in the Gujarat riots case. Teesta has been out on bail. Big twist in the Radia tapes probe. The CBI now tells the Supreme Court that no criminality was found in the intercepted conversations of corporate lobbyist Meera Radia. Russian President Vladimir Putin dangles the nuke threat yet again, says Moscow will respond using all means if their territorial integrity is threatened. This at a time when Ukraine has been claiming war gains. Over 200 people protest outside a Hindu temple in England's Smethwick. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incident comes close on the heels of clashes that erupted in Leicester after an India-Pak cricket match. And comedian Raju Srivastava passes away at 58. The comedy king had been admitted to AIIMS on August 10th after suffering a heart attack. But right at the very top, the big breaking story at this moment, more twists and turns in who will be the Congress's next president. The suspense continues because Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has come to Delhi, met with Sonia Gandhi, the Congress president, and is now flying to Kochi to meet Rahul Gandhi. That's right. Ashok Gehlot, center of all attention amidst growing speculation that he will file a nomination to contest as Congress president next week. I spoke, in fact, to Ashok Gehlot a short while ago on the phone. He told me his priority is to revive the Congress. I am not interested, he told me, in any post. I asked him whether he was ready to quit as Rajasthan Chief Minister to become the Congress president, and he said, I will do what my party needs. My party needs at the moment to strengthen the organization, thereby giving every indication that Ashok Gehlot is ready to become Congress president, but he will make one last appeal, we are told, to Rahul Gandhi to take over the job. Mr. Gandhi, remember, has been reluctant. Now, all of this will mean that if Ashok Gehlot does move to Delhi now as Congress president, as more and more people believe could well happen, what happens to the Rajasthan Chief Minister's post? Because there, remember, over the years, there's been a fight between the Gehlot and the Sachin Pilot camp. Will Mr. Pilot now take over if Mr. Gehlot moves to Delhi? That's the other big question that's blowing in the wind. Take a look at all that's happened in Kaun Banega Congress President.
मैं जहाँ भी रहूँ, एक पद पे, दो पद पे, तीन पद पे, कहीं पे भी नहीं, तो मुझे एतराज़ नहीं होगा. मेरी इच्छा तो ये रहेगी, अगर मेरा बस चले, तो मैं कोई पद पे नहीं रहूँ. अब मैंने बहुत पद संभाल लिए. अब मैं मैदान में उतरूँ, राहुल गांधी के साथ दौरे करूँ, यात्रा करूँ, जनता का आह्वान करें हम लोग, देश भर के लोगों को आह्वान करके हम लोग सड़कों पे लावें, और ये जो फासिस्टी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, इनके खिलाफ में हम लोग मोर्चा खोलें. ये मेरी हार्दिक इच्छा तो ये है.
On Wednesday, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot arrived in Delhi. The trip to Delhi from Jaipur came even as more state units poured out support for Rahul Gandhi. And Shashi Tharoor made it amply clear he was not pulling out of the contest. While Gehlot strongly hinted he was not averse to contesting for president, he also indicated he was not too keen to step down as chief minister. And that he was ready to balance two posts could have been his pitch when he met Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpat.
आज अगर मान लो पार्टी के लोग चाहते हैं कि नहीं मेरी जरूरत है मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अध्यक्ष के रूप में तो मैं मना नहीं कर सकता.
Gehlot's interest in holding on to the chair in Rajasthan could well widen the conflict with Sachin Pilot, who many consider the chief minister in waiting. Sachin Pilot flew into Kochi to join Rahul Gandhi for one stretch of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. His intentions were quite clear.
All state units have passed resolutions wanting Rahul ji to become Congress president, but ultimately the party has election scheduled. On 24th, the nominations will start. Let us wait and see what happens. But I think, like Mrs. Gandhi has also said many times in Udaipur, she said that the party is a strong organization if we have a democratic process, which is the only party in India where we have election process. So let's wait and see what happens. No matter what the outcome is, the party will come out stronger. That's what I believe.
But Gehlot appears adamant on keeping Rajasthan, and he too is heading to Kerala on Thursday for talks with Rahul.
कल वो कहते कि राज्य का मंत्री मैं खड़ा होना चाहता हूँ तो वो हो सकता है वो मंत्री भी रह सकता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष भी बन सकता है.
If Gehlot has his way, it will go entirely against the party's one man, one post policy. And Gehlot being allowed to retain the CM's chair in Jaipur at Pilot's cost would also mean a much more divided Congress in Rajasthan. With Mausami Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's turn from there to our top focus today and an India Today exclusive. Because at a time when Hindu-Muslim relations are seen to be fraught, new issues cropping up every day, details are slowly emerging of a secret meeting that was held between the RSS Sarsangchalak Mohan Bhagwat and indeed 5 major public figures from the Muslim community, including former Chief Election Commissioner Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, Najib Jung, former Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, and Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah. Remember, the Supreme Court has been hearing petitions challenging the campus ban on hijab in Karnataka. That's led to lots of debate. Also, Hindus and Muslims involved in a court battle on worshipping rights at the Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi. That's been simmering for a while. Illegal madrasas being demolished in Assam, and now attempts being made to do a survey of madrasas in Uttar Pradesh that has raised the hackles of several people. Today, the UP government ordering a survey of all properties listed under the Waqf board. So amidst all of this, emerging is the details of Muslim public figures meeting RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat recently to discuss ways to restore trust and communal harmonies. 5 of them, as I said, Mr. Qureshi, Zamiruddin Shah, Delhi Lieutenant Governor, Najib Jung, journalist Shahid Siddiqui, among others, meeting the RSS Sarsangchalak.
Amid several instances of friction and the growing gap between the two religions with largest following in India, a unique dialogue for harmony. A group of prominent Muslim intellectuals met RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat recently. Former LG of Delhi Najib Jung, former Chief Election Commissioner of India S.Y. Qureshi, former Rajya Sabha MP Shahid Siddiqui, and former Aligarh Muslim University VC and former Vice Chief of Army Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah were part of the rare outreach mission. The meeting took place at RSS Delhi headquarters in Jhandewala. The dialogue aimed at Hindu-Muslim unity took up issues like Nupu Sharma's remark on Prophet and the Gyan Vapi Masjid face-off in Banaras.
हमारी बातचीत इस पे हुई कि हम जो पेचीदा हो जाते हैं मसले, उन्हें कैसे कम पेचीदा करें, और जो उलझ जाते हैं उनको सुलझाएं, और जो उलझने से पहले उन्हें जो है निपटा लिया जाए। तो उसमें क्या होना चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए जब माहौल अच्छा होता है, जब माहौल सकारात्मक होता है, तो फिर बड़े से बड़ा मसला हल हो जाता है।
The interfaith talks involving the RSS could hold the key to communal harmony at a time when there are many flashpoints.
While this was perhaps the first of such meetings between the RSS chief as well as Muslim intellectuals, Mohan Bhagwat's statement that why look for a shivling under every mosque was in prominence in this particular meet. The question is, does the statement resonate with both the Hindu and the Muslim communities in India? With Ashok Gehlot and Aishwarya Paliwal, this is Milan Sharma for India Today.
And to find out what really happened in this meeting between Muslim public figures and the RSS Sarsang Chalak, I am joined by three of those who attended that meeting. Former Lieutenant General of Delhi, Najib Jung, former Chief Election Commissioner of India, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, and former Senior Army General. I am joined by the former AMU Vice Chancellor, General Zamiruddin Shah. I appreciate all three of you joining me on the show today. I want to ask you this, Najib Jung, right away. At a time when Hindu-Muslim relations are fraught, issues like hijab, azan, the Gyanvapi Mosque, now madrasas, Waqf Board, what prompted you and the others to reach out to the Sarsang Chalak? What exactly was your desire? What were you hoping to achieve from this meeting?
Rajdeep, our desire is the same as any sensible, nation-loving Indian, that we should move ahead, there should be peace in the country, there should be, as we say, bhaichara between different communities, and it does not simply mean Hindus and Muslims, but Christians, Sikhs. We are a country that is on the threshold of movement ahead. It's a country surrounded by not so friendly nations. So the only way out is reconciliation, understanding each other. What we discovered was that the differences between us and Mr. Bhagwat were really very minimal. It's only a question of talking, removing the minor differences, and moving along. And we found that he was most accommodating and accepting to our views, and therefore what we expected, we got more out of the meeting. We believe that we will be meeting, and we have started meeting others of the Muslim community as well as the Hindu community to draw up a chart of differences and then iron them out. We intend to hold nationwide meetings of like-minded and non-like-minded people so that we understand each other's point of view. I must say that Mr. Bhagwat has been most generous and very kind to accept that he should see us. We felt that the meeting was necessary, particularly after the incident of Ms. Nupur Sharma, when we felt that tempers were getting exacerbated. Now, you mentioned a number of other issues, and I think that all of them can be taken up one by one. There are questions asked by the Hindu side, there are questions asked by the Christian and the Muslim side. I see no reason why we can't sit together and iron out these differences. I think it's a must for the country. Somebody had to take the initiative, and so 3-4 of us got together and choose to meet Mr. Bhagwat. They are extremely critical. The Sangh is extremely critical in taking this along. Without the help of the Sangh, we don't think that we will move along. And we do believe that what Mr. Bhagwat has said in the last 2 years is a definite indication that the Sangh indeed also thinks on similar lines of reconciliation.
Interesting. What you're then saying is that you believe this is a potential start of a dialogue in a way between leaders of the Muslim community and indeed the RSS. I'll come back to the specifics in a moment, but Dr. Qureshi, listening to Najib Jung, there will be viewers out there, particularly from the Muslim community, who will say, are Najib Jung, Dr. Qureshi and General Zamiruddin Shah, for all their achievements, selling out to the Sangh by virtually taking Mr. Bhagwat at face value, even while ordinary Muslims who are less privileged will continue, according to them, to suffer from what they call as discrimination. So you will be seen as privileged Muslims talking to the Sangh leadership, getting an audience from them, in a country where the BJP, for example, doesn't even have a single Muslim MP today out of the 300 plus.
Yeah, no, you are right. There are many Muslims who may disagree with our meeting, but you will be surprised to know that we have an overwhelming positive response from the community. That they said that you did the right thing. The dialogue is the only way forward. We must discuss, and we express the concern of the Muslim community. For instance, we say, look, every Muslim is called a Pakistani or a jihadi. It irritates. And they said that you call Hindus kafir, that irritates them. Now both these things, and Bhagwat ji agreed that yes, it is wrong to call every Indian a jihadi or a Pakistani. And we also said that yes, it is very bad if kafir has become an objectionable and abusive word. We should stop it. So there was hardly any difference of opinion. He said and we said that we have to work together for India's progress and development, and there was a surprising unity of views, and there is hardly anything to which we can really find fault with.
But what about the active, sir? But what about the active social and political discrimination which the average Muslim claims he or she is facing? How do you, as I said, you are privileged Muslims. What about those who do not enjoy those privileges, who have to deal in a way on the ground with various forms of social and political discrimination?
Correct. Exactly the fact that he said that India cannot progress without the progress of all the communities, including Muslims and Christians and Sikhs. So I think that includes that. And in any case, this was our first meeting, and surprisingly a very constructive, very positive meeting. And we discussed, we said, look, let this not be a one-off meeting, and we would like to continue the dialogue, and he totally agreed. We asked him to suggest 2-3 of his colleagues with whom we can keep in touch, because he himself is too busy and travels a lot, and he gave us 3-4 names, and all he said, look, you guys seem to have the right views, and you should widen your circle of friends and discuss the same subject, and so that there is an identity of views on both sides. I think it's a beginning, and in our next meeting we will surely take up the issues which are agitating the mind of the community, and I'm sure we'll have a very positive response.
General Shah, you've in the past raised your voice for what you fear is this discrimination that I just spoke about. You've even written a book about it, and this constant, the manner in which several Muslims are often called anti-national, or they believe certainly are consciously being targeted on the ground. Do you believe meetings like this can actually, in a way, change the reality that exists on the ground?
Yes, it certainly can. The reality on the ground is that most Muslims have to prove their loyalty. Now, this is something which I find is not necessary. We have served the country. I served for more than 40 years in the army, and some of my classmates wanted me to prove my loyalty to my country, and I said, nothing doing. I've already done what I had to do, and I don't need to prove my loyalty every time. You talked about discrimination. I've mentioned it in my book, and I've said that discrimination is embedded in human nature. But who is being discriminated against? It is the less educated. And our stress has been to educate the underprivileged, and I have assured, in fact, it was always my endeavor in Aligarh Muslim University to convince the students that discrimination is against the less educated. If you get educated, nobody will have the guts to discriminate against you. After all, the employer is looking for the best man. And if you are taller than the others, you will get the job. So that is my view on discrimination. It is against the less educated.
But where does Najib Jung, this dialogue that you're saying, how does this dialogue get carried forward? Eventually, you need possibly political interlocutors. those who claim to represent the community politically. For example, an Asad Owaisi tomorrow claims to represent a Muslim identity. Many believe that he too is in a way almost sort of trying to consolidate the Muslims on one side vis-a-vis Hindutva, where Hindutva forces are accused of playing Hindu vote bank politics. So in between these politicians who play their vote bank politics, where does a dialogue like this actually fit in to bridge the differences?
Rajdeep, you're putting the cart before the horse. This has been our first meeting and it's a very serious endeavor. We have not said that we will not involve the political class. We will involve the clerics, we may involve the politicians, we will involve people like you, because this is a wide-ranging dialogue. The future of the country is with all of us are responsible. So we don't want to eliminate anybody. Mr. Owaisi can come and express his views to us, why not? We may not accept his views, that's a different issue altogether. But our effort, and we believe that, look, let's understand one thing. India remains a secular country because 80% Indians are Hindus. A vast majority of my friends are Hindus. I've grown up with them. So let's understand that there is a large segment of the Hindu community out there that do not approve this kind of recrimination against, a constant recrimination against the minority communities. And we talk to all of them. So our endeavor is to encompass all views, both the extreme right and the extreme left and the middle center. We have no, shall I say, no bias. You can be from the so-called Khan Market gang, or you can be from Chandni Chowk. You are most welcome. We will go and talk to Jama Masjid. We will talk to Hyderabad. We will talk in Bangalore. We will talk to all communities. There is no embargo on this. I hope, as my friends do, that as we extend this dialogue, it will convert itself into a national secular movement for the unity and integrity of India. That's our effort. Now, will we fail? Who knows? Time will tell. But our effort is sincere. We believe that we have a huge support. Like Dr. Qureshi said, we've been getting phone calls from across the country today. A vast majority support us. There have been friends who say, no, don't take this path because X can't be trusted and Y can't be trusted. My view is that why would I distrust anyone without trying him out? I think that the Sangh is the largest organization in this country. I don't think...
Right.
Yes?
Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead. Please complete.
No, I was saying that the Sangh is the largest organization in this country. They have a huge following, political as well as social, and therefore we wish to take them along. And we have had extremely encouraging meeting with the Sarsang Chalak. We think that he has given us hope. And he was extremely generous in his views, and he has invited us to extend this along with his colleagues.
You know, it's interesting that you're saying that he's reaching out, because in the last year, there have been statements that Mohan Bhagwat have made that have been encouraging. For example, where he spoke about the oneness of Hindus and Muslims, that they have a common ancestry. But at the same time, there are other Sangh hotheads who speak a very different language. Even previous Sarsang Chalaks, going back to MS Golwalkar, effectively saw in some of their writings and thoughts Muslims as second-class citizens. So who do we trust? The question is the trust deficit that many Muslims will argue doesn't exist with the RSS. So, Dr. Qureshi, how does one bridge that trust deficit? Whose views do we expect? Do you accept that of Mohan Bhagwat, who reaches out to you? Or let's say tomorrow leaders from within the wider Sangh Parivar, within the Bajrang Dal, those who, the Yati Narsinganands, those who speak the language of hate and of genocide, whose views are you going to take?
No, the fact that Mr. Bhagwat was very generous with his time and with his views, there is nothing which he said which would have offended us or would have frightened us. All he said that we have to work together for the development of the country. Without unity, we cannot move forward. So these are the right thing to say, and we were very happy.
No, but will he curb the hotheads within, sir? Sorry to intervene. Did he give you an assurance that he will curb the hotheads within this Sangh Parivar who speak a language of hate and division?
I was just coming to that. He said that you'll remember that I had made a statement telling the Hindus don't look for shivling under every mosque. I think that's a very powerful statement, and he repeated that to us. And what more, what a stronger statement can you expect? So he was very sure, and he says, I have been telling my community, and we are planning to tell the community that they do not say anything which injures the feelings of the others. We have to take them along. And he even defined, he says, the Hindu religion, Sanatan Dharma. He says it's all inclusive. Everyone worships God in different ways. And you guys are Muslims, you say your namaz, do your hajj, namaz, roza, zakat, everything. Absolutely no problem. Just don't call us kafir. I think that's a very small demand and very simple thing, and we accepted, and we said in return, don't call us Pakistani and jihadis. And as General Saab said, don't let us prove our loyalty and patriotism on a daily basis. So there was total agreement. I think he will have to explain to his community. He has a lot of following and he has a voice. We are ordinary people. We are not leaders. But we will try and enlarge our circle of like-minded people. And I think, as Najib was saying, that we will try and make it a wider movement.
You know, one of the challenges, General Shah, is to convince those within the Muslim community, you know, the clerics, the extremists who also use a language of hate and division. You know, tali do haath se bachti hai. The fact is, while you hope that the RSS reaches out to you in the manner they have, there will be questions also about the way the Muslim community also needs to, in their own way, do a reach out. Do you believe that will be an even bigger challenge, given all that has happened in recent times, to convince Muslims that, look, the RSS actually wants to find a new compact, a new way of communal harmony, of reconciliation, led by Mohan Bhagwat?
Yes, I think it is achievable. The main thing is there has to be equity. There has to be, all citizens are to be equal before law. That is something which will reassure the Muslim community that the government is fair. If that is not done, if that is not done by the police, if it's not done by the judiciary, I'm afraid it'll be very, very difficult to convince the community. But I'm certain, you know, as the last question which you put up to Dr. Qureshi was that will the hotheads follow Mr. Bhagwatji's diktat? He himself mentioned that there are hotheads in both communities, but everything in the country will be done according to the constitution. And that was pretty reassuring. If he says, he mentioned about the Dharam Sansad, everything will be done according to the Constitution of India. Anything that is virus to that will not be followed. That is assurance. And I'm certain that it will take some time, but with education towards which our efforts are directed, there will be a sea change in the attitude of the Muslim community towards what they perceive as discrimination in this country. Our efforts is to kickstart education.
So when, for example, there is talk of bulldozers being used, when there are clashes involving Gau Rakshaks, when there are those who say Desh mein rehna hoga, Jai Shri Ram kehna hoga, when you're telling me that Mr. Bhagwat made it very clear that all of this is outside the constitutional purview, that as far as he is concerned, every citizen, Hindu or Muslim, will be equal under the law. That's what you're saying. Am I correct?
Exactly. And we are certain that he's a man of influence. There are two people who are influential in the country. One is the Prime Minister and secondly is Bhagwatji. His words carry a lot of weight. And I am certain that if he convinces the large number of his cadres that the hotheads need to be silenced, they can be silenced. We are very, very sure of that.
You know, but there will be those, Najib Jung, who are saying this is a very, you know, this is two tracks being followed. One, as I said, politically, the BJP and the Sangh Parivar is seen to have its own agenda. We've seen issues now like Gyan Vapi being raised, madrasas being raised, Waqf board being raised. So you keep the pot boiling at one level leading up to 2024, and at the other level you do this reach out to Muslims as Mr. Bhagwat has done. Do you see it that way, that there are two tracks and at some stage they will have to merge, that it's not enough to talk to Mohan Bhagwat, tomorrow you'll have to talk to Narendra Modi as well?
Of course, Rajdeep, there are two tracks because at the end of the day, 2024 is very close. And if a polarization can bring them votes, then certainly that will be a track that will gain traction. Having said that, what choice do sensible people have but to take this course? I think we must talk also to the BJP that winning an election at the cost of a country is not worth it. I read a quote many years ago that if democracy is the price of freedom, then India is overpaying. So let's understand that we need to talk to each other, we need love and affection. There will be many tracks. Why two tracks? There will be people with self-interest. And this is a very small, humble beginning by 3 or 4 people. Like General Saad said, we have no political backing. We are very humble people. We are trying our best for the love of this country. And I think that we should go a long way, even though 2024 is not far. Yes, indeed, I think we should meet the Prime Minister. We should express our point of view to him. And we will seek time. I do hope and pray he will give us time.
Let me leave it there because I think it's been fascinating just listening to the three of you. It is possible, of course, that there will be cynics, skeptics out there who will wonder whether these well-meaning efforts can actually reach fruition. But it is very clear in the times in which we live, there is only one way forward. Hindu-Muslim harmony, unity and reconciliation. That is what makes this country special. It's sheer pluralism, diversity and tolerance that must make India an exceptional country. And that's in a way, perhaps hopefully, what this exercise is all about. Najib Jung, Dr. Qureshi and General Shah, for you to come and join me and explain what happened in that meeting in a way hopefully is a sign of the times. Openness, transparency is the way forward in these times. Thank you all very much for joining me here with that inside story. And while this effort and initiative is being made for communal harmony here in India, well, I'm afraid that communal discord being witnessed in the United Kingdom, because days after clashes were seen in the city of Leicester in United Kingdom, now reports coming out of communal strife between Hindu and Muslim groups in the town of Smethwick. What really happened here? Take a look.
The communal strife in UK is spreading. What started as a small tiff over India-Pakistan Asia Cup match is now threatening to overrun the delicate communal fabric of the country. The fire in Leicester spread to Smethwick. In the latest provocation, a mob of alleged Islamists were caught on camera menacingly marching near a Hindu temple in the Smethwick area, raising Allahu Akbar chants. The 200-strong mob also raised other Islamist slogans. While cops tried to restore order, a bottle was reportedly thrown at the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Many locals saw it as an intimidation tactic.
We're on Nelson Road right now. Stand up with the Hindu mobs, as you can see.
The incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups had burnt a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident led to dozens of arrests by UK police.
This is a statement of unity.
Joint appeals were made by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters.
Are the incidents of communal strife irreparably damaging the British cultural fabric? With Lavina Tandon, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's turn to our other special focus tonight, because in a landmark move, the Supreme Court has today said that Supreme Court hearings of all constitutional benches will be live streamed for the general public. This new initiative will start next week from the 27th of September. This was decided at a full court meeting led by Chief Justice of India, UU Lalit. Presiding judges were unanimous in their decision that live streaming of all constitutional cases must be done on a regular basis. This is a huge reform in a way that is coming from the Supreme Court of the country. What does it mean in a way for judicial scrutiny, transparency and independence? Joining me now are two of the country's fine judicial minds, joined by Justice Madan Lokur, former Supreme Court judge, and former Additional Solicitor General and Senior Advocate Indira Jaising. Appreciate both of you joining us. I want to come to first Indira Jaising, because you were a driving force behind this. You've been fighting for this for years. Live stream important cases. Are you satisfied with what has happened? Why do you believe this is such a major reform and step forward?
Rajdeep, it's been done primarily in the interest of litigants. When I was ASG, I had cases from as far off as the Lakshadweep, and I was always wondering, how do these people come all the way to Delhi to even know what's happening to their cases? So let's be very clear. The first and the primary stakeholder are the litigating public of this country. Secondly, of course, every single person has a right to know. The Supreme Court held so in the judgment delivered in the Indira Jaising versus Supreme Secretary General, filed in 2017, delivered in 2018. I guess COVID intervened, and that's why the actual decision to live stream has been delayed. But I heard today that the official announcement is now out for the public. So yes, I believe it's a major step in the direction of accountability, transparency, not only for the judiciary, but may I say, for the lawyers as well.
Justice Lokur, your first comments. Do you believe this live streaming of constitutional cases is an idea whose time has come? Will it significantly enhance the public's right to know?
Yes, I think it's a great idea. And as far as I'm concerned, it should have come much earlier. I mean, the time had come a little earlier. But I'm glad it has come now. And I'm sure it's going to be of great benefit to everybody, lawyers, litigants, just about everybody. I would like to say
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Please go ahead.
I would like to say that, there are some high courts that have already started live streaming quite some time back, during COVID times. I remember the Gujarat High Court had started live streaming. Orissa High Court, I know, has started live streaming. And now they have started live streaming in the district courts. I think there are 30 or 34 district courts where live streaming is going on, right? And that was inaugurated by the Chief Justice of India, Justice Lalit. So really, it's a culmination of all this that the Supreme Court has also decided to live stream the hearing of cases.
There are those, though, Justice Lokur, who point out what they believe is the negative side of it, that much like live telecast of Parliament, live streaming of important cases could lead to grandstanding by lawyers. Possibly judges will be more careful, because today someone could take a 30-second edited excerpt of something the judge has said. It will go on WhatsApp, go on social media, create a controversy. Are these legitimate fears that perhaps this will, in a way, dilute some of the sanctity associated with the court?
I don't think so. You can cook up all kinds of fears. right? But that doesn't mean that they exist. Okay, now, taking a small clip from somewhere and using it out of context, that can be done even if there's no live streaming. Okay, now you have reporters in the court, who send updates and so on. Well, anybody can do it, things can be morphed. So really, I'm not worried about this at all. And, let me say that in the high courts where live streaming has been going on, there has been no complaint about this, so why should there be a complaint about this in the Supreme Court?
Indira Jaising, do you have any such fears at all that this could be misused in a way to either put pressure on judges or to create controversies at times over any statement now passed by a lawyer or a judge in court?
Well, first, let me answer the question you put to Justice Lokur. The Supreme Court has held in its judgment, the Supreme Court shall hold exclusive copyright over videos streamed online and archived with the registry, and reuse, capture, or editing or redistribution of streaming derivative works of the broadcast or video footage in any form shall not be permitted, except maybe on terms and conditions notified with the court, by the court, without written permission from the court. So any such thing will be liable to contempt of court. And I believe that the press is a responsible institution, and they will not do it knowing fully well that there are sanctions to this. So I am not...
No, private individual can put it on WhatsApp, ma'am. Indira Jaising, what stops a private individual from putting it up on WhatsApp, sending it to groups across the country, and thereby, in a way, pushing, some would argue, undermining the sanctity, as I said, of the court's proceedings?
Well, the concern that I have is the reverse, because as Justice Lokur pointed out, it's being done now. And one of the issues I mentioned in my letter asking for immediate live streaming was the existence of misinformation, which exists already. There is so much of fake news, there is so much of misinformation, that the only way to correct that is to have an official channel of the Supreme Court of India. So I think the Supreme Court has shoulders broad enough to tolerate some amount of misconduct on the part of people, and there are ways and means of dealing with it. The more critical issue is there are stakeholders which go with, look, Rajdeep, let's face it, CAA is under consideration, marital rape is under consideration, restitution of conjugal rights is under consideration, reservations for Dalits and Christians is under consideration. Tell me one citizen of the country who will remain unaffected by the outcome of these cases. And do they not have the right to know what is going on in the court? Can they not debate these issues in a rational manner? I believe they can. And this is the reason for this decision that was taken.
The word you use is rational. I hope the debate will stay rational. But, Justice Lokur, what we are seeing, though, in the last couple of weeks, lots of changes coming in the listing system, ensuring that cases are now expeditiously dealt with by the Supreme Court. The backlog is slowly being reduced. It appears Justice Lalit, who has just 2 months as Chief Justice, is a man in a hurry. Is this a good sign? A sign that perhaps even the highest judiciary has realized the need for urgent reform?
Yes, I think it's a very good sign. And, I hope that the initiative that he has started, the momentum continues even after his retirement. There are thousands and thousands of cases pending in the Supreme Court. And, many of them are constitution bench cases which should have been heard many, many years ago. Right. So the time has come, for these cases to be heard. And, I'm very glad that Chief Justice Lalit has taken the initiative, and he started hearing all these cases, listing all old cases, constitution bench cases, important cases, even otherwise. The momentum should continue. I hope it doesn't flag.
The momentum should continue. Indira Jaising, a final word. As someone who's been a crusader calling for these reforms in the judiciary, do you believe that this is going to be a false dawn, or do you actually see some hope, a ray of hope, that even the highest judiciary wants to change the way it's both perceived by the public as well as serious structural issues, including the large backlog in cases that Justice Lokur spoke of just now?
Yes, I think the judiciary is very aware of the fact that they need to restore the confidence of the ordinary person in this country, in the judiciary. We've had a bad run for some years. We all know that. But I think the Supreme Court's internal mechanisms have been activated, and what Justice Lalit has taught me is no one can ever say, I don't have enough time to do the other. Yes, 74 days, of which there are 50 working days, but something well begun, I'm sure will be continued by all the Chief Justices who come after him. Many constitutional courts of this world live stream their proceedings. So there is a wealth of knowledge internationally. Imagine,
Right.
Rajdeep, you can be sitting in any corner of the world and you will know what's going on in the Supreme Court of India.
I think that's wonderful in a way. I am a great supporter of live streaming of judicial proceedings. The public's right to know above all else. Justice Lokur, Indira Jaising, I appreciate as always two fine minds joining me here on the news today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's turn from there to another story that should interest every citizen out there. Get real India, because the monsoon may be drawing to a close in most parts of the country, but guess what? It's left its impact on a familiar story, pothole roads. That's right. From Bengaluru to Chennai to Mumbai, almost every city is now finding pothole roads to become a recurring nuisance. Even Kerala has been affected by it, and lives are being claimed in what we are calling pothole nation. Get real India.
Potholes that kill and maim. From Tamil Nadu to Karnataka to Jharkhand, civic apathy is a common curse suffered by cities across India. In the latest incident of negligence, a motorcyclist in Chennai fell into a deep pit dug for stormwater drainage. 33-year-old Vasudevan was reversing his bike but couldn't gauge the unevenly dug pit. The software engineer, a resident of Adambakkam, would consider himself lucky to escape with minor bruises. In Mumbai, the country's financial capital, potholes are not just a nuisance for commuters. This year, 154 people have died in road accidents, some of which were caused by potholes.
Most of these potholes have resulted in instantaneous deaths, where the two-wheelers have not been able to tell in terms of how deep these potholes are, that are most of the times filled with water. Once they go over this, their vehicles overturn, and a heavy vehicle coming behind them crushes them or goes over them, almost instantly killing them, like I mentioned earlier.
The BMC, the richest civic body of India, recently slapped a fine of 3,66,000 rupees on the Lal Bagh Cha Raja committee for creating 183 potholes during Ganeshotsav. Bengaluru, recently hit by heavy rain waterlogging, is also plagued by apathy. Angry citizens are blaming BBMP officials for the mess.
बहुत दिन से देख रहा है, बहुत एक्सीडेंट भी हुआ था इधर, काउंट भी नहीं रिस्पॉन्स देता है, मेरा सीएम भी अच्छा नहीं है, क्या भी नहीं कर रहा है, कभी ऐसा भी हो रहा है, क्या है, पूरा सभी लोग आता है गिर जाता है इधर, पूरा डेंट है.
13 people died in Bengaluru over the last 5 years due to potholes. Fed up by the neglect, citizens are taking up creative methods to register their protests. In Jharkhand, Congress MLA Deepika Pandey Singh sat down on a muddy road and bathed in its water, demanding the repair of National Highway 133.
और इस रोड का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी अखबारों के माध्यम से हम लोगों को ये जानकारी हुई कि किसी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को दिया है. इसका काम जल्द क्यों नहीं शुरू हो रहा? मैं इस गंगा जल में से आज एक्सप्रेस में स्नान किए हैं और जब तक यहाँ पर काम शुरू नहीं होता हम यहाँ से नहीं उठ करके जाने वाले।
In Kerala, a bride has taken the internet by storm after a video of her photo shoot at a pothole-filled road went viral. The woman was clad in a beautiful red sari and walked across the road with several potholes. Be it Jharkhand or Chennai, pothole menace is proving deadly for citizens. With Priyanka Rudrappa and Dave Kotak, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take a break at this point. When we return, we'll turn to our Good News Today story, a story that breaks stereotypes. I'll tell you more on the other side. You're watching the News Today. News without the noise.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get on the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get on the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
The targeting of a Hindu temple in Leicester, a Hindu puja house, a Durga Bhavan, was targeted and surrounded by more than 200 people in Smethwick, in the Midlands. What's happening in the United Kingdom? Why are Hindus and their places of worship being targeted? Is this all about the fallout of a cricket match? Or is there something which is far more sinister? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get to the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's Good News Today story. Now, there's been lots of controversy in recent times over the modernization of madrasas, the need to modernize madrasa education. Now, amidst all this, guess what? A number of students from madrasas who've gone on then to higher education, to coaching centers, have cracked the highly competitive NEET exams and will become medical doctors one day. It's a step forward, as Milan Sharma reports on a story that breaks stereotypes.
Madrasa are where Muslim children are taught about their religion. Many don't get regular schooling and are denied benefits of modern education. But a few venture beyond the four walls of the madrasa. These students, all madrasa educated, have qualified for NEET after taking entrance coaching. Hafiz Muhammad Ali Iqbal from Karnataka scored 680 out of 720 in the medical entrance exam.
ऐसा जो पहले सोचा जाता था कि मदरसे के बच्चे हैं कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे या तो टेलर बन जाएंगे या कुछ छोटे-मोटे काम में ले लेंगे या खासकर आलिम के बाद इमाम बन जाते हैं लोग, मगर आज तक कोई एक गाइड करने वाला एक अच्छा सा कोर्स प्रिपेयर नहीं करके उनको दिया नहीं गया हम लोगों को कुछ बनाने की जरूरत नहीं थी, सिर्फ
Another Karnataka-based student, Hafiz Mohammad Saifullah, was inspired by his brother, who is also an MBBS.
मेरे भैया भी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हाफिज़ कुरान थे जो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह MBBS मुकम्मल कर चुके हैं।
अच्छा।
तो उन्हीं को देखकर मैं भी डॉक्टर बनने का इरादा किया।
ऐसा लगता था कि नहीं हो पाएगा।
This was Hafiz Ghulam Ahmad Zardi's first attempt at NEET. He talks about mastering both Deen and Dunya.
अब मेरे 646 मार्क्स है और कर्नाटक के टॉप कॉलेज में मुझे लग जाती है।
जैसे अगर आप नीट के लिए वहाँ पर जा रहे हैं तो
But why did they pick madrasa over regular schools?
जो गैप हो जाता है बीच में तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम्स आती है, बट मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जो कुरान शरीफ है ना वो अगर हिफ्स करने के बाद इंसान का सीना खुल जाता है और उससे चीज़ें इजी लगने लग जाती है, मगर मॉडर्न एजुकेशन में भी हेल्प होती है उससे, बिकॉज ग्रास्पिंग पावर आपका बढ़ जाता है मैम। इसके लिए
मेरे पेरेंट्स चाहते थे कि मैं दोनों चीज़ों को लेकर आगे चलूँ, तो मैंने हिफ्स भी किया और मैंने नीट भी क्रैक किया, तो इंशाल्लाह मैं डॉक्टर ही बनूंगा, तो उस चीज़ पे खरा उतर रहा हूँ।
मैंने सोचा कि किसी तरह
At a time when a debate is raging on the need to revamp madrasa curricula, the success of these students in NEET perhaps show the benefits of modernization.
As we talk of modernization of education in madrasas as well, there is no boundary for students who want to study and excel, whether or not those boundaries are made by religion. With Ajay Thakur, this is Milan Sharma for India Today.
Let me leave you though tonight with our image of the day, and it's a rather saddening one because the stand-up comedian who in a sense redefined comedy for a new India, Raju Srivastav, is no more. The popular comedian passed away at the age of 58. He had been struggling with a heart ever since he got a heart attack early in the month of August. He died at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He was 58. And right through his lives, he brightened the lives of many others, brought smiles to many faces with his unique brand of comedy. I leave you with a snippet of the one and only Raju Srivastav. Om Shanti.
कोई कार्टूनिस्ट, कोई कवि या कोई स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लालू जी को टारगेट ज़रूर करता है, क्योंकि इनकी बात आसानी तक से लोगों तक पहुंच जाती है और कैरेक्टर वही उठाते हैं जो बहुत मशहूर हों। एक बार ओबामा जी ने लालू जी से पूछा, ओबामा ने लालू से पूछा, मिस्टर लालू, कैन यू स्विम? तुम्हें स्विमिंग आता है? नहीं, हमें तो नहीं आता है। इट्स वेरी शेम, स्विमिंग तो कुत्ता भी कर लेता है, आपको आता है? यस ऑफ कोर्स, तो आप में कुत्ते में क्या फर्क है? सारे नेताओं में जो मेरी जानकारी है सबसे ज़्यादा मेहनती लालू जी हैं हर तरह से, और 120 करोड़ हैं हम लोग, तो ये भी तारीफ की बात है। हर एक को ये नसीब नहीं है। एक बार इनसे कहा गया कि देश के सब नेताओं में सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चे आपके हैं, तो लालू जी बोले, इसका जिम्मेदार कांग्रेस है, इसके पीछे कांग्रेस का हाथ है। फैमिली प्लानिंग की प्लानिंग कांग्रेस लेके आई थी और उस जमाने में हम विपक्ष में थे, तो उनकी हर योजना का विरोध करना हमारा धर्म था।
tada re da ni ta na na dir dir dim ta na dim ta na takit da takit da takit da te ka ta ka digin da tir da dim ta na ta num ta da re da ni dim ta na ta num ta na num ta de re na ta de re na.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Association with Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Hetic fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. LIC. हर पल आपके साथ.
Russia has announced partial mobilization of troops, a major development in the Russia-Ukraine conflict that had started on the 24th of February. Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced partial mobilization of the Russian forces. Reservists are being called out according to the Russian government. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has also issued a very stern warning to the West, saying Russia had lots of weapons to reply to Western threats. President Putin insists Russia is not bluffing. Big nuclear threat from the Russian president. In fact, in the past 24 hours, Russia has fired a series of long-range missiles at Kharkiv after Ukrainian forces launched a major counter-offensive and pushed back Russian soldiers. The information is that Russian artillery can no longer target Kharkiv. This is the reason that Russia is using long-range missiles. This also, according to the Ukrainian forces, is an indication that Russian forces who abandoned their weapons, their gun positions, their artillery and armor and retreated to the Russian side of the border may be regrouping. In fact, Russia's defense minister has given details of this partial mobilization. Russia has announced 300,000, 3 lakh reserve soldiers are being called out. Contracts of soldiers already deployed since the 24th of February when these special operations had started. Their contracts are being extended to the duration of the conflict. Soldiers in reserve with military experience have been called out. All of this, is this an indication of intensification of operations and escalation in the conflict with Ukraine in the weeks ahead? Russia has also announced a 5-day-long referendum in the newly captured Ukrainian territory. So this referendum is to be held between the 23rd of September, that's 2 days from now, and the 27th of September. And this referendum will take place in Luhansk, in Donetsk, in Kherson, and in Zaporozhye. The area, the territory that's been occupied or now is in Russian control. Russia has also so far claimed that it's lost 5,937 soldiers in this conflict with Ukraine. The figures put out by Ukraine much higher, close to 55,000. Europe, incidentally, European countries, they've hit back at Russia's nuclear threat. Britain has said Russia is breaking its own promise. Germany has called it another bad and wrong step. Lithuania has put its forces on a state of high alert. Latvia has made it clear there will be no refuge for Russians who are fleeing this conflict.
Пошел и ядерный шантаж.
Even nuclear blackmail has come into play. We are talking not only about the shelling of the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, encouraged by the West, which threatens to unleash a nuclear catastrophe, but also about statements by some high-ranking representatives of leading NATO countries on the possibility and admissibility of using weapons of mass destruction against Russia, nuclear weapons. I want to remind those who allow themselves such statements about Russia that our country also has a variety of weapons of destruction, and in some areas even more modern than those in NATO countries. And if the territorial integrity of our country is threatened, we will without question use all the means at our disposal to protect Russia and our people. This is not a bluff. And those who try to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the prevailing winds can also blow in their direction. It is time to implement the experience obtained at the annual strategic drills in practice. It is necessary to timely and thoroughly organize notifying the citizens, ramp up the measures to combat provocations and unlawful activities, as well as security of stations, notifying recruitment officers and collecting citizens. Mobilized citizens will have the status of servicemen serving under a contract and an appropriate level of monetary pay. If we want this war to end, then we cannot be indifferent to how it ends. Putin will only give up his war and his imperialist ambitions if he realizes that he cannot win. In doing so, he isn't just destroying Ukraine, but he is also ruining his own country. This is why we will not accept a peace dictated by Russia. This is why we will not accept any pretentious referenda. And this is why Ukraine must be able to defend itself against Russia's invasion.
And joining me on this big story is Xenia Kondrateva. She's a senior Russian war correspondent, has been at the front lines of this conflict. Xenia, what does the mobilization or President Putin sanctioning the mobilization of 300,000 Russian soldiers actually mean? Where is this conflict headed, Xenia?
Hi, thanks for having me. I think that's definitely leads to escalation, but things still remain to be seen. And a lot depends on, it's not just enough to announce mobilization. We have to see who actually is mobilized, because we see the law that was published and the announcement that was made by Russian President Vladimir Putin and the defense minister, they were quite different from the law that we have seen.
Yes. And why did the Russian president need to issue the nuclear threat or the use of nuclear weapons?
Oh, I think that was quite just a response, because the nuclear option or the nuclear threat has been triggered by many leaders, and the Western media we have seen has been pushing that idea. So I would rather say, that's a kind of a personal feeling or the reading of what's happening that I have. That was kind of a response. I don't think we should, it's helping us to push that kind of option ahead. I think that's a sort of a public discussion for now.
Okay.
For now.
Okay, and this referendum that is being talked about from the 23rd to the 27th in Luhansk, in Donetsk, in Kherson and in Zaporozhye, at a time when the Russian forces are actually, according to the Ukrainians, retreating from Kharkiv. In your view, and since you've been covering this on ground, where is this conflict headed, Xenia?
See, you have to differentiate between Luhansk and Donetsk republics, and Kherson and Zaporozhye, and particularly Kharkiv, from where the Russian troops have been retreated. You look at the map, you look at geographies, it's very, very different. People in Donetsk and Luhansk, people whom I personally spoke to because I've traveled to those areas, they have been waiting for this for last 8 years. So there is no question. They have been telling me personally that when will Russia go ahead with this? Okay, that's one scenario. But there is a very different scenario in other territories. For example, I've not been to Kherson, and I've not been to Zaporozhye, and I've not been to Kharkiv region. I've not covered those areas, but I've been to Kherson, and I know personally people from there. I've spent all my childhood there. So people there are divided. There is a it's a Russian-speaking city. There is a Russian-speaking population, and you will see the elderly who are rather inclining towards Russia, and you will see the young people who are not at all inclining towards Russia. It's a complicated matter. Like the entire Ukrainian crisis is very complicated. It's when we say civil war, it's just not just words, not just a label. So, you have to differentiate, and when the Western when the countries say that we will accept the results or we will not accept the results of these referendums, you have to really treat these events in a different matter, I believe.
Fair enough. Remains to be seen whether these will be impartial. Of course, Xenia, I've reported from Zaporozhye, from Kharkiv and from Kherson. But that, of course, was the first phase of this war in March and April. And you're absolutely right. While the elderly in some pockets, especially Kharkiv, the Russian-speaking people may be pro-Russia, but also remains a fact, Russia hasn't been able to take control of Kharkiv. In fact, has retreated. Zaporozhye remains a cause for concern as far as Ukraine is concerned, but we'll be tracking that story very, very closely. For joining me here on India Today, Xenia Kondrateva, many thanks. I want to now shift focus to the other big story we're tracking here on India Today. After Leicester, now a temple has been targeted in Birmingham in the Midlands in United Kingdom. More than 200 people, and look at those images on your television screen. More than 200 people, majority of them Muslims, shouting Allahu Akbar, surrounding the Durga Bhavan temple at Smethwick in the Midlands. One climbed onto a temple wall, behaved in a very disorderly manner. A number of Hindu devotees were inside the temple. They managed to film this. Fortunately, there were a number of police personnel who were deployed on ground. They prevented the situation from worsening. But first Leicester, now Birmingham. Is this the fallout of a cricket match, or is this something far more sinister? We bring you this report.
The communal strife in UK is spreading. What started as a small tiff over India-Pakistan Asia Cup match is now threatening to overrun the delicate communal fabric of the country. The fire in Leicester spread to Smethwick. In the latest provocation, a mob of alleged Islamists were caught on camera menacingly marching near a Hindu temple in the Smethwick area, raising Allahu Akbar chants. The 200-strong mob also raised other Islamist slogans. While cops tried to restore order, a bottle was reportedly thrown at the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Many locals saw it as an intimidation tactic.
We're on Nelson Road right now. Stand up with the Hindu mobs, as you can see.
The incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups had burnt a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident led to dozens of arrests by UK police.
This is a statement of unity.
Joint appeals were made by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters.
Are the incidents of communal strife irreparably damaging the British cultural fabric? With Lavina Tandon, Bureau Report, India Today.
In Leicester, a Hindu temple was targeted, a Hindu religious flag burnt, Hindu properties targeted, and yet there was a virtual campaign to target Hindutva. Now again, crowds chanting Allahu Akbar surrounded a temple in Birmingham. What's happening and why? Joining me on India First is an eyewitness from Birmingham. He is requested not to be named. Dishita Kumar joins us from Leicester on the disorder that had taken place there, and Omar Azhar Bhatti is a political analyst and former co-founder of Future of Pakistan Conference, joins me on the show. But I want to go to our eyewitness first. And sir, what can you tell us about what happened outside the Durga Bhavan temple?
Hello, namaskar, good afternoon.
Namaskar.
We went to the temple as we normally do every Tuesday because of special Mataji's Aarti. There were some rumors and WhatsApp messages of potential peaceful protest there, which is perfectly okay in British society. Everybody has right to protest. But when we go down there, there were about 200 to 300 men there. In a very angry mood outside the temple area, and there was a lot of noise and aggression there, and the whole environment was quite fearful.
And was there any provocation from the side of the Hindus or those inside the temple that prompted this conduct?
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. They were just quiet witness to see what's happening because they all were surprised.
What were these people, 200 to 300 as you say? Do you have any idea who they were? Can you identify them? What were they saying? What were they doing?
It's very difficult to identify because they all were wearing a face mask, like COVID mask. So that is one thing. And most of them, they were also wearing the hoodies as well. Their heads were covered. So it's very difficult. Plus they were across and outside the temple barrier. Not close enough even to look in the eyes and say who is who. And there's no way anybody would know that many people anywhere.
Okay. And were you scared inside the temple? Were there women? Were there children there?
There were children and women, and most of the people who come down there, they are elderly because they are more into bhajan, satsang, dharam kriya than the young people. But there were any young mothers as well.
There were young mothers as well. And yeah. What did all of you go through? How long did this last? What were these people shouting? What were they chanting?
Well, I myself got there at 6:30, and I was there till 8:30. But there is absolutely no doubt from looking at the crowd outside, they must have been there for at least an hour or so.
Okay. Okay. I want to bring into this conversation Omar Bhatti as we reestablish that link with our eyewitness. Mr. Bhatti, why would a crowd of between 200 and 300 people raise slogans like Allahu Akbar, surround the temple, and then one man climb onto the wall, the temple wall, and behave in a rather disorderly manner? Why would this crowd do so?
Well, first of all, my sympathies with whoever's been harmed, whoever's felt afraid, and whoever's been terrified by the members of the Muslim youth who surrounded that temple. Any untowardly incidences of violence and provocation are condemnable and absolutely terrible. However, the incident that you're specifically mentioning, and the one that Eyewitness recounted, is also the one where the imam, or a Muslim imam of the local masjid, of the local mosque, tried to ensure that nobody took away the religious flag from the Hindu temple. So they tried to ensure that no such desecration of Hindu symbols occurred. So what I'm trying to get across to you is the fact that while there is a bunch of Muslim youth who seem angered, whose sentiments have been sparked, who seem to have come out aggressively, there remain a significant majority of the Muslim youth and the Muslim population in Leicester who are peace-loving, who are tax-paying, law-abiding, and totally behave in accordance with the United Kingdom's laws and constitution. More importantly, let me get this across to you and the Eyewitness as well, which is that Leicester is perhaps the cultural capital of the world. 7.2% of the population identifies Hindus, 7.4% identifies Muslims.
I must put this to Dishita Kumar, who joins us from Leicester, whether she feels that Leicester is the cultural capital when a temple flag is desecrated, when Hindus are surrounded, when a flag is set on fire, when Hindu properties are targeted. Dishita, do these statistics mean anything to you, that at least an imam prevailed and at least in Birmingham the flag was not set on fire?
So firstly, thank you for having me on board, and all due respect to the gentleman who just spoke. Yes, Leicester has been a multicultural city, but as the world keeps saying, this is sparked by India-Pakistan match. It is not. This has been going on for months on end by minority radicalist Islamist groups that are instigating the Muslim youth to go out and literally evacuate Hindu homes in areas that are predominantly Muslim. That is the ultimately the issue that's been happening, and this has been going on for months. At least 2 to 3 months is what the diaspora of the Hindu community has been witnessing. When they are pulling down these flags, they are toppling over cars that have Om symbols on it. Anybody that has a Ganesh statue at the front door, those people are scared. You can see in these areas, which is a Hindu home, because their doors are knocked down. So it's very evident that although this has been a multicultural city, at the moment it does not seem like that at all.
No, and you seem to indicate that this is targeting of Hindus. If a car has an Om symbol, Mr. Bhatti, that car is toppled over. If a house has the Ganesh idol outside, that house is targeted and a temple flag was desecrated. Mr. Bhatti, would you know how many people have been taken into custody, and would you know the background of those who've been taken into custody?
So for the moment, from what I have heard from Leicester police, they've arrested a total of 15 people in the string of events that have taken place in the past couple of days. And those 15 people happen to be from both sides of the aisle, from the Hindu community and the Muslim community. So we have to understand here, and my sympathies with members of the Hindu community who've been targeted, whose religious symbols have been desecrated, but it is also important to ensure that we don't paint an entire community with the same brush. And more importantly, we need to understand the fact
Mr. Bhatti, if you don't want the community to be painted, I just want to ask you, is the community taking any action against such elements, or are these elements actually being eulogized and glorified, or are they the new Baburs and Taimurs?
What the community has done is, and as you've shown in your prelude, which is that the Hindu-Muslim leaders, the local community leaders got together for a press conference. Muslim imams of the local mosques have called for ending violence of all sorts. They've called for peaceful resolution of the entire matter. And more importantly, they're cooperating with the police as well. Let me add to this one final
after
bit.
what the
There are
peace
also concerns.
committee happened, there was violence in Birmingham. Dishita,
Let me
before I
add to
bring in,
this.
let me bring in the eyewitness also. But Dishita, go on. You wanted to make a point, ma'am.
Let me add
This
to
is
this
exactly
once
the
before you-
thing. I do agree there are a lot of Muslims that are peace loving, and it's not the full Muslim community. I agree, but to what level are they condemning these Islamists is the thing, because at the end of the day, on the ground, these Hindu homes, people are evacuating their homes. That's the sad affair of what's happening in Leicester, and it's only a matter of time until this happens in Birmingham, Nottingham. So I don't know, condemning, just saying it as a sweeping statement when two community leaders coming together is one thing, but actually doing something about it, and the next day there not being a riot, then you can say, okay, the Muslim community at large has come together and has stopped this.
Absolutely, Mr. Bhatti. That's the point I was coming to. So, the Hindus and the Muslims get together and they talk peace, and then we watch this.
And that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. What I'm trying to get across to you is the simple fact that if you're going to call a bunch, so if you really look at the chronology of the events, everybody keeps pointing towards, including Sunny Hundal of the deputy editor of Independent
So I don't
Voices,
want individuals. No, I'd rather go by what you have to say. No, are you trying to tell me what's happening in Birmingham is linked to what happening in Leicester?
Absolutely not. Both are entirely.
So let's keep that out, because
events have been instigated by entirely different communities. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, I am just very disappointed that people are trying to justify what's happening in Leicester when a community is being targeted, where their homes are being targeted, when their religious flags are being taken down, and somebody is trying to draw false equivalence. Tell me, sir, has a single mosque been targeted? No. Has a single Muslim been targeted? No.
Nobody.
Has a Muslim home been targeted? No. And yet we see this false equivalence. I'm sorry, sir. Let's learn to call a spade and call out those who attempt to do this. But I want to bring in our eyewitness once again. Sir, I want to understand from you, was there any provocation for this kind of behavior for 200 to 300 people who surrounded a temple and was chanting Allahu Akbar and intimidating people? Are Hindus feeling intimidated, sir?
Is that the question for me, sir?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I can say, because being a person on the premises of the mandir itself, not one single Hindu devotee chanted anything that would incite aggression or violence.
Okay, I will try and reestablish that audio link once again, but Dishita Kumar, is there an equivalence, that is this community A and community B in equal measure taking on each other, or is one side the victim and the other side a perpetrator?
I think
I'm talking about Birmingham, specifically Birmingham first, ma'am.
I think this is basically what's happened in Leicester, because this is where it kind of started, within this Muslim majority area. That's where it happened, where they started attacking the Hindus that are living in the areas, and literally these people are pushed out of their homes. There are 10 houses that are empty right now that were Hindu homes, and they're living in random people's houses across Leicester and outside, and they cannot go back home. They're too scared to enter the area now. And this is what trickled into Birmingham. And there were messages floating around saying that just because Jai Shri Ram chants were chanted, now these Islamists are moving to Birmingham, Nottingham, and Manchester. And the Muslim community, I don't know what they're doing, but they're clearly not condemning them enough to stop these things.
Omar Bhatti, would you find this situation worrisome? If Hindu homes, people are leaving their homes and going to safer areas in Muslim-dominated areas. This also is rather sad commentary on the state of affairs as far as the security forces and the police are concerned, which means they're unable to provide security to Hindus in a Muslim-dominated area in UK.
let's get the facts clear first. Number one, 7.4% of Leicester is is dominated by Muslim community. 7.2% of the community identifies with the Hindu religion. Let's not say one side is completely vulnerable to the other. Secondly, and please try to understand this. You've called people attacking Islamists, but we've seen propaganda videos being shared on Indian WhatsApp across Britain. We've seen propaganda videos and literally members of the Hindu community inciting violence against the Muslim community. We've seen local mob leaders and local ringleaders from both sides trying to capitalize on the situation.
Sir, I asked you a simple question, sir. I asked you a simple question. A single Muslim home targeted, you said no. A single mosque targeted, you said no. I'm sorry, sir. I am sorry. There may be this propaganda machinery that may be trying to draw false equivalence.
Can I come in?
Dishita wants to respond. Go on, ma'am.
Can I just say, so there's not a single Muslim that's living in a Hindu majority area that's being evacuated. Neither do they feel threatened. They are all living in their own homes. I'm talking about Hindu families that are staying in Muslim majority areas.
So you're anti-one.
Please let me finish. Then please.
I happen to be somebody who analyzes the affairs on ground. I'm not on ground in Leicester right now. I'm somebody who analyzes what is happening between the two communities.
I think analyzing and being an eyewitness are two different things. So what I'm trying to say to you...
Okay, respond now. Sir, let the lady finish, please. Go on, ma'am.
Let's look at facts. Facts are Hindu families have been evacuated. They've been forcefully taken out of those areas by violence and attacks. This has not happened in Hindu areas where there's Muslims living there. They're peacefully staying there. Hindu families are not doing anything to them. You need to at least accept that because that is the reality.
Like I said, there are mob leaders and local ringleaders who are capitalizing on religious sentiments and trying to portray as local community leaders, which is exacerbating the problem. On 28th of August, we heard a large number of members of the Hindu community chant Pakistan Murdabad, which sparked this latest round of events. We have seen the Leicester police, we've seen the Leicester police arrest members not just from the Muslim community, but members of the Hindu community as well. I'm trying to get across to you the fact that all violence is condemnable, that any untowardly attacks committed by members of the Muslim community are condemnable, that imams of the local Muslim mosques have called out violence and specifically asked for negotiations.
Mr. Umar Bhatti, I want to understand from you.
When a community
after your imam says don't do it, and then 300 chaps turn out on the streets and start this behavior, either the imam is not putting his heart in it or he's not being heard.
It is vehemently wrong, and I would urge you to show images of the Muslim imam on ground who tried to ensure that religious flag wasn't taken off or taken down from the temple.
And the Hindus should feel grateful that in one place the Hindu flag wasn't taken down. So Hindus now are at the mercy of an imam and not the law of the land, Dishita Kumar. Is that the impression then? Dishita Kumar wants to come in.
Sorry, what was that?
No. The situation on ground right now, is this fear in the Hindu community rising is point one, and point two, the arrests that have been made, and we are told more than 45 arrests have been made so far. Are the ringleaders being jailed, or is action according to what you want? Respond, ma'am.
So there is 100% fear within the community. There's no doubts. At the moment, the community is feeling threatened. The Hindu people who are living outside of their own homes are wondering, will they ever go back to their own homes, or what are they going to do with these houses that they have earned, obviously with their hard earned money. And these are slightly socioeconomically deprived part of the Hindu community. So you can imagine when you are forced out of your own home and you don't know if you can ever go back home, and this has been going on for 2 months, there will come a time where they will want to give courage to the rest of the community that we are here for you. And that's when they went and chanted Jai Shri Ram, Vande Mataram, to give strength to the rest of their communities. And at that time, it was the Islamists that attacked the protests when they went and chanted these slogans just to give courage.
Let's sincerely hope. I've run out of time on this part of the show, but Mr. Bhatti, Ms. Kumar, and the Eyewitness for joining me here on this India Today special. Many thanks. Let's sincerely hope that the police take action against all those who are responsible for this situation. A quick break. Business Today with Abha Bakaya up next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
By CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Welcome, you're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Wipro walks the talk on moonlighting, fires 300 employees found working for a rival company. Rishad Premji says moonlighting is violation of integrity. Gautam Adani tops the Hurun India rich list, added more than 1,600 crore rupees to his wealth every day in the past year. IPOs catapult promoters of Nykaa, Mapma India, Aether Industries into the rich list. Jitters in the stock markets ahead of the big decision on interest rates by the US Fed. Sensex falls 263 points, Nifty down 98. Cement and power among the big losers in the highly volatile session. Adani shares slip after the group pledges its entire stake in Ambuja Cements and ACC to lenders, seeks to raise money to finance its $6.5 billion purchase of the cement companies. SEBI chairperson Madhvi Puri Butch warns algo traders bring in sufficient transparency and disclosures. Says any claim which cannot be audited or validated will not be permitted. The moonlighting debate has taken the IT world by storm in the past month, and one of India's largest tech companies, Wipro, has terminated services of 300 staff members who were found moonlighting. The company's executive chairman, Rishad Premji, has reiterated that it is an act of integrity violation and therefore employees were fired. Listen in.
If you actually look at the definition of moonlighting, Sunil, it is having a second job secretively, right? So that's point number one. Two, I'm all about transparency. And as a part of transparency, individuals and organizations can have very candid conversations. You know, I work for Wipro, I work for somebody else, and I want to, play in a band at night or work on some project that I'm working on, etc., over the weekend. And that's an open conversation, and then the two adult individuals, the organization and the individual, can make a concerted choice about whether that works for them or doesn't work for them as an organization. The point I was alluding to more is the reality is that there are people today working for Wipro and working directly for one of our competitors. Right? We've actually discovered 300 people in the last few months who are doing exactly that. To me, it's a complete violation of integrity in its deepest form. So that was what I was referring to. There's no space for someone to work for Wipro and competitor X, Y, and Z, and I think they would feel exactly the same way if they were to discover the same situation. So that's what I meant, and so I do stand by what I said, that I do think it's a violation of integrity if you're moonlighting in that shape and form.
Yep. So how is Wipro's tough stance being viewed by D Street? Listen in to Avinash Gorakhsakar of Profit Mart Securities.
Moonlighting has been a very big problem with the IT sector. We have seen companies like Infosys, HCL Tech, TCS, and now Wipro, facing this challenge. Definitely, this news flow about Wipro management terminating the services of more than 200 odd people for moonlighting, kind of developments is definitely a negative surprise in the near term, because that actually puts a spanner in the works as far as talent acquisition is concerned. And most importantly, in terms of credibility to the client, which is very important. Most IT companies work very closely in full confidence with their clients, and therefore, this kind of moonlighting actually upsets the long-term relationship with clients. My sense is in the near term, the stock will definitely react negatively, but in the longer term, it depends on how this moonlighting aspect is completely minimized, because only then, markets would get a clear amount of comfort, from specific IT corporates here.
We also discussed this burning hot issue of moonlighting with one of the biggest hiring agencies in India, TeamLease. However, there are good times ahead for employees of the Indian IT industry as well. Listen in to a conversation my colleague Akansha Chaturvedi had with the Chief Business Officer of TeamLease Digital.
There are many trendy words that have been catching up with the workforce in the IT sector. People say people want to moonlight, as in take up multiple, take up side gigs or have a secondary employment. And there's like a new trendy word called quiet quitting, that we'll do only the bare minimum, which is required. So is this because there is a disconnect between the employer and the employee? And what is actually causing all of this conflict?
Well, I mean, the world is divided on this. Few people are saying it's highly unethical, but the startup world is more encouraging on moonlighting. But I think for me, at this point, from a policy point of view, we don't have a framework where an employee can have two jobs at this point of time. So I think the legal framework does not permit anyone to have two employments. But I think gig over a period of time, or moonlighting, what they're going to call, or what they're calling is going to catch up in the coming years. And that we see as a trend, that people will work on multiple projects with multiple customers, but we will have to see how the policy changes are going to take place in this matter.
All right, sir. So talking about employees and the attrition rate in the IT sector has, touched record numbers. The attrition rate at Wipro doubled in 4 quarters. So Wipro actually introduced a few HR policies, as in they had quarterly promotions, freshers had a 5-year career path and stuff like that. So could you tell us how this actually impacted the attrition at Wipro, and are these policies actually helpful, and should other companies also take them up?
Well, there are two elements to this. One is attrition is not just compounded to an organization, but I think leave aside the names. If I was to say why attrition, one is that the super cycles of digitization has led to a huge opportunity, and that has created a lot of supply versus demand gap. Point number one. And you also see a lot of global players who are coming into India. The GCC market, which is about 1,400, is going to move to about 2,500, 3,000 as per the market estimates. So there are global players who want to come in. So I think attrition is going to continue, irrespective of what the macroeconomic conditions are.
What do you think would be the outlook of jobs and outlook for the industry in general in the coming time?
Well, we expect the jobs to double. We expect the IT employment, which is currently at 4.5 to 5 million, growing to about 9.5 to 10 million over the next 5 years. So the industry is going to grow, and the job market is going to be very upbeat. I mean, the trend that we're currently seeing of a hiring freeze is just a sine wave because of the macroeconomic conditions. But I think we are poised for growth, and that growth, and India is in the right place for that growth.
Markets snapped their 2-day winning streak, dragged by losses across most sectors amid nervousness ahead of the FOMC's meet. Sensex slipped 263 points to 59,457, and the Nifty tumbled 98 points to shut shop at 17,718 as traders awaited the outcome of the meet. Cement stocks saw some profit booking. Shree Cement and Ultratech Cement were among the top losers. Adani stocks saw a major fall, with group companies erasing a market cap of nearly 1 lakh crore rupees today. Other blue chip laggards included Adani Ports, Power Grid and IndusInd Bank. It was the FMCG pack which lent some support in a volatile day of trade. Britannia, HUL, ITC were the top Nifty gainers. Other gainers included the likes of Apollo Hospitals and Bajaj Finance. Markets across the globe have their eyes set on the outcome of the US Fed's FOMC meet, which will be out in some time from now. Most economists expect a jumbo rate hike, as the Fed has made it quite clear it is focused on taming red-hot inflation in the US. What should one expect from the Fed this time around? My colleague Sakshi Batra is standing by with those details.
Well, that's right. The Federal Reserve began its 2-day meeting on Tuesday, and all eyes are on what the Fed will be doing as far as the interest rates are now concerned. In fact, many believe that it's not what exactly the Fed does today, but what will it say could actually do in the future that will be more crucial. Now, what the quantum of rate hike will be and the Powell's commentary will be, well, it's anybody's guess, but most analysts believe that the market has already priced in a 75 basis points hike, and this would be the third consecutive time that the Fed would be raising its interest rates. A hike this large would actually lift the US benchmark rate, which actually affects many consumer and business loans, to a range of 3 to 3.25%, the highest level in the last 14 years. Powell is expected to reiterate hawkish stance this time, as the inflation remains red hot and the number one concern for the US central bank right now. But experts say that if he goes for a 100 basis points hike, which also some of the analysts are penciling in, there could be a knee-jerk reaction the next day globally and on the Dalal Street as well. Now, Jerome Powell's commentary around the future rate hikes would be an important trigger to also track. The market wants to know whether we are at the peak of the rate hike, or will the Fed be more aggressive in the future as well. Remember, steeper rate hikes from here would mean more pain for households and businesses going forward too. But remember that Powell's earlier comments have already indicated that the Fed may not halt the rate hike cycle anytime soon, even at the cost of slowing down the economic growth and causing a recession. Economists expect that Fed officials will forecast that their key rate could go as high as 4% by the end of the year. They also are likely to signal additional increases in 2023, perhaps to as high as roughly 4.5%.
Thanks, Sakshi. The Adani pack was the big loser in the stock market today, with 6 of 7 companies ending in the red. This comes in the wake of news that the group has pledged shares worth $12.5 billion in Ambuja Cements and ACC with lenders to finance its cement play. What does this mean for Adani shares? Will the downturn continue or is it just a blip? Let's find out.
The biggest merger and acquisition deal in the Indian cement space, with the Adani Group paying a whopping $6.4 billion to Switzerland-based Holcim for its Indian cement assets, Ambuja Cements, and its subsidiary ACC. On Tuesday came the news that Adani Group has pledged its entire equity stake in the newly acquired companies, worth $12.5 billion to foreign banks to fund the deal. Under this agreement, Adani will not be able to offload the shares until this debt is cleared. Shares of several Adani Group companies are already pledged to fund the rapid expansion. Data available with Ace Equity and BSE shows that promoters pledged a 25.33% stake in Adani Power, 13.07% in Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone, 5.90% in Adani Transmission, 3.79% in Adani Enterprises, and 2.19% in Adani Green Energy. The Adani Pack shares, which have been on a dose of steroids for the past few months, paused their stratospheric rise. 6 of them fell in trade today, with Adani Enterprises in the deepest red. The only Adani family stock to rise today was the FMCG major Adani Wilmar.
Adani Port looks very attractive. On the other set of companies, I think it's better to be a little cautious. I think obviously these companies have run up significantly and valuations are definitely not barely but richly expensive. So I think Adani Ports definitely could present a good opportunity.
Meanwhile, the Adani Group debt has been the topic of vast discussion. Recently, the group said that its external long-term debt stood at 1.64 lakh crore and not 2.2 lakh crore, with the leverage ratios of its companies healthy amidst consistent pouring down of debt. The group also pointed out that it had cash and cash equivalent of 27,579 crores. Meanwhile, its share prices are rising, making the Adani Group the most valuable industrial house in India, and Gautam Adani the second richest man in the world, with a reported net worth of $150 billion. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
With algorithmic trading services gaining traction, SEBI had recently issued new guidelines for stockbrokers providing such services. The SEBI chief has today warned brokers who have misused the services. Listen in to what she had to say.
If your business model is going to rely on a black box which is not open to sunlight for disinfecting, if it is not capable of being validated and audited, and your claims cannot be audited and validated, it cannot be permitted. But if it can be audited, can be validated, nobody is happier than us to facilitate new and innovative offerings in the market.
Let's take a very quick break. We'll be back with more on the other side.
The modern tone of the monarchy is quite accepting and open, but not as open as one would imagine, because this is the reigning monarch's funeral that you're talking about. And when it comes to Queen Elizabeth II's funeral, adherence and following royal decorum when it comes to dress code becomes key. The entire dress code was black tie. Subdued, somber, and hats, of course, are a very important part. Black hats, while added, a part of the funeral attire for the women, especially from the royal household. So when it comes to fascinators too, they're all right. Black fascinators can be worn, but they're considered to be far more celebratory at large, and hence you saw the members of the royal family, especially the women, wear black hats. Now look at the shift that has happened after the funeral of King George VI till today. When King George VI's funeral took place, you saw the Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen Mother, Princess Margaret, all covering their faces with veils. Welcome back. Gautam Adani has topped the list of wealthy Indians, pipping Mukesh Ambani to the post by nearly 3 lakh crore rupees. The rankings were released by research firm Hurun in partnership with wealth management firm IIFL Wealth. There are several surprises in the list as well, as this report shows.
He is already the second richest man in the world, ahead of icons like Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos. So it was not unexpected when the 60-year-old industrialist topped the Hurun IIFL rich list, having played a hard game of catch-up with his closest competitor, Mukesh Ambani of Reliance Industries. In the past 1 year, not only has Adani gained 2 lakh crore rupees in wealth to catch up with Ambani, he has raced ahead by 3 lakh crore rupees, a total gain of a whopping 5 lakh crore in 12 months. Adani's current value, as estimated by Hurun IIFL, is 10,94,000 crore rupees. Incredibly, Adani's wealth rose by 1,612 crore rupees every day in the past 1 year. At the second position is Mukesh Ambani, who increased his wealth by 210 crore rupees every day last year. Cyrus Poonawalla and family has shot up 3 ranks with wealth of around 2 lakh crore rupees. HCL Tech's Shiv Nadar is at the 4th position, while veteran investor and retailer Radhakishan Damani is at the 4th position. The list contains several other incredible details about India's wealthiest. The cumulative wealth of Hurun India Rich List is over 100 lakh crore rupees, more than the combined GDP of Singapore, UAE and Saudi Arabia. 12 individuals have a net worth of more than 1 lakh crore, down from 13 last year. India has 1,103 individuals with a net worth of over 1,000 crore rupees. This number is up 62% in 5 years. Youngest on the list is 19-year-old Kevalia Vohra, the founder of Zepto. 100 startup founders with an average age of 40 and a cumulative wealth of 5.06 lakh crore rupees are part of the Hurun list. Meanwhile, the rich list also has several entrants powered by successful IPOs. This includes the promoters of Latent Views, Ather Industries, Nykaa and MapMyIndia. Nearly a quarter of the rich are from Mumbai, with Delhi and Bengaluru bringing up the rear guard. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
The Asian Development Bank has joined others in lowering India's GDP growth estimate for the current fiscal. ADB has said it expects India's growth to slow down and that it has cut the GDP growth forecast for 2022 to 23 to 7% from 7.2%. The reasons ADB gave for this downgrade include price pressures, which will adversely impact domestic consumption. A sluggish global demand and elevated oil prices are likely to be a drag on net exports. The bank follows global agencies in lowering their India growth estimates. While Fitch and Goldman Sachs have lowered their estimates to 7%, Morgan Stanley has set 7.2% as the GDP growth target. Citibank is predicting a 6.7% growth, while Nomura has the lowest figure of all, just 4.7%. Even multilateral agencies like IMF have lowered their GDP growth estimate. The RBI, meanwhile, expects the India economy to grow by 7.2% this year. India's fintech industry could touch the $1 trillion mark by the end of this decade. According to Finance Ministry's Chief Economic Advisor, the sunrise sector, which was pegged at $31 billion in 2021, is likely to explode in the next few years. This next wave of fintechs is seen benefiting MSMEs by making available cheap funding for the sector.
the entire purpose of e-Shram portal, which creates a method of registration for individual informal workers, and then the Udyam portal, which enables micro and small businesses to register themselves on the Udyam portal, and simultaneously they are automatically registered in the GST portal. They get a PAN number. So all of this is about bringing in people who are hitherto excluded, the individual informal, and then once they are registered, then many other services open up through their Aadhaar and the registration IDs, etc. So what is happening is there is also a marriage of these different portals that is happening. Even these government portals are becoming interoperable and interconnected. So, as I said, the entire fintech revolution is not about startups and unicorns, but about ensuring that all these developments come together to be able to provide access to finance and opportunities for individual businesses, micro, small, as well as for low-income population. And that is the entire focus. And it is happening through cash flow-based lending, through e-Shram portal registrations, through Udyam portals, etc. And that is why over time you will see, even in the bank credit data that you are seeing today, much of the loans are going towards micro and small enterprises in terms of bank credit rather than to large enterprises. All these are all consequences and the outcomes of what has been done in the last 5 to 6 years. And this will only grow even further.
One of the most iconic landmarks in the Delhi NCR region, the Great India Place Mall at Noida, is reportedly on sale. According to reports, the mall's promoter, Entertainment City, is in talks with buyers to sell the GIP along with the Garden Galleria Mall, the Worlds of Wonder amusement park and Kidzania for about 2,000 crore rupees. All the properties are on a 147-acre plot, which has around 1.7 million square foot in empty space. Entertainment City is promoted by the Unitech Group and reportedly owes the Punjab National Bank around 800 crore rupees. Even as Reliance Industries readies for rolling out 5G mobile services across India, Chairman Mukesh Ambani is on the pilgrim trail, visiting ancient temples over the past 10 days. The 65-year-old Ambani was to visit the Badrinath and Kedarnath shrines in Uttarakhand, but his travel plans were thwarted by bad weather.
8th of September, a visit to the immensely popular Lal Bagcha Raja Pandal in Mumbai. Four days later, the Reliance chairman was at the Srinath Ji temple in Rajasthan's Nathdwara town. On the 16th of September, Mukesh Ambani was at the Tirumala temple in Andhra Pradesh. The next day, the industrialist was seeking blessings at the Guruvayur temple in Thrissur, Kerala. It has been very busy fortnight for the Reliance chairman, as well as for his to-be daughter-in-law Radhika Merchant and his confidant Manoj Modi, who have been by his side in this cross-country run. According to reports, Mukesh Ambani is set to seek divine blessings before the launch of any big project. And 5G is one of the most ambitious projects by Reliance Industries. By his own admission, the company has invested more than 2 lakh crore rupees in setting up the network and securing the required spectrum. During each of his visits, Ambani has loosened his pockets discussing the construction of a new temple with the priests at Nathdwara. At the hill shrine of Tirumala, he handed over a demand draft of 1.5 crore rupees to the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. A similar amount was donated during his trip to the Guruvayur Sri Krishna temple in Kerala. Meanwhile, Ambani's trip to Badrinath and Kedarnath was reportedly cancelled due to bad weather. This coincides with protests at Kedarnath against plans to replace the silver plates in the sanctum sanctorum of the temple with gold plates. An anonymous Mumbai businessman has reportedly donated 230 kg of gold costing over 100 crore rupees. Priests at the temple have opposed the move, saying gold was a symbol of wealth. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
That's all we have time for on the show tonight. Thanks for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome, and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Suspense over the next King Kong. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot meets Sonia Gandhi in Delhi, says he's ready to take up any job the party assigns him. The UP government orders survey of Waqf properties in the state just days after RSS reached out to Muslim intellectuals and held talks on communal harmony. Supreme Court pulls up centre for remaining mute spectator to hate speech on TV channels, says role of TV news anchors is critical. SIT files charge sheet against activist Teesta Setalvad, retired DGP Sri Kumar, ex-IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt for allegedly fabricating evidence in Gujarat riots case. Over 200 people protest outside Hindu temple in England's Medic. Protesters chant Allahu Akbar. Incident comes close on the heels of clashes that erupted in Leicester after India-Pakistan cricket match. Comedian Raju Srivastava passes away at 58. The comedy king was admitted to AIIMS on August 10 after suffering a heart attack. Congress ka king kaun? That's the question everyone is asking. The contenders for the top job are Shashi Tharoor and Ashok Gehlot. But at least 10 state Congress units have passed a resolution demanding that Rahul Gandhi be made the party president. Is a Gandhi Mukt Congress possible? And how serious is the grand old party about poll reforms? Here's a look.
No, come on.
The Scion makes a splash. While his party is caught between the rock and a hard place at the crucial juncture of electing a new president. Almost a dozen state Congress units have rooted for Rahul Gandhi for the top job in the grand old party. All this when the leader has ruled himself out of the fray.
He is not a consensus candidate. He is the only candidate which is acceptable to the people of congressmen in not only in Kerala, throughout the country. Because everybody knows that if he will take up the responsibility, that will be a new, we are going to start a new era in Indian politics. And he has got that courage to fight against Modi and the anti-people policies of the BJP, RSS combined.
Support at the same time seems to be diminishing for the one who seems ready to toss his hat into the ring.
If he is ready to say, I will support always in Nehru family, can he say? The person who are telling, I will openly support Nehru family, I will stand with him and the family. That person, they get 100% votes from the state of Kerala.
Otherwise, no.
Otherwise, no.
If Shashi Tharoor still decides to contest, he will likely face a tough challenge from Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The 71-year-old veteran is believed to enjoy the proverbial blessings of the Gandhi High Command. In Delhi, Gehlot gave it a go.
आज अगर मान लो पार्टी के लोग चाहते हैं कि नहीं मेरी जरूरत है मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अध्यक्ष के रूप में तो मैं मना नहीं कर सकता.
In an ideal situation that would have settled the election issue within Congress, A smooth contest between an Ashok Gehlot backed by the Gandhis on one side and a Shashi Tharoor on the other.
हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है.
But not too distant memories of rivalry within Rajasthan Congress revived again as the state CM arrived in Delhi to meet interim party president Sonia Gandhi.
Mrs. Gandhi has also said many times in Udaipur, she said that the party is a strong organization if we have a democratic process, which is the only party in India where we have election process. So let's wait and see what happens. No matter what the outcome is, the party will come out stronger. That's what I believe.
And his former deputy joined Rahul in the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kochi, sparking speculations about a potential clash between the two over the CM's post in Rajasthan. In Delhi, however, Gehlot indicated he was in no mood to quit as chief minister in the event of his election as party president.
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष चुनाव ओपन है, इसमें कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है. ये तो जो 9,000 लोग हैं, 9,000 में से कोई भी व्यक्ति खड़ा हो सकता है, चाहे वो MP है, MLA है, मंत्री है, मुख्यमंत्री है. कल कोई कहते कि राज्य का मंत्री मैं खड़ा होना चाहता हूँ, तो वो हो सकता है, वो मंत्री भी रह सकता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष भी बन सकता है.
His comments gave the BJP a handle to mock Congress and its Rajasthan leadership. But Congress seemed to be in no rush to enforce its one person, one post rule from its Udaipur declaration in May this year.
कानून क्या कहता है, कांग्रेस का संविधान क्या कहता है?
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ऐसा नहीं है, कोई भी लड़ सकता है, डेलीगेट होना चाहिए.
सिर्फ डेलीगेट होना जरूरी है, किसी भी पद पे रहते हुए
नहीं.
Election or handpicking? The exercise to give Congress a new president is a test for the party to prove how serious it is about introducing meaningful reforms to revive its sagging fortunes. Bureau Report, India Today.
The UP government's decision to survey Waqf properties in the state has stirred up a big political storm. While Akhilesh Yadav is accusing the Yogi government of playing divisive politics, OAC has called the exercise Chhota NRC.
Another furious UP face-off. After a survey of madrasas, the Yogi Adityanath government in Uttar Pradesh is scanning the Waqf board amid allegations of massive land grab and irregularities. A massive political war has erupted over the survey, the opposition calling it a divisive move.
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है. जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
अगर सर्वे कराने से कोई सच सामने आता है, वक़्फ की संपत्ति खाली होती है और उसको गरीब मुसलमानों को कहीं पर कुछ उसका लाभ पहुंचाया जा सकता है, सरकार की पवित्र मंशा है. लेकिन जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, चाहे वो श्री अखिलेश जी या अन्य कोई नेता हो,
ये सर्वे वो कोई भी कराए, सरकार का अधिकार होता है. और जहाँ तक मैंने कुछ बयान पढ़े हैं, बहुत सारे जो मुस्लिम लीडर्स, उन्होंने इसको कहा भी है कि सर्वे होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, पर किसी भी द्वेष की भावना से नहीं होना चाहिए.
और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है. हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ सभी विभागों को रेगुलराइज कर रही है. यदि कहीं कोई किसी को दिक्कत है, वो कहे, हम बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष न्याय कराएंगे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है.
Asaduddin Owaisi's MIM termed the Waqf survey one-sided and branded it mini NRC aimed to harass Muslims.
इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है और हम इसकी मुखालिफत करते हैं. तो ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का. नहीं, सुनिए, ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का और यूपी सरकार ये काम कर रही है.
ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की. सच्चाई ये है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं.
Yogi government has alleged that the board violated Waqf Act and violated property registration norms, striking down a 1989 order transferring barren non-agricultural land, land used for shrine, Qabristan and Eidgah to Waqf Board. The Yogi government has vowed to correct what it calls an over 3-decade-old wrong, allowing Waqf to lay claim to vast amount of land, asking officials to submit report within a month. But the move has paved way for another high-voltage political confrontation. With Ashish Srivastav in Lucknow, Bureau Report, India Today.
A group of Muslim intellectuals recently met RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat to discuss ways to restore trust and communal harmony between Hindus and Muslims. Former Delhi LG Najib Jung, former CEC SY Qureshi and former AMU VC Zamiruddin Shah were amongst those who attended the meeting. Take a look.
Amid several instances of friction and the growing gap between the two religions with largest following in India, a unique dialogue for harmony. A group of prominent Muslim intellectuals met RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat recently. Former LG of Delhi Najib Jung, former Chief Election Commissioner of India SY Qureshi, former Rajya Sabha MP Shahid Siddiqui and former Aligarh Muslim University VC and former Vice Chief of Army Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah were part of the rare outreach mission. The meeting took place at RSS Delhi headquarters in Jhandewala. The dialogue aimed at Hindu-Muslim unity took up issues like Nupur Sharma's remark on Prophet and the Gyan Vapi Masjid face-off in Banaras.
हमारी बातचीत इस पे हुई कि हम जो पेचीदा हो जाते हैं मसले उन्हें कैसे कम पेचीदा करें और जो उलझ जाते हैं उनको सुलझाएं और जो उलझने से पहले उन्हें जो है निपटा लिया जाए तो उसमें क्या होना चाहिए क्योंकि देखिए जब माहौल अच्छा होता है जब माहौल सकारात्मक होता है तो फिर बड़े से बड़ा मसला हल हो जाता है.
The interfaith talks involving the RSS could hold the key to communal harmony at a time when there are many flashpoints.
While this was perhaps the first of such meetings between the RSS chief as well as Muslim intellectuals, Mohan Bhagwat's statement that why look for a shivling under every mosque was in prominence in this particular meet. The question is, does the statement resonate with both the Hindu and the Muslim communities in India? With Ashok Gehlot and Aishwarya Paliwal, this is Milan Sharma for India Today.
After Leicester, now communal strife between Hindu and Muslim groups have erupted in Smethwick. Large groups were seen outside a Hindu temple chanting Islamist slogans, and now multiple arrests have been made. Take a look at this report.
The communal strife in UK is spreading. What started as a small tiff over India-Pakistan Asia Cup match is now threatening to overrun the delicate communal fabric of the country. The fire in Leicester spread to Smethwick. In the latest provocation, a mob of alleged Islamists were caught on camera menacingly marching near a Hindu temple in the Smethwick area, raising Allahu Akbar chants. The 200-strong mob also raised other Islamist slogans. While cops tried to restore order, a bottle was reportedly thrown at the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Many locals saw it as an intimidation tactic.
We're on Nelson Road right now. Stand up with the Hindu mobs, as you can see.
The incident comes in the wake of clashes between Hindu and Muslim groups in Leicester last weekend. That time, Islamic groups had burnt a saffron flag outside a Hindu temple. The incident led to dozens of arrests by UK police.
This is a statement of unity.
Joint appeals were made by Hindu and Muslim leaders for peace.
We, the family of Leicester, stand in front of you not only as Hindus and Muslims, but as brothers and sisters.
Are the incidents of communal strife irreparably damaging the British cultural fabric? With Lavina Tandon, Bureau Report, India Today.
Our top story at this hour also is the India Today impact. This is a huge impact that we are at India Today have created. The Enforcement Directorate charge sheet in the 103 crore Bengal job scam has taken note of India Today's special investigation in the case. India Today was the first channel to unmask the web of shell companies linked to the scandal that had Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita as the main accused. Take a look.
We dug deeper into West Bengal's recruitment scam. We unearthed shell firms linked to the cash-laden scandal. We traced the home of a mystery man, Kalyan Dhar, listed as a director in one of the companies of Arpita Mukherjee. We laid bare that the director, in fact, was her driver.
ये क्या करते थे वैसे? गाड़ी का ड्राइवर है। तो ये क्या काम करता था? टैक्सी चलाता था। अच्छा, टैक्सी चलाता था। अच्छा। अभी तो सुनता है जो और भी तरह गाड़ियों चालक।
What we showed you early August in West Bengal's school recruitment scam, allegedly involving a sitting minister and his actor friend, is now part of official evidence collected by the ED. The Enforcement Directorate has now taken Kalyan Dhar's statement on record. In its charge sheet, Dhar has admitted that Arpita Mukherjee had hired him as her driver. He admitted that he knew nothing about his role as a director in her companies. And Arpita Mukherjee's companies we tracked more than a month ago are now named in the ED charge sheet over suspicions that they were used for laundering of money. AK Entertainment Private Limited, Symbiosis Merchants and Century Engineering, we probed, now figure in the list of accused entities. And when we reached out to their so-called directors, they corroborated their statement to the Enforcement Directorate that they were just dummies in Mukherjee's companies. This is Mrinmoy Malakar. He told India Today's investigative reporter he was just an employee of a separate company, but was made to sign off as a director in Mukherjee's Ananta Text Fab.
ये जो कंपनी है उसके बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं। अनंता टैक्स फैब उसका कंपनी के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं मेरे को। लेकिन आप तो इसके डायरेक्टर है, आपके सिग्नेचर, आप मेन फर्स्ट डायरेक्टर है। सिग्नेचर मेरा है। हैं? सिग्नेचर मेरा है। कंपनी में काम करता हूँ तो साइन कराया। अच्छा, आप उसके कंपनी में काम करते थे? उसका कंपनी है, हम तो दूसरे कंपनी में काम करते हैं। तो जैसा चीज है कि आप
Kamal Singh Bhutoria is director of Godavari Commodities Limited, a coal and coke trading company, an actual employer of Mrinmoy Malakar. In his statement to the ED, Bhutoria insisted he just followed the then Minister Partha Chatterjee's instructions to have his staff sign off as a director in Mukherjee's company. He corroborated the same to us.
सर, पावर लॉबी में है, कोई कुछ बोलेगा तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना सर। अच्छा, हम लोगों को क्या पता था कि स्टोरी इतनी दूर तक जाएगी, हम लोग लेना देना था नहीं। और ये पार्था से कब से टच में आया आप लोग? पार्था से वही इलेक्शन के बाद पहली बार आई। मतलब तभी से है। मंत्री मना नहीं कर सकते। मंत्री मना नहीं कर सकते। अब बताइए, कोई बोल रहा तो कैसे करेंगे? थोड़ा हम लोग का भी रहता है कि वो बुलाई रहेंगे साहब तो मदद मिल जाएगा।
An ordinary low-ranking employee, Besurup Das, explained he too was made to sign off as a director in Arpita Mukherjee's companies.
आप इतने बड़े कंपनी के डायरेक्टर थे?
हाँ, मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं था।
मैंने तो आपके तो हर पेज पे आपका सिग्नेचर
हाँ, मेरे को जाना जहाँ सिग्नेचर, अगर मैं सिग्नेचर क्यों करता था? अगर नौकरी खा लेगा, हमारा घर आप देख ही रहे हैं।
हाँ।
अगर डायरेक्टर हो तो मेरा ऐसा घर नहीं होगा ना।
वो तो मुझे भी दिख रहा है। हाँ।
तो मैं जहाँ बोलता था, क्योंकि मेरा अगर नहीं करता तो नौकरी खा लेता। ज़्यादा सैलरी भी नहीं देता था।
Systematic, in-depth and critical. Investigative journalism that stands out and raises the bar for reporting. A report by special investigative teams Mohammad Hizbullah and Munish Pandey for India Today.
A ringing endorsement of Prime Minister Modi's No Time for War message. From the United States to France, world leaders have lauded Prime Minister's message to Russian President Vladimir Putin against indulging in war. Here's a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi met the Russian President Vladimir Putin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Uzbekistan last week. This was the first in-person dialogue between the two leaders since the Russia-Ukraine war. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's No Time for War message to President Putin that has gathered global praise and endorsement.
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं, और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है कि डेमोक्रेसी और डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग, ये सारी बातें ऐसी हैं कि जो दुनिया को एक स्पर्श करती हैं। आने वाले दिनों में शांति के रास्ते पर हम कैसे बढ़ सके, उसके विषय में जरूर आज हमें चर्चा करने का मौका मिलेगा। आपका व्यू पॉइंट समझने का मुझे भी एक अवसर मिलेगा।
From the US calling it a statement of principle from Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
What Prime Minister Modi said, a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just, was very much welcomed by the United States.
To France, hailing the Indian Prime Minister's stance.
Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. This is why there's an urgent need to develop a new contract between the North and the South, an effective contract.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message to the Russian president, telling him this is not an era of war, is resonating across the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a very short commercial break. There's lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Amidst the controversy over modernization of madrasa education and surveys being done in various states, meet some madrasa-educated boys who will now be future doctors. These students cracked NEET after undergoing coaching for medical entrance exams. Milan Sharma with our good news today.
Madrasa are where Muslim children are taught about their religion. Many don't get regular schooling and are denied benefits of modern education. But a few venture beyond the four walls of the madrasa. These students, all madrasa educated, have qualified for NEET after taking entrance coaching. Hafiz Muhammad Ali Iqbal from Karnataka scored 680 out of 720 in the medical entrance exam.
ऐसा जो पहले सोचा जाता था कि मदरसे के बच्चे हैं कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे या तो टेलर बन जाएंगे या कुछ छोटे-मोटे काम में ले लेंगे या खासकर आलिम के बाद इमाम बन जाते हैं लोग मगर आज तक कोई एक गाइड करने वाला एक अच्छा सा कोर्स प्रिपेयर नहीं करके उनको दिया नहीं गया हम लोगों को कुछ बनाने की जरूरत नहीं थी सिर्फ
Another Karnataka-based student, Hafiz Muhammad Saifullah, was inspired by his brother, who is also an MBBS.
मेरे भैया भी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हाफिज़ कुरान थे जो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह MBBS मुकम्मल कर चुके हैं तो उन्हीं को देखकर मैं भी डॉक्टर बनने का इरादा किया
ऐसा लगता था कि नहीं हो पाएगा
This was Hafiz Ghulam Ahmad Zardi's first attempt at NEET. He talks about mastering both Deen and Dunya.
अब मेरे 646 मार्क्स है और कर्नाटक के टॉप कॉलेज में मुझे लग जाती है
जैसे अगर आप नीट के लिए वहां पर जा रहे हैं तो
But why did they pick madrasa over regular schools?
जो गैप हो जाता है बीच में तो उसमें प्रॉब्लम्स आती है बट मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जो कुरान शरीफ है ना वो अगर हिफ्स करने के बाद इंसान का सीना खुल जाता है और उससे चीज़ें इजी लगने लग जाती है मगर मॉडर्न एजुकेशन में भी हेल्प होती है उससे बिकॉज ग्रास्पिंग पावर आपका बढ़ जाता है मैम इसके लिए
मेरे पेरेंट्स चाहते थे कि मैं दोनों चीज़ों को लेकर आगे चलूँ तो मैंने हिफ्स भी किया और मैंने नीट भी क्रैक किया तो इंशाल्लाह मैं डॉक्टर ही बनूंगा तो उस चीज़ पे खरा उतर रहा हूँ
मैंने सोचा कि किसी तरह
At a time when a debate is raging on the need to revamp madrasa curricula, the success of these students in NEET perhaps show the benefits of modernization.
As we talk of modernization of education in madrasas as well, there is no boundary for students who want to study and excel, whether or not those boundaries are made by religion. With Ajay Thakur, this is Milan Sharma for India Today.
That's it from me, Chaiti Narula on this bulletin. Keep watching India Today, and for further news and updates, do not forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
Non, c'était bien, c'était excitant, tu voyais que les gens étaient passionnés, ils avaient leur bateau de districts différents, fait que c'était vraiment intéressant. Puis je pense que c'est la première fois depuis 3 ans aussi que ça a lieu. Fait que tu sentais un peu là, les gens qui coursaient, l'émotion puis l'excitation.
Sono a Venezia, prima volta alla regata storica. Di solito la evitavo per timore di assembramenti, folla. Ne valse la pena. Bellissimo, bellissima giornata di sole. Abbiamo fatto video e foto, bellissimo.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. Today, not just the world of entertainment, but the entire country is in a state of complete shock. Comedian Raju Srivastava passed away in Delhi at the age of 58. His family confirmed the news this morning. He was admitted to AIIMS in the national capital on August 10th after experiencing chest pain and collapsing while working out at a gym. Raju Srivastava was one of the most celebrated comedians in India. Let's take a moment to remember the king of comedy.
मोहब्बत का सफर लंबा है तो क्या हुआ, मोहब्बत का सफर लंबा है तो क्या हुआ, थोड़ा तुम आगे बढ़ो थोड़ा हम आगे बढ़ें, थोड़ा तुम आगे बढ़ो थोड़ा हम आगे बढ़ें, बाद में रिक्शा कर लेंगे. गर्मी में पसीना पसीना.
Laughter is the best medicine, they say.
पहली बूंद धीरे धीरे नीचे जाती है, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपके दोनों हाथ ऐसे हैं, सिर्फ बूंद जहां जहां गुजरती उधर उधर ठंडा लगता है.
And Raju Srivastava gave us huge doses of that.
इतनी सी थी जब पैदा हुई थी, इतनी सी थी तो हम लोग क्या इतने थे.
Making us all laugh at his jokes, Raju Srivastava's own screen character, Gajodhar Bhaiya, is etched in our hearts.
सबसे पहले जो लोग अपनी अपनी गाड़ी से आए हैं उनका नमस्कार, जो लोग दूसरे गाड़ी में घुस के आए हैं उनको विशेष नमस्कार, क्योंकि वो बिल्कुल सम्मान के हकदार हैं, क्योंकि जब तक गाड़ी वाला घर नहीं जाएगा बीच में से जा नहीं सकते. ट्रेन में इतना रश, एक एक आदमी ऐसा, इतने रश में अगर आपको खुजली लगे तो ढूंढना पड़ेगा बॉडी की तरह. आपके दोनों हाथ ऐसे हैं, ढूंढना पड़ता है बॉडी की तरह. जब आप खुजाते हैं तो बाजू वाला सोते सोते बोलता है अपना अपना खुजाओ.
One of the most favorite comedians of our times collapsed while running on the treadmill in a gym, leaving his fans and colleagues in shock.
देवियों सज्जनों बहुत बहुत नमस्कार. लेट्स प्ले करोड़पति. और आपके लिए पहला सवाल ये रहा.
Raju first got attention as an Amitabh Bachchan lookalike.
मैं कौन, खुद को क्या समझते हैं आप? आज मेरे पास बंगला है, गाड़ी है, बैंक बैलेंस है, प्रॉपर्टी है और माँ भी है. क्या करूं?
Starting his career with small roles in Bollywood films, Raju made us laugh in Maine Pyar Kiya, Bazigar, and Amdani Athanni Kharcha Rupaiya.
मेरा नाम चिन चिन चू, बाबा चिन चिन चू, कर डालूंगा तेरे को. हाउ डू यू डू.
एक बार ओबामा जी ने लालू जी से पूछा, ओबामा ने लालू से पूछा, मिस्टर लालू, कैन यू स्विम, तुम्हें स्विमिंग आता है? नहीं हमें तो नहीं आता है. इट्स वेरी शेम, स्विमिंग तो कुत्ता भी कर लेता है, आपको आता है? यस ऑफ कोर्स. तो आप में कुत्ते में क्या फर्क है?
Later seen in Big Boss Season 3, comedy का महामुकाबला.
जैकवा और जिलवा गए ऊपर हिलवा, पनिया भरन के वास्ते, पनिया भरन के वास्ते, जैकवा गिर गया.
तमाम हिंदुस्तान को हंसाने आ गया है राजू श्रीवास्तव.
नच बलिए Season 6.
मैड्रेस का नाम चेन्नई क्यों रखा? अरे हुआ सब लोग लुंगी पहनते हैं, चेन नहीं.
And comedy nights with couple.
आप अपनी कहानी नहीं.
Raju managed to delight us with his satire every time.
गाय माता के समान है, पता है? अच्छा अम्मा उठ जाओ. एक गाय उठ गई, अम्मा उठ जाओ, दूसरी गाय उठ गई, तीसरी उठी नहीं रही. पीछे वाला बोला ध्यान से देख, माता जी नहीं पिताजी.
Known for his keen observation of various aspects of life and comical timing, Raju Srivastava is loved across borders.
From political leaders to celebrities, everyone across the country expressed their grief over the death of the renowned comedian Raju Srivastava. Popular comedian Raju Srivastava passed away at the age of 58. The comedian took his last breath at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Raju was admitted to AIIMS on August 10th after he had a heart attack while working out at a gym. He had been put on ventilator ever since. And after over a month-long battle, the comedian succumbed to his ailment. His family confirmed the news of his passing. The entire country is currently mourning the loss of a comedian who made everyone laugh. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took to social media to express his grief. Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal also extended his condolences. Politician and actress Jaya Prada too mourned the demise of Raju Srivastava. Ajay Devgan took a moment to remember Raju Srivastava. He wrote, and we quote, "In your lifetime, you gifted us laughs and more laughs on and off screen. Your untimely demise makes me very sad. Rest in peace, Raju. Om Shanti. May the Almighty give your family strength in this hour of bereavement." Shekhar Suman also reacted to this devastating news. Rajpal Yadav was also among the many celebrities who called this loss as personal. Tushar Kapoor, Nimrat Kaur, Sanjay Gupta and Manish Sisodia also took to social media to pay their respects. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now to some good news for the country. Gujarati film Chhello Show, also known as Last Film Show in English, has made it to the India's official entry to Oscars in the Best International Feature Film category. Here are all the details. It's official, the Gujarati drama Chhello Show, which is titled as Last Film Show in English, will be India's entry in Best International Feature Film category at the 95th Academy Awards. Director Nalin took to social media to react to the news. He wrote, and we quote, "Oh my God, what a night this is going to be. Gratitude to Film Federation of India and thank you FFI jury members. Thank you for believing in Chhello Show. Now I can breathe again and believe in cinema that entertains, inspires and enlightens."
बाहर की जो इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस है वो इसको बहुत अप्रिशिएट कर रही है. इसने जहाँ जहाँ भी काफ़ी सारे फेस्टिवल्स में ये फिल्म गई और सभी जगह पे उसने ऑडियंस चॉइस अवार्ड को जीता हुआ है. सेवेंची अवार्ड से उसमें गोल्डन स्पाइक अवार्ड लिया हुआ है. सो बहुत सारा कॉन्फिडेंस इसलिए है कि चारों ओर से ऑडियंस ने उसे एक्सेप्ट किया है.
Chhello Show is a coming-of-age drama which revolves around a 9-year-old boy who resides in a remote village in India and his love affair with cinema.
તમે લોકો રોજ આવું હરું ખાવાનું ખાઓ ઘરે રોજ મને ફિલ્મ જોવા તો દેશો ને ફિલ્મ वो देखेंगे. Hi.
The film shows how the little boy spends the summer watching films from the projection booth. The film will release in theatres on October 14th in India.